10. Modeling gender consciousness. Women authors' creation in boys' love fiction. 1. Introduction. There is no other literature that reflects the current ethos in China like constantly updated and edited online fiction. The open online space welcomes women with different interests to gather, providing them with the chance to express their thoughts and even forge a digital feminism. And 2021. Among the various genres of women's literature, boys' love BL fiction is an unconventional one, primarily focusing on the romance between men, but typically created by and for heterosexual women. That is, BL fiction does not always reflect the reality of gay men, and the opposite gender of its author and protagonists produces an imaginary male-male love. Zhou Al. 2018. In contemporary China, BL fiction's rapid development as an important women's culture makes it relevant to their consciousness. 2020. Although it originated in Japan, BL fiction shares similar features to slash fiction one in the West. BL fiction is influenced by literary aestheticism from Europe. Therefore, it is also referred to as meaning to indulge in beauty. And 1993, 325-335. During the 1990s, Japanese BL fiction became known in Chinese mainland through Taiwanese translations. Inspired by them, Chinese women authors began to create original BL works online. The high number of internet users in China facilitated an exponential increase in these stories, as well as the creation of several influential communities and websites devoted to BL fiction. The most well-known BL website is Literature City, JLC.net, established in 2003. As of December 2021, JLC had seen over 80,000 BL fiction stories and 50.95 million registered users, with women accounting for 91% of the users too. The existing studies discussed BL works from Europe, America, Chinese mainland, Taiwan, Thailand, and Japan, 2008, 2013, 2015, 2016, and 2021, including BL comics, novels, movies, and TV dramas, Martin, 2012, 2020, and Lee, 2020, Su and Tan, 2021. Research on Chinese BL fiction investigated gender politics constructed by BL fandom groups. As an epitome of neoliberal feminism, BL authors and readers explored their subjectivity, while also resisting or conforming to official discourse and state authority. 2020b. When discussing the cultural attributes of Chinese BL fiction, researchers mostly regarded it as a modern or postmodern counterculture against Confucianist cultural norms. And 2021, while paying less attention to its possible patriarchal remnants in the traditional culture and clan system. In addition, the relevant literature primarily adopted qualitative methods, such as interviews, questionnaires, and textual analysis of representative works. Although their conclusions have greatly enriched our understanding of gender perspectives in BL novels, their research objects were always within their visible range, causing them to easily ignore works that were not popular, but did have a certain impact on the author and the reader. Tracing the origin of BL fiction, Japanese BL fiction had two characteristics, namely the Western story background and tragic plots. 2015, 26-27. These aligned with the pursuit of supreme beauty and sensory pleasure under aestheticism. Following 2 decades of growth, Chinese BL fiction has already departed from its Japanese ancestor and developed its own tastes. As an article in the New York Times stated, BL fiction in China is too large to be considered a subculture in comparison with its Japanese counterpart. 2014. Besides, owing to the Chinese government's anti-pornography campaign, nowadays, no sexual scenarios appear on legal websites. Yang and Su, 2017. The resulting unique and implicit depiction of love is like slow burn heat. 2019, making BL stories close to mainstream popular culture. In this study, we aim to map the topics of Chinese BL fiction, analyzing whether they were defined by China's cultural features. BL fiction has already become an increasingly prosperous women-centered culture in China, that involves millions of women authors. We are interested in understanding their consciousness in literary works. Although there do exist male authors and readers of BL fiction, the data show that its authors and audiences have primarily been heterosexual women. 2008. This phenomenon produces a contradiction. The market of BL fiction belongs to women, but the main protagonists are men, constructing both feminist and patriarchal ideas. Therefore, we further explored the contents of Chinese BL fiction from women authors' perspectives, specifically the paradoxical gender consequences brought by Chinese traditional ethics. We adopted unsupervised machine learning text analysis methods to analyze the titles and introductions of 72,548 original BL fiction pieces from 2003 to 2019. Text analysis methods could scan extensive amounts of text macroscopically, finding objective and universal patterns. Grimmer and Stewart, 2013, 2018, Al. 2020. In this study, we applied the LDA topic model to classify the fiction topics and word vector technology to analyze the context of keywords related to gender and same-sex relationships synchronically and diachronically. These analyses answered two questions. 1. What topics and contents do Chinese women BL authors prefer? 2. How do the gender concepts of Chinese culture affect the topics and contents of BL fiction? 2. Gendered perspective. Baruch 1991-9 stated in her work Women, Love, and Power that great love literature could help us look for the transcendence of gender polarization and disrupt the hierarchically structured male-female binary system. In a sense, BL fiction is great love literature from its readers' and authors' perspectives. This genre can be considered a breakthrough of the male gaze, which constructs the female gaze through consuming male erotica. 2013. The majority of studies about male-male romance have suggested gender, especially the impact of gender description on readers, intention and their identity. Yi, 2013, and 2013. For the former, scholars such as 2008 found that the pure love, gender-absent dimension in the stories, which avoided one-dimensional characters of women and heterosexual boring narratives, was the primary attraction for the audience. Furthermore, Al. 2018, using an online survey, proved that sexual titillation, visual imagery, and aesthetics explained readers' preference for BL fiction. Other researchers have focused on the author's intentions conveyed by the text of the fiction. When 1992, 191 researched/fiction, similar to BL fiction in China, he considered that the transition of these stories from male homosocial desire to homoerotic passion was an exploration of alternatives to traditional masculinity. Since BL fiction was often associated with women's literature, 1993, a Japanese BL manga artist believed that BL works negated the subservient gender role imposed on women, helped women liberate themselves from the oppression of male power, and facilitated feminist ideals. A Chinese scholar went further by invoking constructivism to argue that women created a through BL to compete for political space and resist patriarchy. 2016. These studies presented the feminist significance of BL fiction. However, recent studies have increasingly analyzed the anti-feminist features of BL stories. For example, Zhou and Sherman, 2018, studied the heterosexual romantic ideal in BL fiction and found that power differences persist in relationships between men. In particular, the fixed couple of the attacker in Japanese, referring to the penetrator in sex, and yuke, meaning the receiver in Japanese, referring to the penetrated in sex 3, imitates the typical male-woman relationship that produces unequal power. Han, 2020, also highlighted that Chinese BL authors often allow male protagonists to behave like heterosexual women in the male-male relationship, while women were absent in these relationships. This phenomenon suggests that the burden of sexual objectification cannot disappear easily. The male gaze would not be simply inverted to produce a straightforward female gaze, and Richardson, 1995. 32, which means the female gaze could not consume the other gender as completely as the male gaze can. Therefore, it is unreasonable to assume that feminist thoughts completely dominate the female gaze. Although there are controversies surrounding the feminist features of BL fiction, it is undeniable that power-related issues remain crucial in the study of gender within BL fiction, not only as a reflection of gender power against patriarchy, but also as a manifestation of resistance to authority and mainstream culture. As 1979, 48 points out in the history of sexuality, pleasure and power are linked by complex mechanisms and devices of excitation and incitement, while they seek, overlap, and reinforce each other. When women BL authors enjoy their erotic desire through the two male protagonists, their pleasure is also associated with power. Indeed, some researchers considered that gender power and political power could work together. From the author's side, Su and Yang, 2013, focused on a particular branch, father-son incest, which, in their perspective, reflected the resistance of Chinese women authors to the authoritarian government. From the government side, 2022 analyzed the regulation of pornography in BL works and pointed out that this seemed to be objective censorship that was contextually and structurally gendered. However, interpreting any narrative about imbalanced power relationships solely as a political metaphor might be unfounded. At the very least, an alternative explanation could be that BL works on legal websites, which do not contain any substantial political implications due to self-regulation. Consequently, for the unseen political threat of BL works, the government endeavored to reduce the pornographic content inside rather than simply ban this genre. Shifting from a political focus, given China's rich ancient history, systematic ethics, and literary heritage, it is likewise reasonable and theoretical to hypothesize that the traditional culture may have greatly influenced women's writing. Considering that Chinese BL fiction is embedded within Chinese culture, some long-standing patriarchal values, including the importance of marriage and the continuity of a clan through reproduction, may help to explain the content of BL fiction. Therefore, the context of Chinese traditional culture should be explored when analyzing gender power in Chinese BL fiction's literary creation. 3 Data and methods. We implemented text mining methods to explore the unstructured text data of BL fiction. This methodology was chosen for the following 3 reasons. 1. We plan to obtain an entire picture of Chinese women BL authors' literary creation, which could only be achieved with large-scale text analysis, and any part of the data enables further representative studies. 2. Compared with questionnaire surveys and qualitative thematic analysis, text mining of Chinese BL fiction is more objective in exploring the fiction topics and gendered expressions in the fictional stories. 3. Different from quantitative methods that use computer programs to search text for keywords, the LDA topic model and word vector technology of text mining methods explore the meaning of the text by fully considering the relations between terms. Al. 2013. We selected JLC as the data source, which is the largest and most well-known online platform for BL fiction creation in China and globally. Various studies have used cases and data from JLC. Several have focused on the site's profit model, and 2016, whereas others have examined the feminist implications for Chinese women's literature, 2009. This website features strong interactivity. Since its fiction is mostly serialized, readers' preferences strongly influence the story's completion. Like sponsors, online reading communities offer authors emotional and financial incentives through comments and rewards, and 2016. Their support even forms a gift economy that provides authors with the opportunity to contract with JLC and publish commercially, thus earning both popularity and commercial benefits. Wei, 2014. Numbers of BL fictional works from JLC by year. Due to the data protection protocol of the paid main body on JLC, we could not extract and archive all complete texts of the 72,548 BL fiction pieces. Rather, we explored the information-rich titles and introductions, written by the author and containing a blurb and a plot synopsis, to explore specific content. According to the French literary critic, 1997, 1-2, the title and the introduction are the work's paratexts. Similar to a vestibule, they provide the reader with the choice of either stepping inside or abandoning the text. Currently, online fiction is typically mass-produced and formulaic. When readers search for fiction, titles and introductions are essential in attracting readers through quick scanning and picking. More importantly, titles and introductions written by the authors can precisely capture what the author intends most to express, which is more efficient and precise in collecting the gender-related attitudes of the authors than the complete fiction texts. That is, the authors have already presented us with the plots and highlights of their stories, which are obviously better than those acquired using other methods, such as machine learning. The topics of BL fiction reflect the author's preferences and interests, which focus on a macroscopic level. Consequently, topic choices reveal the level of relevance to Chinese culture and social reality, as well as the aspirations projected by women authors onto the male protagonists. Therefore, we applied the LDA topic model to cluster the topics using fiction titles and introductions. We also adopted the word-to-model of word embedding techniques to predict specific keyword contexts in BL fiction titles and introductions. The keywords were related to gender and same-sex relationships. See Chapter 3 for an introduction to the relevant models. 4 topics in Chinese BL fiction. 4.1 Synchronic analysis of topics. To explore the topics within BL fiction and the associated cultural information, we applied the LDA topic model for unsupervised clustering analysis of story titles and introductions. Since the number of topics is a significant parameter for the model, we trained the model with an even number of topics, ranging from 6 to 50. After a comprehensive evaluation of each topic's connotation and extension, the differentiation degree between topics, and the study purpose, we selected a 10-topic model for subsequent analysis, which grouped all words under 10 topics. Since words under the same topics are highly related, we summarized their features and named them. LDA topic analysis of BL fiction. Topic 1. Campus. Topic 2. Fairy tale. Topic 3. Chinese myths. Topic 4. Ancient China. Topic 5. Daily happiness. Pinyin English. Value. 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 A Secret Love. 0.018. A Prince. 0.012. Previous Life. 0.014. A General. 0.014. A Love. 0.02. Elder Brother. 0.01. A Young Boy. 0.011. Reincarnation. 0.013. All Corners. 0.014. Happiness. 0.009. Childhood Sweetheart. 0.008. Lie. 0.01. Present Life. 0.012. A Child. 0.012. A Forever. 0.006. A Campus. 0.007. A Voice. 0.008. To Be Together. 0.009. The Emperors. 0.011. All One's Life. 0.006. A teacher. 0.007. A man. 0.007. All one's life. 0.008. A fox. 0.01. A life. 0.005. A love. 0.006. A master. 0.006. 1,000 years. 0.007. Peach blossom. 0.01. A sentiment. 0.005. Younger brother. 0.006. A smile. 0.005. A senior. 0.007. The whole country. 0.009. A to meet. 0.005. Attenders. 0.006. A rose. 0.005. To know each other. 0.007. A lovesickness. 0.009. A to wait. 0.004. A young boy. 0.006. A separation. 0.005. A master. 0.006. A prince's. 0.007. A to live. 0.004. A brother's. 0.005. A white. 0.004. Old friend. 0.006. A scholar. 0.007. A simple. 0.004. University. 0.005. A to miss. 0.004. Hierophant. 0.004. Actors. 0.006. A to believe. 0.004. A confession. 0.005. A sky. 0.004. A villains. 0.004. Estate power. 0.005. Realities. 0.003. Topic 6. Dramatic love. Topic 7. Entertainment. Topic 8. Game. Topic 9. Fantasy. Topic 10. Story tag. Pinyin English. Value. 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 A dramatic. 0.02. A sir. 0.024. A game. 0.021. A to live. 0.017. BL Boys Love. 0.018. A youth. 0.019. A boss. 0.015. Personification. 0.012. A human. 0.015. A rebirth. 0.009. A man. 0.016. A firework. 0.011. Emo demon. 0.012. A through. 0.011. Warm and sweet. 0.007. Fun. 0.013. Entertainment. 0.011. A summer day. 0.01. A future. 0.007. A murderers. 0.007. A CDO. 0.011. To get married. 0.01. A great person. 0.01. A legend. 0.007. A tragedy. 0.007. A woman's. 0.01. A celebrity. 0.009. Online game. 0.009. Ordinary. 0.006. A boring. 0.007. 0.008. One-sided love. 0.008. A dark lord. 0.008. A young boy. 0.005. A relaxed. 0.006. To fall in love. 0.008. A film. 0.007. A death. 0.008. A the earth. 0.004. YY to imagine. 0.006. To break up. 0.008. A company. 0.007. The angel. 0.007. Jingling elf. 0.004. To memorize. 0.005. Unfaithful. 0.007. A fans. 0.006. A terrors. 0.006. A wars. 0.004. 0.005. A substitute. 0.006. A news. 0.005. A computer. 0.005. A monster. 0.003. Originality. 0.005. A logic. 0.006. The actors. 0.005. A task. 0.005. A robot. 0.003. A ending. 0.004. Among topics related to plots, Topic 1 and 2 both focus on sweet love. Topic 1 is a campus topic. The words campus and teacher clearly indicate that the campus is the setting of the BL stories. Other words highlight that the love experienced on campus is pure and dreamy, such as childhood sweetheart and tender. Similar features apply to Topic 2. It is named fairy tale since it has words such as prince, which appear as the Westerner's appellation, as well as a rose and white that describe love in the Western cultural background. These two topics construct imagined romance based on realistic scenarios. Topic 3 is about the one and only love in Chinese myths, which further puts imagined romances in the heterosexuality-like pattern. According to 1991 research, a successful heterosexual story should only focus on the love between two single protagonists. Similarly, 2015 considered that the BL protagonists would only love each other, and foils could never really intervene in their relationship, which was different from the ordinary gay couples in reality. In this case, it is hard to argue that BL authors have completely broken the heterosexual norms. Moreover, Chinese legends can add to the fatalism of the BL relationship, such as reincarnation, a Buddhist concept representing the repetition of birth, life, and death. The reincarnation words, previous life, present life, and a 1,000 years, indicate that the protagonist's soul incarnates into another person, who will fall in love with his former gay lover again, thereby achieving an eternal love myth. While still within a similar framework to heterosexuality, Buddhist karma adds new excitement to the love story. Also, the ability to become a god in Taoism, a Chinese indigenous religion, helps form a unique aesthetic rooted in Chinese religious culture. The BL fiction involving Chinese myths predominantly contains ancient scenes, similar to Topic 4, which is based on the Chinese feudal dynasties, narrating the fight for the throne and the defense of the frontier. Words such as general, emperor, and state power highlight the struggle for the throne and the defense of the frontier, revealing a strong sense of nationalism. Compared with God-related Topic 3, Topic 4 reveals more about Confucianism, advocating the realistic ideal of the human world, but not directly describing contemporary China, thus avoiding possible political innuendo. Besides the influence of China's long history, it appears that women authors' preference for this topic is rooted in their desire to participate in male-dominated fields, such as war and leadership. Women authors expect power beyond romance here, which embodies the close relationship between sexual pleasure and power, pointed out by 1979-48. One possible explanation for why authors do not directly tell women's participation in power is that it was proven unrealistic in patriarchal history. A queen, for example, rarely occurred in China's actual history, so women chose to describe power in the relatively equal love between men. In this case, the existing gender division of labor remains unbroken. By projecting their power ideal onto men, women authors harvest both career and love at a minimal cost. Topic 5 also includes the idea of love, and to some extent is a variation of the fantastic Chinese myths topic in reality. This topic portrays happiness within reach in daily life, therefore, it is named daily happiness. Words under this topic such as life, to live, and reality refer to reality. Happiness, forever, and all one's life represent the author's view on happiness, which is having love and the only lover forever. Topics 6 and 7 continue to tell stories in reality. Topic 6 includes words on dramatic love, such as a dramatic, unfaithful, and substitute. The money disputes that involve CEOs, the messy relationships between both sexes, and the disloyalty related to unfaithful, all result in conflicts and thus form dramatic stories. Topic 7 is relevant to the entertainment industry. Boss, celebrity, film, and actor present romantic stories among stars, highlighting women authors' preference for celebrity. Money, beauty, and fame entangled with sensory stimulations are the fundamental concepts in this topic, which allow authors to break through mediocre heterosexual norms and pursue an extraordinary life. Topic 8 is about games, involving words such as game, online game, Dark Lord, and death, where the protagonists must survive in killing games. Topic 9 describes a fantastical. Words such as future, the earth, and a robot belong to science fiction. Jingling, elf, and a monster depict mysterious creatures. As 2020 said, although the Chinese government's censorship cleared the pornographic contents, authors shifted their interests to construct scientific discourses and achieved great commercial success. This topic reveals that Chinese BL writers have acquired a revolutionary consciousness, enabling them to engage in dialogue with the wider social world and its future. Besides, the they create is a utopia of gender, since it makes where the same-sex relationships can be more reasonable, and the equal love between protagonists would naturally emerge as they fought together. 5 Diachronic analysis of topics. Proportions of BL fiction under specific topics by year. Fairy tales, daily happiness, and fantasy topics had a downward trend. The daily happiness topic accounted for about 45% of the topics in 2003, though decreased. It still accounted for nearly 18% of all topics in 2019. Its decline was relative to the rise of other topics. Compared with daily happiness, the fairy tale topic accounted for just 11% in 2003. After a decline of over 2%, its proportion was under 9% in 2019. In addition, the fantasy topic slightly declined from approximately 12% to 8%. Since the fairy tale topic is traditionally Western, and the fantasy topic also contains certain Western elements, the decline in their popularity suggested that authors' preference for Western settings was also declining. In contrast, campus, Chinese myths, dramatic love, entertainment, and game topics increased. Among them, the campus topic had the largest proportion, increasing from 10% to nearly 20%. This suggests that youth love has increasingly become a favored topic for BL authors. Besides, the share of game, dramatic love, Chinese myths, and entertainment topics all increased from approximately 2% to 10%. Lastly, the ancient China topic had retained a proportion of over 8% between 2005 and 2019. Its share, along with the rise of the Chinese myths topic, proved the ongoing popularity of China's native stories. The above topic analysis formed the panorama of Chinese BL fiction. Chinese women authors prefer surreal BL stories, including reincarnation, ancient China, game, and fantasy topics. Even seemingly realistic topics, such as campus and entertainment, still involve dramatic turns and a dreamlike atmosphere. Furthermore, the fantasy world in the past or future eliminates the obstacles, creating a paradise of love and freedom for gay men. This fantasy world is almost departed from the influence of Japanese BL fiction. First, Chinese authors are free from the dependence on Western settings. Although Western elements still exist in Chinese BL stories, diachronic analysis reveals that their proportion is decreasing, while topics such as reincarnation and ancient China remain popular. Through local legends and religious thoughts, Chinese BL fiction has remained rooted in traditional Chinese culture. Besides, unlike the necessary tragedy in early Japanese BL fiction, Chinese authors also prefer relaxed stories. For instance, Warm and Sweet ranks high in the synchronic analysis of the story tag topic, and daily happiness even becomes one of the 10 topics. Therefore, currently, Chinese authors have changed both features of Japanese BL fiction. The above topic analysis formed the panorama of Chinese BL fiction. With the disappearance of Western elements in the most popular quarter of BL fiction, the Chinese BL world has departed from Japanese works. Unlike the necessary tragedy in early Japanese BL fiction, Chinese authors prefer relaxed stories. For instance, Warm and Sweet and H.E. Happy Ending both rank high in the synchronic analysis of the story tag topic. Therefore, Chinese BL novels have gained a strong cultural subjectivity. Chinese women authors prefer surreal BL stories because the fantasy world in the past or the future eliminates obstacles, creating a paradise of love and freedom for gay men and for themselves. However, while gaining freedom in fantasy, Chinese women are bound by the love myth. The formation of a myth indicates the separation of Chinese women BL authors from reality. They choose to describe the fictional relationship between men as similar to heterosexuality rather than their real heterosexual identity, which is an escape from their gender role. In addition, although conveying the desire for power, they only tend to project such ideals onto the male roles, not daring to overturn the existing patriarchy. To further examine those ideas, we will analyze women authors' perceptions of gender in the next section. 6 Gender-related contexts in Chinese BL fiction. 6.1 Synchronic analysis of contexts. Following the analysis of Chinese BL fiction topics, we proceeded to examine contexts related to gender and same-sex relationships through word vector technology, totaling 39,619 discrete words, which reflect how related concepts are discussed. We removed words that lack semantic significance and character names, like really and very, listing Chinese characters, pinyin Roman spellings of Chinese characters, and English translations. The words directly related to gender are women and men. In Chinese, two pairs of words could represent women and men. These words are the common term for women and the common term for men, as well as the biological term or the term used in written language for women, and the biological term or the term used in written language for men. We analyze the two pairs of Chinese gender names, respectively. Distance of words to two keywords related to woman. Keywords. Woman's. Keyword a woman. Words Pinyin English. Value. Words Pinyin English. Value. 0.629206. Amend. 0.749118. Amend. 0.616667. A group. 0.703536. To stay single. 0.580685. A heresy. 0.70242. To fall in love. 0.572841. A race. 0.693559. To dress up as. 0.521901. Imbalance. 0.687081. A mother loves. 0.511057. Sexual orientation. 0.681993. A woman's. 0.510529. A feature. 0.678382. A through thick and thin. 0.508597. Discrimination. 0.677591. A good family. 0.505144. A gender neutral. 0.676506. The night that loses virginity. 0.500894. A limitation. 0.674164. To wait to get married. 0.500739. And to explain. 0.672842. Unfilial son. 0.500367. A territory. 0.669894. Continuity of a clan. 0.49815. A character image. 0.669158. Mother and son. 0.495652. Male and female. 0.663825. Is strong. 0.494951. A basis. 0.663206. A true man. 0.494809. A gay. 0.661649. To give birth to a child. 0.49292. A reproduction. 0.659755. Already being married to someone. 0.492801. To construct. 0.659078. Capricious. 0.492221. Commons. 0.658011. L'affaire. 0.488464. Authenticity. 0.654076. The majority of the following words are similar to associating women with marriage and reproduction. Mother love and a mother and son bound women to the role of mother. Furthermore, good family indicates the expectation for women to marry into a worthy family and have a successful marriage. The night that loses virginity reflects the importance of chastity to women. Continuity of a clan and to give birth to a child highlight women's instrumental reproductive function in BL fiction. Although the word affair reveals the desire of Chinese women to escape from the patriarchal marriage system. This plot in BL fiction is to provide gay men's love with a reasonable excuse, such as cheating by wife-girlfriend causes the protagonist to seek a male partner. In further exploration, we found that when the above words appeared in the original texts, few criticisms existed. Marriage and reproduction have already become women's roles, stereotypes in BL novels. Compared to words close to woman, reflect the coexistence of negative and positive attitudes. According to the raw data, the relationship between heresy and women is that not marrying a woman is a heresy, revealing the rejection of same-sex relationships in mainstream Chinese society. In contrast, discrimination was predominantly used in sentences like "do not discriminate against women," representing kindness to women. The woman-related contexts reveal Chinese BL authors' strong demand for heterosexual marriage. Although they describe unconventional gay men, they still regard marriage as the most standard and accepted criterion for them, and the same-sex relationship in the story has nothing to do with their own lives. This craze for marriage is a reflection of the 1,000 years of patriarchy, indicating that the women authors are still spokespersons of Chinese traditional ethics and moral discourse. Distance of words to two keywords related to man. Keyword man. Keyword man. Words Pinyin English. Value. Words Pinyin English. Value. A woman's 0.61667. A woman's 0.749118. To fall in love 0.472603. A feature 0.707147. 0.446218. A reproduction 0.701941. Through thick and thin 0.419871. A reproductive ability 0.700869. It had to be you 0.408004. To get pregnant 0.692719. Colors 0.397862. A race 0.668976. A lavenders 0.394756. A heresy 0.666218. Outsider 0.38966. Male and female 0.662157. Capricious 0.389231. Oviparities 0.658489. To distinguish between 0.383154. Is stronger 0.656741. To say 0.382717. A gender neutral 0.650829. Cannot see clearly 0.381484. A drug 0.648868. In no more than that 0.38099. 100% 0.648514. Hard to imagine 0.379918. Attraction 0.645707. To stay single 0.379474. To construct 0.644502. A foolish 0.377256. A male 0.643349. A wedding dress 0.374707. Intersex 0.639059. A boy 0.372593. Imbalance 0.638778. To know the etiquette. 0.370187. A group. 0.637344. Mother and son. 0.370144. A peculiar. 0.636055. In the entry of a man, an interesting phenomenon occurs. The biological concept of men is associated with traditionally feminine words, such as reproduction, reproductive ability, and to get pregnant. Although women have to give birth to a child and in their entry and appear for the first time. In addition, the word refers to the development of a fetus inside a woman's uterus, but a review of the raw data indicates that the term is used in BL fiction to refer to men, allowing males to have an intersex body. To make the seemingly impossible intersex pregnancy feasible, authors display bold imagination with words like oviparity and drug. Intersex people have the physiological features of women, while they have the gender role of men in society. Pregnancy provides almost all elements of heterosexuality to the male-male relationship, including unequal power. The clan concept, rooted within Chinese traditional culture, mainly explains Chinese women authors' intentions. Reproduction has always been essential in maintaining the prosperity of the clan, as well as a vital means of maintaining filial piety. Having no descendants is the gravest offense against filial piety. Luo, 2008. Therefore, motherhood is considered a major role for women, so the clan concept is closely entangled with patriarchy, and men can never be certain of their masculinity until they become fathers. And Judith, 1999. The patriarchal values of must-have offspring explain why Chinese BL authors are interested in marriage and reproduction issues, although gay men cannot conceive children naturally. Considering same-sex marriage and surrogacy are illegal in China, BL authors either let women become to bear children, which sustains the imprisonment of women's gender roles in the patriarchy, or empower gay men with the ability to conceive. When the clan continued, male-male love became socially acceptable in China. Paradoxically, pregnant gay men's stories also result in feminist awareness. These authors could have written heterosexual love stories, but only a very heterosexual-like pattern of same-sex relationship, where women do not exist, would free them from patriarchal constraints. When women endow their physiological features to men, they can the ability to get pregnant and other features, without being oppressed by the patriarchy, and escape objectification through the male identity. This can be the first step toward feminism, as 1992, 389 put it, for a female subject to re-encounter femininity from within a male body is clearly to experience it under different terms, to live it no longer as disenfranchisement and subordination, but rather as phallic divestiture, as a way of saying no to power. However, although transferring women's characteristics to men frees women, it results in their absence. Women become more dispensable after the reproductive function is no longer exclusive to them. This phenomenon reflects the passive resistance by women in a patriarchal society, avoiding discussing the root of their oppression, which is their physiological capacity to get pregnant. Distance of words to one keyword related to same-sex relationship. Keyword, same-sex relationship. Words, Pinyin English. Value of the opposite sex. 0.74659. Heterosexuality. 0.736952. Marriage of convenience. 0.669822. Legalization. 0.66751. Gay. 0.651777. Have ever been married. 0.650285. Of the same sex. 0.643919. A sex partner. 0.640871. A gender neutral. 0.637963. Discrimination. 0.636857. Sexual orientation. 0.63648. A gay. 0.632264. Feno. 0.628283. A surrogacy. 0.625376. Fadings legal. 0.623512. A married life. 0.620774. Arranged marriage. 0.620051. A substantive. 0.617735. Guanxi marital relations. 0.614083. Marriage laws. 0.613692. Marriage of convenience is a concept of marriage through which a gay man can obtain a legal but sexless marriage with a woman. Compared to marriages, the prenuptial agreement in the marriage of convenience guarantees more respect for women partners, but the essence of this marriage is still filial piety since gay men must satisfy their parents. Surrogacy also reflects a social phenomenon. Surrogacy is illegal in China, and most Chinese women believe that it objectifies. However, in BL fiction stories, the content related to surrogacy is primarily the intersex man assuming the role of the surrogate mother. However, when transferring surrogacy to a man, its exploitative nature is reduced, and women authors can shed this moral burden. The same-sex relationship entry indicates that social reality still influences women authors' BL fiction creation, although they have fantasies about gay men. However, their imagination has feminist elements. For example, intersex surrogacy avoids the exploitation of women. Therefore, their abandonment of the physiological features is not entirely negative. Besides, the aforementioned words remain closely related to marriage and reproduction, again demonstrating the influence of the Chinese tradition of continuity of a clan on BL fiction. 7. Diachronic analysis of contexts. After analyzing the overall entry for each keyword, we selected 6 words in tables 2, 3, and 4 to track frequencies from 2003 to 2019. We focused on the diachronic changes in words that reflected the influence of traditional Chinese culture and society. Reflecting the dilemma of gay men's marriage in reality and the effect of filial piety on gay men, the word connecting women and the gay community merits close inspection. Similarly, the night one lost virginity and continuity of a clan relate to fertility, reflecting the shackles of traditional ethics on women in China. As for men, intersex is an important finding, which transfers women's physiological features to men. Also, reproductive ability can describe men's ability to get pregnant. These 2 words both reveal the emphasis on reproduction in Chinese culture. In terms of same-sex relationships, legalization means that the identity and marriage of gay people are legally recognized, highlighting BL authors' attention to reality. Word frequencies by year. The top half of Fig. 3 reveals the frequencies of 3 words, namely, the night that loses virginity and continuity of a clan, all linked to the keyword woman. Only occurred after 2010, meaning that BL authors have increased their attention to a vulnerable group in reality. However, the word frequencies of and declined, indicating that the stereotypical ideas of women were less prevalent. Although women authors once emphasized virginity and their childbearing function, the traditional moral constraints on Chinese women have been reduced as Chinese women's education level, social status, and awareness of gender equality have improved. The lower section of Fig. 3 indicates the frequencies of reproductive ability, intersex, and legalization. Appeared in 2009 and increased rapidly after 2013. The trend of another word for men was very similar to from 2012 to 2018, implying that men's ability to reproduce in BL stories did relate to intersex people, especially their physiological feature that allows them to fall pregnant. Furthermore, refers to same-sex relationships, whose curve rose after 2013. After the Taiwan judiciary proclaimed that the current civil law did not make gay marriage unconstitutional in 2017, the discussion on legalizing same-sex marriage reached its peak, representing the reality of BL fiction. This chapter illustrates the impact of Chinese culture, which both inspires BL fiction plots and influences the gender perspectives of women authors. They are contradictory when discussing gender issues. They allow gay men to fall pregnant, hoping to shatter the traditional gender ideologies, but patriarchal ethics make them deliberately ignore women's roles. Hence, Chinese women fail to break the shackles of the clan concept within BL fiction, and the extreme emphasis on reproduction brought by thousands of years of Chinese patriarchy still imprints on Chinese women's cultural creation. 8. Conclusion. In the previous 2 decades, the number of Chinese online BL fiction pieces has increased rapidly. Through the LDA topic model and word vector technology, we drew 3 main conclusions on the content of BL fiction. 1. Chinese women BL authors prefer surreal topics in the history and future, as well as the dreamy love myth, which owns more heterosexual features than the real LGBTQ group. 2. Chinese traditional culture powerfully influences BL fiction, creating a distinct aesthetic style and strong nationalism. Besides the inspiration from Chinese history and myths, the patriarchal clan concept also makes BL authors focus on marriage and reproduction issues. 3. Chinese BL fiction reveals the paradoxical nature of women authors' gender perspectives. They want to feel power through the male protagonists, equal love, and even transfer pregnancy to the intersex group. However, they avoid discussing their own gender, which means that they are still unable to escape the shackles of patriarchy. Chinese online BL fiction remains in a state of contradiction. The authors created male-male romances, but were distant from gays in reality. They expressed women's desire for love, but lacked women characters. Eve, 1985, pointed out that the male homosocial desire and homosexual desire both have a necessary relationship to misogyny, and we found that even within the fictional male-male romances written by women, misogyny remained. For instance, women who were closely associated with Chinese gay men were ignored by early authors. As Moi 2008, 268, who emphasized the significance of women's writing, stated, "To turn women into second-class citizens in the realm of literature is to say that women's experiences of existence and of the world are less important than men's." Though the stereotype of women in Chinese BL stories has been reduced, the awakening of Chinese women authors remains incomplete. In addition, BL authors are also attempting to change the currently marginalized roles of women. For example, in Heaven Official's Blessing, 2018, the most popular BL fiction on JLC, a powerful goddess character subverted the traditional image of the god of wisdom. In ancient China, only men were allowed to take the imperial competitive examination. Hence, the god of wisdom in Taoism has always been depicted as male. This goddess of wisdom changed the patriarchal tradition and broke through the former gender roles of Chinese women as mothers and wives. Although such women characters cannot be protagonists in BL fiction, and the discussion on women is not the story's core, it still represents gratifying progress. BL fiction is produced within a specific social and historical context. In today's Chinese society, with the market expansion of BL-adapted TV drama and animated works, Chinese BL fiction is developing. However, as BL forms a larger cultural industry, various questions will arise, such as the impact of pornographic elements on children and the hindrance of patriarchal culture to feminism. After thousands of years of sexual repression, Chinese women's desire has awakened, but the patriarchy remains an invisible net, limiting their transformative efforts. In this case, BL fiction becomes a woman's utopia. In the world of male-male romance, women can enjoy consuming men, albeit momentarily. women return to reality, they will only find that this incomplete awakening means deeper bondage, since they have eliminated their own living space. In the postmodern narrative, the boundary between fact and fiction is blurred. 2009. BL fiction seems to remove women's existence, but even the most fantastic and bizarre plot cannot escape their life experiences. By discussing Chinese women BL authors' literary creations, this research has made two main contributions. 1. Theoretically, this chapter opens up a new perspective of Chinese traditional culture and ethics for the feminist study of BL fiction. The discovery of heterosexual relationship patterns and men's reproduction content both make the conclusion that BL women authors are still bound by patriarchy more convincing. 2. Machine learning methods enable a comprehensive examination of JLC, helping to understand this cultural creation without thoroughly reading all the texts. It also avoids the omission of niche works. Since writing can provide the author with valuable experience, niche works also allow us to explore the perspectives and preferences of an audience with obscure tastes. Meanwhile, this chapter has certain limitations. We could not include full BL fiction texts in the model, so we hope to explore them and compare BL fiction to other related genres in future research. Open access, this chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Baruch H. 1991. Women, Love and Power, Literary and Psychoanalytic Perspectives. New York, New York University Press. Land. Tang. 2016. Chinese Gay Men's Coming Out Narratives, Connecting Social Relationship to Co-Cultural Theory. Journal of International and Communication 9-4, 351-367. 2009. Literature as Qualitative Inquiry. Qualitative Inquiry 15-8, 1376-1394. And Colin Richardson. 1995. A Queer Romance, Lesbians, Gay Men, and Popular Culture. London's Land. 2021. Girl Power in Boy Love, Online Female Counterculture and Digital Feminism in China. Feminist Media Studies 21, 4, 604-620. 2016. But Obedient, A Case of Taiwan's BL Fandom. Interasia Cultural Studies 17, 2, 223-238. 2018. Rerating the movie scores in through word embedding. Journal of Physics, Conference Series 1004, 1, 12030. NAG and D, 2013. Exploiting Affinities Between Topic Modeling and the Sociological Perspective on Culture. Application to Newspaper Coverage of U.S. Government Arts Funding. Poetics 41-6, 576-06. L. 2020. Separating the Wheat from the Chaff, a topic and keyword-based procedure for identifying research-relevant text. Poetics 86, 101,527. 1979. The History of Sexuality, 1, An Introduction. Trans. Hurley R. London, Lane. Gin 2013. Romancing the Internet, producing and consuming Chinese web romance. Leiden's Brill. 1997. Paratexts, Thresholds of Interpretation. Trans. J. E. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Grimmer, Justin, and Brandon M. Stewart. 2013. Text as Data, The Promise and Pitfalls of Automatic Content Analysis Methods for Political Texts. Political Analysis, 21 3, 267-297. Han. 2020. Anti-Feminist Tendency in Chinese Novels. Prose 106, 58 in Chinese. Henry. 1992. Textual Poachers, Television Fans and Participatory Culture. London's Ibo. And 2016. Research on Profit Model Optimization Strategy of Online Novels. View on Publishing 7, 2831 in Chinese. And 1993. A Guide to and Gay Novels. Tokyo in Japanese. Martin. 2012. Girls Who Love Boys Love, Japanese Homoerotic Manga as Transnational Taiwan Culture. Interasia Cultural Studies 12, 3, 365-383. 2013. Drawing from the Body, the Self, the Gaze and the Other in Boys Love Manga. Journal of Graphic Novels and Comics 4-1, 6481. 2015. Theorizing BL as a Transformative Genre. Boys, Love Moves the World Forward. Tokyo Books in Japanese. Moi. 2008. I Am Not a Woman Writer. Feminist Theory 9, 3, 259-271. Gland. 2013. Transnational Boys Love Fan Studies. Transformative Works in Cultures 12, 1-9. Eve Ensley. 2020. A Queer Socialist Brotherhood, The Guardian web series, Boys Love Fandom and the Chinese State. Feminist Media Studies 24, 479-495. 2020. Steampunk, Zombie Apocalypse, and Homoerotic Romance, Rewriting Revolution plus Love in Contemporary China. Modern Chinese Literature and Culture 32, 2, 179-229. Luo. 2008. Mencius on Filial Piety and Having No Descendant is the Gravest Offense. Confucius Studies 2, 36-39 in Chinese. Bridget. 2019. The Untamed, Chinese Boy Love Drama We Can't Stop Watching. Film Daily, 2 December. Co-News The Untamed accessed 5 February 2022. 2008. Reading BL in the West. Participations 5-2, 119. 1991. Reading the Romance, Women, Patriarchy, and Popular Literature. Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press. 1992. Male Subjectivity at the Margins. New York. Eve 1985. Between Men, English Literature and Male Homosocial Desire. New York, Columbia University Press. 1993. Do Women Like Gays? 71, 6, 82-83 in Japanese. 2014. Why Many Young Chinese Women Are Writing Gay Male Erotica. Com China 20-140526C26, Erotica NS accessed 2 February 2021. Azai. 2020. Boys Love in China, Reflexivity, Genre Transformation, and Cultural Interaction. Prism, Theory and Modern Chinese Literature 17-1, 104-126. Azai. 2020b. More Than Conformity or Resistance, Chinese boys love fandom in the age of internet censorship. Journal of the European Association for Chinese Studies 1, 189-213. And Michaels. 2016. Fandom and Coercive Empowerment, the Commission Production of Chinese Online Literature. Media, Culture and Society 38 6, 881 900. And Judith. 1999. The End of the Line. Men and Masculinities 2, 1, 625. Wei John. 2014. Queer Encounters Between Iron Man and Chinese Boys Love Fandom. Transformative Works and Cultures 17, 136. K 2020. Towards a Queer Effective Economy of Boys. Love in Contemporary Chinese Media. Continuum 34-4, 505-13. Su and Tan 2021. The Chinese Female, a study of the network community of the boys, love movie, Call Me By Your Name, Feminist Media Studies 21-1, 3550. Su and Ling Yang. 2013. Forbidden Love, Incest, Generational Conflict, and the Erotics of Power in Chinese BL Fiction. Journal of Graphic Novels and Comics 4, 1, 3043. Yang Ling and Su. 2017. The Love That Dare Not Speak Its Name, The Fate of Chinese Communities in the 2014 Anti-Porn Campaign. In the End of Cool Japan, Ethical, Legal, and Cultural to Japanese Popular Culture, ed. Mark 163, 183. London and New York. Ye. 2013. Reflection on Chinese Boys Love Fans, An Insider's View. Transformative Works and Cultures 12-1. Charlie Yi and Adam K. 2021. Hyperreal Homoerotic Love in a Monarchized Military Conjuncture, A Situated View of the Thai Boys' Love Industry. Feminist Media Studies 21, 6, 1039-1043. 2016. The Construction of an Imagined Community. Youth Studies 4, 7684 plus 96 in Chinese. Zhou and Sherman. 2018. Still a Heterogendered World, a content analysis of gender stereotypes and romantic ideals in Chinese boy love stories. Sex Roles 78, 1, 107 118. Els. 2018. Loving the Love of Boys, Motives for Consuming Media. PLOS 113, 6, E01988895. Slash fiction also focuses on fictional male-male romantic or sexual relationships, but is mostly fan fiction based on existing literary or film works, whereas the BL fiction we studied is original and unrelated to any existing work. CNET men's physiological characteristics determine that there must be distinct roles in sexual behavior. However, different from the real situation, the roles of and Yuk in BL fiction are relatively fixed, and they rarely exchange roles with each other, thus producing unequal power. About the surrogacy controversy in China, see edition Com 20-210-122, China Celebrity Surrogacy Scandal Index. 11. Modeling Ideology, a distant reading of Marx's collected works. 1. Introduction. Scholars in the relevant field have proposed introducing quantitative methods into the study of the history of Marx's thoughts to provide an empirical and scientific tool and a new dimension of thinking for the deepening analysis of classic texts. 2012. With the continuous digitalization and internet-based development of classic Marxist literature, a digital research path has been formed, and 2018. In recent years, the quantitative analysis of text, facilitated by computers and algorithms, has been integrated as a fundamental method into the research paradigms of text analysis, transforming traditional text analysis based on understanding and interpretation. With the maturity of machine learning techniques, especially natural language processing algorithms, quantitative text analysis is no longer limited to simple manual coding and word frequency counting. Various analysis techniques, such as topic analysis, semantic analysis, and network analysis, have led to breakthroughs and added value in the application of machine learning techniques. There have been some exploratory studies using the machine learning technique in sociology, political science, economics, psychology, and other areas of the social sciences. Grimmer and Stewart 2013, 2009, 2011, 2005, offering useful examples for understanding the reliability, validity, and application methods of this technique. Comparatively speaking, quantitative text analysis is more macroscopic, deductive, and objective, while qualitative methods are more inductive and exploratory. Marx wrote a vast number of works, but it is the grandness, richness, and complexity of their thoughts that make it difficult to acquire a microlevel and holistic understanding of their doctrines across space and time. As analyzed above, under an analysis framework dominated by segmented and interpretative methods, introducing machine learning methods into the analysis process of the works of Marx, and rereading these intellectual heritages of Marx, and distantly, on the basis of full-text reading and large historical spans, may bring a different perspective to the study of Marxism. Thus, this chapter is a new attempt to quantitatively analyze the texts of Marx, and using computational research methods. 2 Data and Methods. The Marx Collected Works, MECW, a collection of English translations of the works of Marx, and it was used in this study. It consists of 50 volumes, and is compiled based on the second Russian edition of MECW, published by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, and the German edition of MECW, published by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism of the Central Committee of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, SED, and printed by Lawrence, and from 1975 to 2004. This compilation contains more than 5,000 manuscripts written by Marx, and during 1835-1895, including their works on philosophy, history, politics, economics, and other areas. 127. Marx's The Capital and Related Manuscripts. 2837, and Their Letters. 3850. It is the most complete publication of the works of Marx in English. The main content and covered period of each volume are shown in Table 1. Basic contents of 150 of the MECW. Volumes. Period. Contents. 1-3. 1835-1844. Early Writings of Marx, and 327. 1844-1895. Classics and Editorials of Marx, and 2837. 1857-1894. Works of Marxist Economics. Economic Manuscripts and the Capital. 3850. 1844-1895. Correspondence of Marx, and the quantitative text analysis method based on machine learning was used in this study. It is a method for analyzing unstructured text data and extracting information from these texts in a quantitative way by capturing the relationships between words. When analyzing the holistic and historical properties of Marx and texts, the LDA topic model was employed. For the practical and communicative properties, a named entity recognition (NER) method based on the named entity recognizer was used. Written material generally centers on specific topics themes, which represent the elements that frequently appear in the text, including propositions, habitually used words, or contextual meaning. Topic analysis is the process of mining, describing, comparing, and reproducing these topics. The probabilistic topic modeling with LDA was used here, which can automatically identify the hidden topic information in a large text corpus through relational analysis of word meaning. That is, the co-occurrence of words. Moreover, NER is the algorithm of locating and categorizing important and proper nouns in a text, mainly including names of people, places, organizations, and time. In this study, the realistic attention to different countries in the texts of Marx, and was measured through recognizing the country names in the works or articles of Marx, and the social relation network of Marx, and was also constructed by recognizing the people's names in their letters. See Chapter 3 for an introduction to the LDA topic model and NER algorithm. 3. Contents and structure. The overall word frequency, in volumes 150 of the MECW, was first counted. To avoid situations where the same English word has different forms, all words were lemmatized. Figure 1 shows the top 100 high-frequency words after removing some meaningless function words. The larger the size of a word, the higher the frequency of its occurrence. Overall capital appearing 34,858 times, and value appearing 32,625 times, are the two words that appear most frequently in the MECW, followed by production, appearing 18,384 times, work, appearing 17,785 times, and money, appearing 15,366 times. Many high-frequency words in the MECW are related to surplus value or labor, such as commodity, appearing 14,626 times, surplus, appearing 11,177 times, profit, appearing 10,795 times, price, appearing 10,304 times, worker, appearing 10,224 times, exchange, appearing 8646 times, and wage, appearing 7633 times. High-frequency words related to Marxist politics include power, appearing 9659 times, class, appearing 8797 times, war, appearing 8083 times, government, appearing 7487 times, party, appearing 6413 times, and movement, appearing 5055 times. German, appearing 11,733 times, and French, appearing 8896 times, are also frequently mentioned in the MECW. Top 100 words, appearing most frequently in the MECW. For a more detailed quantitative analysis, the LDA topic model was trained using all the contents of 137 of the MECW1 without prior information. The model can use the co-occurrence of words to discover the probability distribution of different topics and words within each topic from a large number of documents. For the selection of topics, models with 8, 10, 12, and 16 topics were trained. After a comprehensive evaluation of the connotation and extension of each topic, the degree of distinction between topics, and the research purpose, the model with 10 topics was selected for subsequent analysis. Table 2 displays the 10 topics identified by LDA, along with the 25 words that have the highest probability or are most representative under each topic. For each work in the MECW, every word can be categorized as a topic, and the distribution of the content of the work over each topic can then be calculated. In some cases, there may be no words under a certain topic in the work, then the proportion of this topic is 0. Or, if there are many words in an article on a certain topic, then this article can be a representative work on this topic. An article can cover multiple topics or focus on a single topic. The name of each topic is summarized and extracted by considering all the keywords presented by the topic. In general, the topics revealed by the LDA topic model include labor and surplus value, society and history, revolution and party, military and violence, trade and economic crises, class and rights, politics and editorials, international workers' organizations, nature and science, and others, which is difficult to summarize its specific meaning and thereby not analyzed in detail in this study. The 10 topics of MECW. Topic 1. Topic 2. Topic 3. Topic 4. Topic 5. Labor and surplus value. Society and history. Revolution and party. Military and violence. Trade and economic crises. Capital 0.042. World. 0.009. Revolution. 0.012. Armies. 0.024. Trade. 0.009. Value. 0.04. Political. 0.008. Government. 0.011. Troop. 0.011. Factory. 0.008. Production. 0.021. Property. 0.007. War. 0.01. War. 0.01. Increase. 0.008. Commodity. 0.018. Individual. 0.007. Party. 0.009. Force. 0.009. Power. 0.007. Money. 0.016. Society. 0.007. National. 0.009. Line. 0.009. Price. 0.005. Surplus. 0.014. Form. 0.007. Power. 0.008. Attack. 0.008. Bank. 0.005. Profit. 0.013. Nature. 0.006. Glass. 0.006. Battalion. 0.007. Manufacture. 0.005. Product. 0.012. Philosophy. 0.006. Constitution. 0.005. Cavalry. 0.006. Glass. 0.005. Price. 0.011. Law. 0.006. Political. 0.005. Corpse. 0.006. Wage. 0.005. Capitalist. 0.01. Relation. 0.005. Revolutionary. 0.005. Military. 0.006. Child. 0.005. Exchange. 0.01. Right. 0.005. Bourgeoisie. 0.005. Battles. 0.005. Law. 0.005. Produce. 0.008. History. 0.005. Republic. 0.005. Enemies. 0.005. Cotton. 0.005. Wage. 0.008. Power. 0.005. Armies. 0.004. Infantry. 0.005. Amount. 0.004. Circulation. 0.007. Criticism. 0.005. Nation. 0.004. Form. 0.005. Market. 0.004. Rate 0.006. Spirit 0.004. Interest 0.004. Artillery 0.005. Industry 0.004. Workers 0.006. Freedom 0.004. Movement 0.004. Officer 0.005. Machinery 0.004. Rent 0.006. Private 0.003. Napoleon 0.004. Division 0.005. Capitalist 0.004. Quantity 0.005. Object 0.003. King 0.004. Gun 0.004. Manufacturer 0.004. Productive 0.005. Development 0.003. Force 0.004. Advance 0.004. Export 0.003. Material 0.005. Free 0.003. Struggle 0.003. Regiment 0.004. Employ 0.003. Amount 0.005. Principal 0.003. Bourgeois 0.003. Far 0.004. Crisis 0.003. Land 0.004. Contradiction 0.003. Empire 0.003. Soldier 0.004. Commercial 0.003. Cost 0.004. Religion 0.003. Form 0.003. Fire 0.004. Capital 0.003. Employ 0.003. Mass 0.002. Election 0.003. Numbers 0.004. Produce 0.003. Topic 6. Topic 7. Topic 8. Topic 9. Topic 10. Class and rights. Politics and editorials. International workers. Organizations. Nature and science. Others. Glass 0.012. Government 0.013. Council 0.03. Motion 0.019. Imperial 0.009. Workers 0.012. Law 0.006. International 0.026. Form 0.015. Troop 0.004. Bourgeoisie 0.009. Treaty 0.005. Congress 0.017. Nature. 0.013. God. 0.004. Peasant. 0.009. War. 0.005. Association. 0.016. Atom. 0.013. Back. 0.004. Land. 0.008. Court. 0.005. Section. 0.012. Force. 0.012. Pest. 0.004. Social. 0.007. Minister. 0.005. Alliance. 0.012. Natural. 0.007. Heart. 0.004. Bourgeois. 0.006. Right. 0.004. Committee. 0.01. Heat. 0.007. Towards. 0.003. Society. 0.006. Police. 0.004. Federal. 0.009. Process. 0.007. Stand. 0.003. Condition. 0.006. Official. 0.004. Workers. 0.009. Weight. 0.006. Die. 0.003. Industry. 0.006. Newspaper. 0.004. Society. 0.009. Change. 0.006. Lead. 0.003. Property. 0.005. Ministry. 0.004. Rule. 0.008. Energy. 0.006. Battles. 0.003. Proletariat. 0.005. Cologne. 0.004. Central. 0.006. System. 0.006. Lie. 0.003. Right. 0.004. Authority. 0.004. Resolution. 0.006. Mechanical. 0.005. Far. 0.003. System. 0.004. Debate. 0.003. Geneva. 0.006. Chemical. 0.005. Entire. 0.003. Small. 0.004. Cabinet. 0.003. Secret. 0.006. Dialectic. 0.005. Town. 0.003. Free. 0.004. Parliament. 0.003. Glass. 0.006. Produce. 0.004. Fire. 0.003. Form. 0.004. Berlin 0.003. Party 0.005. Line 0.004. Vite 0.003. Interest 0.004. Bill 0.003. Delegate 0.005. Earth 0.003. True 0.002. Family 0.004. Duty 0.003. Federation 0.005. Animals 0.003. I 0.002. Trade 0.004. Tribune 0.003. League 0.005. Light 0.003. Look 0.002. Town 0.004. Power 0.003. Political 0.005. Action 0.003. Love 0.002. Law 0.004. Nobles 0.003. Pamphlet 0.004. Quantity 0.003. City 0.002. Development 0.003. Pay 0.003. Meeting 0.004. Physic 0.003. Borders 0.002. Far 0.003. Office 0.003. Revolutionary 0.004. Organic 0.003. Early 0.002. Force 0.003. Statement 0.002. Communist 0.004. Move 0.003. Along 0.002. Topics 2 and 9 both fall into the category of Marxist philosophy, with Topic 2 focusing more on the philosophical worldview of Marx, and Topic 9 more on the views of Marx, and on nature and science. Topic 2 relates to the basic views of Marx, and on the world and society and the laws of their development. Terms such as individual, society, form, history, and development are directly related to the relationship between human and society and the historical development stage of human societies. Terms such as political, property, produce, principle, religion, law, and relation refer to the elements of the socioeconomic base and superstructure, trying to reveal the general laws of social development. Terms such as right, spirit, freedom, and mass correspond to the Marxist view of history on the roles of the mass and the realization of the kingdom of freedom. And terms such as criticism, object, and contradiction embody the principles of the Marxist worldview. Topic 9 centers around the discussions of Marx and on nature and science. Terms such as motion, move, form, process, and change directly refer to Marx's opinion that matter is in constant motion. Terms such as nature, natural, atom, heat, energy, earth, animal, light, weight, quantity, physics, chemistry, and organic reflect the attention of Marx, and to natural sciences including physics, chemistry, and biology, and the influence of natural sciences on their view of nature. Terms such as force, product line, mechanical, and action refer to the relationship between humans and nature, and the term dialectic directly presents the basic principles of the Marxist view of nature. Topics 1 and 5 relate to Marx's discussions on the capitalist system and the law of its development. Topic 1 mainly focuses on the theory of labor and surplus value. Its terms concern Marx's expositions of the core concepts of the capitalist mode of production and basic economic laws, such as capital, money, circulation, commodity, market, value, price, production, exchange, surplus, value, profit, capitalist, worker, employ, wage, material, cost, rate, and productive. The terms of Topic 5 are mostly related to trade and economic crisis, such as trade, increase, price, wage, amount, market, machinery, export, and so on, and refer to excess production capacity, insufficient consumption demand, and the contradiction between expanding production and weakening purchasing power of the people caused by the capitalist mode of production. Terms such as class, capitalist, and employ refer to the manifestations of the basic contradictions of capitalism in class relations, and terms including bank and crisis concern the economic crisis resulting from this basic contradiction. Topics 3, 6, and 8 are Marx's discussions on class, revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, describing the nature, conditions, and laws of development of the struggle for the liberation of the proletariat. Topic 3 focuses on revolution and party, including both socialist and bourgeois revolutions. Revolution is the term that appears most frequently and is also the most important word in this topic. Terms such as war, party, army, movement, force, struggle, and interest show Marx's programmatic guidance for the proletariat to form parties, launch armed and violent revolutions, and fight for their own interests. And terms such as constitution, bourgeoisie, republic, king, empire, election, and prince relate to the anti-feudal capitalist revolutions fighting for democracy. Topic 6 is about Marx's theory of class and society. The first four most important words in this topic are class, worker, bourgeoisie, and peasant. Proletariat also appears in this topic. Terms such as land and property correspond to Marx's relevant discussion on the standards of class division. Words such as right, interest, and force reflect the class struggle. Topic 8 discusses the establishment of international workers' unions in the works of Marx, and terms such as Council Committee, International, Association Alliance Federation League, Worker, Party, and Communist refer to Marx's basic view that the proletariat must unite internationally, establish international communist organizations, and use their international solidarity to fight the bourgeoisie. Terms such as rule, Geneva, delegate, pamphlets, and meetings refer to the organizational principles, programmatic documents, and daily activities of the International Federation of Workers. Topics 4 and 7 relate to the discussions of Marx and on military and politics. The core vocabulary of Topic 4 is basically related to military and armed affairs, including terms such as army troop battalion, war battle, force, attack, enemy, infantry, artillery, and soldiers. This topic explores the series of theoretical viewpoints developed by Marx and on war, the army, violent revolution, and other issues, which were formed after reflecting on the wars of the 19th century and reflect the concerns of Marx and regarding the realities of their time. Topic 7 mainly refers to politics. Terms such as government, treaty, ministry, police, official, cabinet, parliament, power, law, and court have obvious political and legal references, and terms such as newspaper, debate, and tribune indicate that this topic mainly relates to Marx's political editorials published in newspapers and periodicals that lashed out at the malpractices then. With topics being detected, we further explored the proportion of each topic in the MECW. Since LDA can categorize each term in each document into a topic according to the optimal probability, the proportion of the terms assigned to each topic in the total words of the MECW was calculated. The results are shown in Fig. 2. The proportion of each topic in the MECW. It can be seen that, in the MECW, expositions on the capitalist system and its law of development account for the largest proportion, up to 41%. The discussion on labor and surplus value accounts for 32% of the total content, and the discussion on trade and economic crisis accounts for 9%. The discussion at such great length can be directly attributed to the 3 economic manuscripts of Marx and the 3 volumes of the Capital compiled based on them. The discussions of Marx and on class, revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat account for the second largest proportion, approximately 23% of the total content. The discussions on class and revolution account for 9% and 10%, respectively, and the discussion on the formation of international workers' organizations accounts for 4%. The content related to Marxist philosophy accounts for about 14% of the MECW, including the discussion on society and history, 12%, and the discussion on nature and science, 2%. The discussion on military and violence accounts for 9% of the total content, and the topics of politics and editorials account for 8%. In 1913, Vladimir Lenin outlined in his work, The 3 Sources and 3 Component Parts of Marxism, that Marxism could be divided into 3 components: Marxist philosophy, Marxist political economy, and scientific socialism. Through the quantitative analysis of the basic content of the main works of Marx, and these 3 components do form a corresponding relationship with the topics of the classic texts of Marxism. The result of the topic analysis shows that, through textual counting, the overall exposition of the classic texts of Marx, and is an encyclopedia covering philosophy, politics, economics, military, law, society, etc. The organic integration of the principles of the Marxist philosophy, political economy, and scientific socialism, a multi-level theoretical system from abstract to the concrete level that includes worldview and methodology, the basic laws of human social development, and different stages of human social development. A comprehensive discussion from theoretical deduction to realistic criticism, unifying theory and practice. It is worth noting that our topic categorization of the MECW is not an artificial dismemberment of the overall writings, dividing Marx's thoughts into different branches or subcategories. On the contrary, we intend to view all the focal points in the MECW generally from a macro perspective, and understand the most comprehensive and complete theoretical implications from the original texts of Marx, and from the perspective of analysis methods, the LDA topic model uses words as the analysis unit and categorizes words into different topics. Therefore, each work may have multiple topics. Meanwhile, the words under each topic are not mutually exclusive, and the same word may be assigned to different topics due to different contexts. This can avoid an either-or division of the contents, and ensures an organic and holistic analysis of the classic texts of Marx, and 4. Development of Marx and thoughts. Marx and are not only the founders of Marxism, but also its developers, while Marxism is constantly supplemented, enriched, and developed along with the changes in Marx and thoughts. A historical investigation of the development process of Marx and the thoughts in the background of historical development, which implements the unity of theory and history, and theory and practice, can facilitate our re-understanding and summarization of the lessons and laws from the emergence and transformation of Marxism under specific conditions, and understanding the internal logic of the development of Marx and the thoughts. Based on the above results, we further introduced the time dimension into the topic analysis. We divided and counted all the texts in the MECW year by year according to when they were written. For each year's texts, each word was assigned to a topic by the trained LDA topic model according to the context, and then the proportion of the words in each topic in the total text content of the year was calculated. A proportional distribution of each topic in the total text of the year was finally obtained to show the diachronic changes in the writing focuses of Marx, and Figure 3 illustrates the topic changes in the texts written by Marx and from 1835 to 1895, presented as a percentage stacked area chart. The percentage stacked area chart of diachronic changes in the writing topics of Marx and most works prior to 1847 fall into the philosophical category, focusing on philosophy, worldview, nature, and science. During this period, Marx focused on criticizing and transforming classical philosophy, discovering historical materialism, and founding Marxist philosophy. Marx's doctoral dissertation, The Difference Between the and Epicurean Philosophy of Nature, 1841. Critique of Philosophy of Right, Economic and Philosophically Manuscripts of 1844, The Holy Family, 1844, The German Ideology, 1845-1846, and The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, were all written during this period. In the first half of the 1850s, under the influence of the revolutions in real life, Marx and mainly focused on three topics: revolution and political parties, military and war, and politics and law, and wrote a large number of editorial articles that pointed out the shortcomings of the times. Since the bourgeois revolutions broke out in Europe in 1848, the proportion of the treatises of Marx, and on revolution, military affairs, and politics, has grown rapidly and reached a peak, reflecting the influence of the objective situation of revolutionary development on their thoughts. During this period, Marx not only conducted theoretical analysis and summarization of the lessons from the European revolutions in 1848, but also made real-time comments and analyses of the wars that occurred in reality. They wrote The Class Struggles in France, 1848-1850, 1849-1850, The Peasant War in Germany, 1850, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, 1852, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1851-1852, Revolutionary Spain, 1854, The Armies of Europe, 1855, and other articles mostly published in the New York Daily Tribune and Die. In the second half of the 1850s, focusing on the two major themes, labor and value theory, and trade and economic crisis, Marx accumulated their systematic theoretical works on political economy that analyzed the capitalist system and the laws of its development. Between 1857 and 1868, as capitalism underwent steady post-revolutionary development and experienced periodic economic crises, Marx shifted his writing focus to economic research. The discussion on the theory of value and basic contradictions of capitalism was the main content of his writings during this period. The three manuscripts of The Capital were written during this period. From the 1860s to the 1870s, the writing focus of Marx shifted to discussing the dictatorship of the proletariat, aiming to enrich and develop the theory of scientific socialism. Their works during this period centered on the three themes: class and society, revolution and political party, and international workers' organization. Back to the historical background of this period, the 1860s, the proletariat's growth with the development of capitalism led to surging labor movements. There were labor strikes in the UK, France, and Germany. And from a global perspective, national liberation movements against colonial rule and democratic movements against feudal rule were surging, such as the national unification movements in Germany and Italy, the uprising in Poland, the Civil War in the US, and the Taiping Rebellion in China. When labor movements and national movements collaborated, Marx actively participated in analyzing and guiding revolutions in various countries. In 1863, they founded the International Workingmen's Association, endeavored to enhance the international unity of the proletariat, and published a large number of guiding opinions. In the 1870s, with the establishment and failure of the Paris Commune and the establishment of the German working-class political party, as the leaders and mentors of the international proletarian revolution, Marx, based on their experience in guiding labor movements and related reflections, wrote The Civil War in France, 1871, and Criticism of the Gotha Program, 1875. Making scientific predictions on the development of communism and fighting against the opportunistic ideological trends, such as in the labor movement. In their later years, Marx returned to the study of history and natural philosophy, focusing on philosophical topics and summarizing and sublimating the thoughts of Marxism once again. It can be seen that the topics of philosophical worldview and natural sciences once again peaked in the works of Marx, and from 1875 to 1888. The ideas of the revolutionary mentors evolved from theory after decades of revolutionary practice. During this period, Marx conducted in-depth studies of the evolutionary laws of prehistoric society, especially the development of Indian society, and made notes on anthropology. At the same time, he extended his research on world history, especially European history, and made notes on history. Wrote Dialectics of Nature and Ludwig, and the End of Classical German Philosophy, to systematically explain the Marxist view of nature, worldview, and methodology. The works of this period further enrich and develop Marx's research on the relationship between humans and nature and the laws of development of human society. From the historical development process of Marx and thoughts, the following characteristics were summarized. First, the writing themes of Marx, and are clearly related to the time period in which they compiled their works. The distribution of the topics in the works of Marx, and is not evenly distributed over time. Marx and focused on different themes in different periods. In general, the early works of Marx and are mainly philosophical. Their works in the middle period mostly focus on the political economy of the bourgeois revolution and the nature of capitalism, and the works in the later period are devoted to the study of proletarian revolution, scientific socialism, and human history. Second, the works of Marx and contain an internal development logic that moves from practice to theory and then back to practice. After their initial discussion on historical materialism and dialectics in the early years, Marx and revisited these topics following their practical experience in the real world for half a century. Meanwhile, the theory of surplus value came into being just after the failure of the European Revolution in 1848 and before the leadership of the Paris Commune, reflecting the theoretical and practical cycle of Marx, and from reflecting on reality to returning to reality. Third, the themes of the works of Marx, and are the organic unity of concrete history. Although the works of each period have a clear topic emphasis, they are not disconnected from each other. Basically, the works of Marx, and in each period related to multiple themes. The historical materialism, theory of surplus value, and scientific socialism of Marx, and interact with each other, and advance as a whole in the course of historical development. 5 realistic concerns of Marx, and the works of Marx, and are not lofty theories confined to academic studies. Since their emergence, they have been deeply rooted in, serving, and developing in practice. Marx once said, "All social life is essentially practical. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it." Marxism was born under the waves of capitalist development and the workers' revolution. It has been tested, enriched, and developed during its attention to reality, and continuously applied in the social practice of guiding the social revolutions of the proletariat to realize its historical mission. When writing their classic texts, Marx drew on the development status and practical problems of various countries, reflecting distinct practicality and realistic concerns. Therefore, it will provide us with a better understanding of the formation process of Marxism, arising from practice and returning to practice, by exploring the realistic attention to countries in the classic texts of Marx, and the number of mentions of different countries by Marx, and in the writing process, can directly reflect the scope and intensity of their realistic attention. The changes in such numbers of mentions on a yearly basis can intuitively reflect the shift in the attention of Marx and to real society. Therefore, we have identified all the country names in the texts of Marx, and through the NER method, and counted their frequency of appearance. Figure 4 shows a heat map to indicate the number of mentions of the country's regions in the world across 137 of the MECW. Moreover, 5 representative countries, England, Russia, America, India, and China, were selected to count the changes in their frequency of appearance. Data of 2 consecutive years were smoothed to draw the percentage stacking area chart for them, Fig. 5's. Heat map for mentioned frequencies of different countries by Marx, and percentage stacked area chart for the mentioned frequencies of 5 countries. It can be observed that Marx primarily focused on the realities of most countries in Europe, Asia, and North America. The focus was on Britain, France, and Germany in Europe, Russia, and India in Asia, and the U.S. attention was also paid to several countries in Latin America, Africa, and Oceania, indicating a very wide perspective. European countries were the most important ones. England received the most attention, being mentioned a total of 48 times, followed by France and Germany. Italy, Turkey, Ireland, Switzerland, Poland, and Spain were also the Western countries that received greater attention from Marx and known from the diachronic data of England, a representative country in Europe, Marx and paid great attention to this country during the country's Chartism, 1842-1848, the later period of the European Revolution, 1852-1856, the writing period of economic manuscripts, 1861-1865, and the arms race period in the early 1890s, 1891-1892. It indicated that Marx and concerned themselves with real issues such as the European bourgeois revolution, labor movement, capitalist development, social status, and imperialist invasions. Marx and demonstrated a particular interest in Russia, mentioning it 78 times in their works. Over time, there were 4 distinct peaks in the degree of attention, occurring around 1854, 1866, 1875, and 1889, respectively. The first 2 heated discussions coincide with the Crimean War in Russia and the anti-Russian national uprising in Poland, respectively. In the 1870s, Marx even taught himself Russian to give a very detailed discussion of the forms of land ownership in Russia. At that time, Marx no longer paid attention to Russia due to current affairs, but studied Russia's development path as a complete field and explored the particularity of the Russian labor movement and socialist revolution. In fact, some of Marx's works were first published and disseminated in Russia. Marx paid great attention to issues such as the history of imperial colonial diplomacy in Russia, Tsarist autocracy, serfdom, the village land system, and the revolutionary situation of the working class. Their ideas also had significant reverberations in Russia. Marx paid attention to the U.S., mainly around 1862, and in the late 1880s. Around 1862, when the American Civil War broke out, Marx conducted a profound analysis of the reasons for the war, its tactical strategies, and the American slavery system situating distant America within their capitalist analysis framework. A series of reviews was written, such as the writings on the American Civil War. The peaks of attention in the late 1880s were attracted for 2 reasons. The first peak corresponds to the strikes in Chicago. The labor movement in the U.S. reached its climax during this period and had a profound impact on socialist movements worldwide. Paid great attention to the working class in the U.S., he not only went to the U.S. in person, but also publicly set Labor Day to commemorate this movement in the U.S. at the founding meeting of the Second International. The second reason is the development of the American capitalist economy. After the Civil War, the U.S. capitalist economy experienced rapid development, marked by several trends and changes that foreshadowed its future growth, including credit accumulation, joint stock companies, and trusts. To further improve his theory of political economy, Marx closely followed the new changes in the American economy, and even came up with the idea of revising the capital and compiling his theory of credit using the U.S. as a model. Directly made new research on these phenomena, trying to provide a scientific basis for the proletariat to develop new struggle strategies. Regarding Eastern countries, Marx mainly focused on India and China, mentioning 1152 times and 369 times, respectively. Over time, the focus on both China and India shifted in the 1850s, related to colonial aggression, the Second Opium War, and the waves of movements against Western colonialism in China and India during this period. On the one hand, Marx paid more attention to China and India out of his thinking on the historical destiny and future of the backward countries and Eastern societies. On the other hand, The anti-feudal Taiping Rebellion and the Second Opium War broke out in China in 1851 and 1856. Meanwhile, India experienced a national uprising against British colonial rule in 1857. Marx analyzed the political and economic structures of the colonizers and colonies from a global and historical perspective, and began to explore the internal relationship between proletarian revolutions and movements and national liberation movements in the oppressed regions. According to our analysis of the realistic concerns of Marx, and we can see that Marxism is not founded on the investigations or analysis of certain countries. Instead, Marx, and with a very broad vision, investigated and analyzed countries with different geographical locations, social backgrounds, and political systems by taking into consideration the East and the West, the colonizer and colonized countries, the bourgeois revolution and national liberation movement, the labor movement and peasant uprising, the land and economic systems, and other aspects. As Marx repeatedly pointed out, their theories are not dogmas, but guides for action. Marxism is constantly being enriched and developed through the practice of various countries, and is constantly tested and realizing its own historical mission in this process. The basic principles of Marxism are not a one-sided generalization based on particularity, but a universal science sublimated on the basis of a comprehensive overview of the world. It is this practicality, which is closely integrated with the masses and the specific conditions of the times, that determines the scientific nature and vigorous vitality of Marxism. 6 Social networks of Marx. And a social network refers to a structure consisting of social relations. It reflects the social relations between actors. Marx and thoughts are not isolated, but came into being and spread in the collision and communication with other thinkers' thoughts. 3850 of the MECW contains a total of 3957 personal letters of Marx, and, compared to the treatises, the letters have a clear address. The correspondence reflects a person's social network to a certain extent. So, these letters can reflect the dissemination process of debate and influence among Marx and other contemporary thinkers. In general, the letterhead and the closing part contain specific information about the writer and the recipient. If a third person is mentioned in the body of the letter, then this person is likely to have some kind of social relationship with both the writer and the recipient, or at least be someone that the writer or the recipient knows in real life, or a public figure that both of them pay close attention to. Therefore, if 2 names appear at the same time in a letter, there must be some intersection of them in life, work, or thought, which can reflect the social networking and interaction of Marx, and we automatically identified the person's names in each letter using the NER method as a node in the network analysis. If 2 person names appear at the same time in a letter, a set of co-occurrence relationships is recorded as edges in the network. A network analysis software is used to draw a global social network of Marx, and with figures appearing more than 20 times in their letters. As shown in Fig. 6, the size of a node reflects the frequency of appearance of a person's name in all letters. The connections between the nodes reflect the co-occurrence between the figures, and thicker lines indicate more co-occurrences between nodes and thereby closer social tiers. The obtained social network contains a total of 1079 nodes and 2973 edges. The diameter of the network is 3, the average path length is 1.968, and the average clustering coefficient is 0.859. To better present the information, we selected the persons' names that appeared over 160 times, and the edges with 2 names that co-appear over 120 times, to draw a local detailed social network of Marx and Fig. 7. Social network in the letters of Marx and global. Social network in the letters of Marx and detailed. In the social network of Marx, and there were many activists of the labor movement and followers of Marxism. As revolutionary mentors, Marx guided them in establishing the workers' parties and leading the workers' movement. August and William, the founders of the German Social Democratic Party, the founder of the French Workers' Party, the founder of the Socialist Labor Party of America, Becker, Ludwig and Joseph, German labor activists, were among these activists and followers. As close friends and comrades-in-arms of Marx, and they jointly promoted the dissemination and development of Marxism, as well as the integration of Marxism with the specific revolutionary practices of various countries. There were also many representatives of opportunism and revisionism in the social correspondence network of Marx, and Ferdinand and Jean Baptiste, the representatives of a representative, Pierre Joseph, a representative, Edward, a revisionist representative, and some other representatives of petty bourgeoisie socialists, Henry Mayers, Julian, August, and Blind. Most of these figures were activists in the international labor movement who had followed Marx in the early days or were close friends of Marx. However, their non-radical petty bourgeois ideas on how to lead the working class diverged from those of Marx, and they even severed relationships with Marx and the families, doctors, and working partners of Marx, and also corresponded with them actively. Marx and co-occurred most frequently, up to 23,238 times, reflecting their intimate revolutionary friendship. The frequency of Marx's co-occurrence with his eldest daughter Jenny Marx, his second daughter Laura Marx, his youngest daughter Marx II, and his sister is 794 times, 686 times, 722 times, and 335 times, respectively. The social co-occurrence network also unveils that doctor and friend, Edward, whose name co-appeared with 418 times. In his letters to Marx often asked him to consult for advice on illness treatments, Henderson 1976. At the same time, Marx had very good relationships with Joseph and Ernst, the editors of the and Charlie Anderson, the editor of the New York Daily Tribune. 7. Conclusion. This chapter undertakes a macro-level and distant reading of volumes 1 to 50 of the Marx collected works, MECW, quantitatively. 10 major topics were identified with their proportions determined in the works of Marx, and through the LDA topic model, making an objective and comprehensive statistical description of the basic content and writing focuses of the MECW from a macro perspective. Through a diachronic analysis of the changes in topic proportions, we viewed the research focus shift of Marx and the social background factors behind it in the grand spatio-temporal context, and understood and investigated Marx and thoughts by placing them within their historical background and its own development logic. Meanwhile, we examined the concerns of Marx and regarding the fate of different countries and regions, and analyzed their realistic concerns in practice. Finally, by analyzing the social network within the letters of Marx, and we revealed the social network of Marx, and understood them in a three-dimensional manner, and tentatively explored the dissemination process of their thoughts. This chapter is an exploratory application of machine learning methods in the textual research of the works of Marx and compared with traditional textual criticism or hermeneutic textual research, this chapter provides a new perspective. It makes contributions in ensuring a macro-level, deductive, and objective analysis of the MECW, and explaining the theoretical, historical, and practical logic within the thoughts of Marx and this chapter also has several limitations. First, it mainly relies on computers to present quantitative and objective results of textual analysis, which may not be as in-depth and active as qualitative text analysis methods in terms of interpretation. Second, our analysis, which treats the word as a unit, can divide certain fixed phrases or important collocations during counting, and this can lead to simplification or misinterpretation of some words due to polysemy and the inability to restore the context. Third, due to space and time constraints, we provide a relatively rough, distant reading and overview of the MECW from a single perspective, without focusing on a specific problem or providing more detailed analysis methods and angles. Fourth, the interpretation of the results of textual analysis is data-driven, deductive, and speculative. further theoretical and practical evidence-based tests are needed to ensure the scientific and objective nature of the interpretation. The weapon of criticism cannot, of course, replace criticism of the weapon. Material force must be overthrown by material force, but theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. The purpose of our study is not to summarize and interpret thoughts contained in the vast texts of Marx, and through one study. Instead, it intends to prove that the quantitative text methods introduced into the research on classical theoretical works is an approach that is parallel to the previous research and can facilitate the capture of the macroscopic context of a theory. Moreover, new sparks may fly out during the collision between computer algorithms and texts. We call for more in-depth and valuable quantitative text analyses to be on the agenda. For example, by quantifying text thoughts as variables, we can explore the relationship or causality between them and other social indicators. Or, by calculating text similarity, we can explore the transformation process of Marx and thoughts in two periods, or its connections and differences with other thoughts. Or, by further expanding the content and time span of the Marxist textual analysis data, we can explore the position of Marxism in the long historical process. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Grimmer, Justin, and Brandon M. Stewart. 2013. Text as Data: The Promise and Pitfalls of Automatic Content Analysis Methods for Political Texts. Political Analysis, 21 3, 267-297. Henderson, William O. 1976. The Life of 1. London, Frank Cass and Company Limited. Land. 2018. Research on the text of Marxist classical works in the past 40 years of reform and opening up. Studies on Marxist Theory 4, 6, 4961 in Chinese. 2009. Measuring Interest Group Influence Using Quantitative Text Analysis. European Union Politics 10, 4, 535-549. 2011. Measuring Populism, a Quantitative Text Analysis of Party Literature in Belgium. Journal of Elections, Public Opinion and Parties 21 1, 97119 MathNet. Michael. 2005. In the Computer, Examples of Quantitative Stylistic Methods. Language and Literature 14 1, 524. 2012. Word Frequency in Academic Text, a New Perspective in the Study of Intellectual History Within Marxist Philosophy, beginning from the revision of the third edition of Back to Marx. Studies on Marxism 9, 8692 plus 160 in Chinese. 3850 are letters, and thereby not included in the topic analysis. Was the nickname given by Marx to his youngest daughter, Marx. 12. From Barbarism to Civilization, the Evolving Image of China in International Cinema. 1. Introduction. Ever since Joseph, 1990, popularized the concept of soft power, the approach to power through attraction rather than coercion has gained increasing acceptance among academics, and Wu 2019. As a kind of soft power, the national image could play a vital role in international politics. 1970. 3. 6. Argued that a national image allows a country to exercise influence without incurring the high cost of changing its main policies, making the desired outcome more useful than a significant increase in military or economic power. A country is like a brand. Its image and reputation are part of its strategic capital, which is why China considers its national image a new battlefield to develop its capability of international communication after decades of rapid economic development. Ding, 2011. More often than not, a country's self-image construction fails to achieve the desired effect, for the reason that the national image is not entirely determined by the subject of the image. 1975. 7. States that an image is the sensuous existence of a particular significance, including intuition, sensibility, and symbol. According to 1959, a country's national image is built on a combination of the country's self-cognition and other bodies' cognition of it within the international system. The image may even be distorted in other countries' depictions, especially through cultural and artistic works. For China, the most significant economic and political strategic issues in the country, such as the trade war with the U.S. and the Taiwan issue, all have a shared connection to the national image, so the perception of other nations and its underlying reality will influence the future of China's development and reform. 2007. 12. In this case, exploring the formation and change of China's national image becomes a top priority. Mainly, 3 directions lie in its research field. The first is the study of China's long-term national image changes, which helps to understand the historical facts behind the interactions between China and other countries. And page 2013, 2019. The second is the study of the Chinese government's construction of its national image, where most studies are based on specific events, such as the Beijing Olympic Games and the Chinayu Cultural Festival, 2013, 2014. The third category takes the perspective of other countries, examining the image of China in a variety of foreign and domestic media, like films and newspapers, 2014, and 2017, and 2018. The integration of these 3 directions points to China's position in world affairs. Descriptive analysis of images helps to understand trends, policies, causes, and effects, making it the basis of all research. However, among all kinds of studies, few studies measure the change of image itself accurately, either due to the lack of data or the fact that no uniform and convincing results could be drawn. Most existing studies focus on individual and single country surveys, which often lack a sufficient time span, geographical scope, and sample size. Page and 2008. To make up for these deficiencies, we began by choosing film as the medium to carry the image of China, for the reason that film can communicate more directly between the subject and the audience, better conveying the connotation contained in the image. Monaco, and 2000. Second, we obtained a huge sample size of 4,927 China-related films via the world's most popular and authoritative film source, the Internet Movie Database, while machine learning methods process text analysis objectively and comprehensively. Lastly, to draw strong conclusions, Granger causality test was used to determine the potential relationship between the emotional changes of China's image and the macro-level socioeconomic factors. The above methods analyze the image of China over the century and around the world from 3 aspects: content, sentiment, and determinants. The methods used fill the gaps of both quantitative and qualitative literature and lay a foundation for future mechanism analysis. Representations of films are interpretations. Malcolm, 2004. 101. The purpose of this article is to extract the representations through big data and machine learning methods and show the image of China as an interpretation. This image carries with it the filmmaker's real-time views of China, so to present it is to interpret its historical and political implications. On this basis, we can know the effect of various factors on the formation of this image, including comprehensive national strength and international relations. Its change is due to the accumulation of various historical factors, so the time of over a century is of great significance. One could glimpse the trend of China's soft power in the world and look to the future from the past. 2 films, an image of China. Film was invented at the same time that China was forced to open to the outside world in the late 19th century. At that time, China had become a semi-colony and exploitative practices related to colonialism. Coinciding with the rise of the film industry, the cinematic image of China seen across the globe, therefore, became closely related to the development of modern China and its diplomatic relations with other countries. A significant amount of literature discusses China in global films. For example, and other scholars examine the depiction of China to judge China's status in global film culture and the connection between such cultural exchange and politics. And 2018. Since Hollywood nearly dominates global cinema markets, most literature studies the relationship between Hollywood and China. Literature on early films focuses on Hollywood stereotypes of the Orient, while articles on contemporary films explore how the rise, transition, and social context of China have affected the Hollywood film industry. 2006. Al. 2015, 2016. Their limitations are similar to those of the national image literature. The time range of these studies is limited, and they primarily conduct theoretical rather than empirical research. Representations of China in Hollywood films have several changes. For instance, films about China in the early 20th century, such as Daughter of the Dragons, 1931, featured tenebrous and uncanny scenes, coupled with evil characters like Manchu, and portrayed the Yellow Peril and China's barbarism. During World War II, films like The Good Earth, 1937, showed China's uncivilized status and garnered the sympathy of Western audiences. 2006. The 1960s witnessed the emergence of films with anti-communist topics, and the 1970s saw the popularity of Kung films starring Li. By the 21st century, works such as Kung Panda 2008 and Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps 2010, began to highlight China's cultural and economic power. Post-colonialism and postmodernism are often used by scholars to interpret the image of China in world cinema. And 2018. Especially early films, produced in the West and later introduced to the East, bore colonialism's imprint. 1992, 233-238, wrote of colonialism as the unapparent hegemony of one form of culture over another. Edward Said developed the above arguments for Orientalism, 1978, and stated that the remote and strange Oriental world in Western artworks is artificially created to manifest the West's cultural superiority. 2005. Said 1995. Moreover, Orientalism is an agent of discourse, as defined by, as it is highly social and a political actuality of great and significant moment. Said 1995. 247. This kind of cultural expression affects the East, even interfering with the way the East sees itself. Chinese cinema is experiencing a kind of reorientalism, which is evidenced in films like Hero, 2002, which is remarkably close to the Hollywood aesthetic. Like many other Eastern artists, some Chinese filmmakers depict Chinese culture from Western perspectives, thereby submitting to Western cultural hegemony. Mendes and 2015. Additionally, the editors of the database used in this chapter for the quantitative research have their preferences. Due to Western identity and ideology, they prefer films with Western perspectives. For these reasons, and because the number of Chinese films within the sample size is relatively small, accounting for 15.4% of the 4,428 films examined, we can largely regard these representations of China as formulated according to an outsider's perspective, especially the West. It is worth noting that films inevitably use rhetorical devices to exaggerate reality. The international media system is shaped by idealism, so the art and culture it conveys always has an ideological shadow, which explains stereotypes of China that remain in Hollywood films, said 1993, 309. With the help of big data research, we hope to suggest that film has become an integral player in the cultural interactions between countries and continues to shape China's national image in ways that are constantly evolving. 3. Data and methods. A country's national image is an abstract cultural idea based on a group of general and ambiguous cognitive concepts spread through a social cognitive structure. Traditional methodologies, based on sampling and questionnaires, have difficulty accurately measuring such an amorphous concept. Recently, with the increased digitization of data, especially regarding the maturation of machine learning and its applications, as well as natural language processing technologies, text analysis has become a breakthrough for measuring cultural ideas. In this study, we used the text data from plot synopses of China-related films as the source for analysis. Founded in 1990, is an online film database that maintains a record of film plots, casts, lengths, production regions, release regions, and reviews. As of June 2020, had collected 6,534,894 works, involving 552,366 films, making it a high-quality source of data for academic research. Currently, this database is being applied by scholars in literature, communication studies, sociology, and other related fields. Inquiries into this data have yielded an assessment of the relationship between film popularity and geopolitics, a comparative analysis of writing styles and metadata characteristics through film reviews, and an examination of the features of the most influential films in film history, Dodds 2006, 2013, 2016. These studies have inspired further research projects, which can capitalize on this data to explore socio-cultural issues. There are other well-known film databases, such as Rotten Tomatoes, but its main feature is to review and evaluate films, rather than an archive or a search engine too when it comes to older movies. Especially before the 1950s, Rotten Tomatoes may not provide this study with accurate information about the movies, including film plots and regions of production and release. Hence, we chose as the primary data source. To research how China is represented in these films, we set retrieval conditions, selecting films before 2020 with China and Chinese as keywords. Thus, the content of works retrieved under this condition is about the country China, or the elements related to China. After removing duplicated data and missing values, a total of 4,428 China-related films from around the world are obtained, including 682 films made in China. According to the agenda-setting theory, Western perspectives might bias editors against China, affecting their choice of China-related films. In this case, audiences may be influenced to accept what the image of China should be rather than what it actually is. Combs, 2005. This study wants to explore the should images produced in this mechanism. We used web crawler technology to grab film titles and plots from. Such information directly reflects the basic plot setting of each work, which has informed the content analysis of this study to gauge how China has been portrayed in global films. We also obtained information regarding the film's regions of production and release dates to further explore how these factors have impacted the international perception of China. Accurately measuring how China has been portrayed in these films depends on whether the plot descriptions of China can be effectively mined. Since film titles and plots are classified as unstructured text data, we mainly applied the text mining method based on machine learning in this study. To intuitively measure the main situation setting of China and Chinese people in films from around the globe, we adopted word embedding technology to predict the contextual information of Chinese and China. Then, we adopted the LDA topic model to explore how cinematic portrayals of China vary around the world, as the interpretation of images differs across different cultures. Finally, we applied sentiment analysis to calculate the general tone of relevant films in various global regions and measure audiences' overall attitude toward China. See Chapter 3 for an introduction to the relevant models mentioned above. 4 contexts in films related to China. Number of films related to China by year. It is worth noting that the number of China-related films is also closely tied to the political histories of and Taiwan before 1997. These regions were more open to the world than the PRC at the time, and thus served as important windows into China. As 2 of the 4 Asian dragons, alongside South Korea and Singapore, and Taiwan experienced rapid economic growth and the commercialization of their film industries, which partly explains the increase in China-related films produced between the 1970s and the 1990s. Taken together, the international community's impressions of these regions and Chinese mainland helped shape an overall image of China in the global cultural imagination. Distance of words to China and Chinese. Words close to China. Value. Words close to Chinese. Value. Shanghai. 0.75. African. 0.678. Tibet. 0.718. Asian. 0.673. Western. 0.711. 0.665. 0.707. Western. 0.664. Tibetan. 0.705. Forbidden. 0.659. Mao. 0.703. Taiwan. 0.654. Taiwan. 0.701. Influence. 0.65. Europe. 0.688. Mao. 0.65. 1930s. 0.688. Tibetan. 0.643. Province. 0.687. Taiwanese. 0.641. Religion. 0.685. T. 0.637. Refugee. 0.684. Activist. 0.636. Revolution. 0.682. Integrate. 0.636. Exile. 0.682. Religion. 0.636. India. 0.681. Islam. 0.636. According to the results, the words closely related to China and Chinese can be roughly divided into 3 categories: politics, society, and culture. First, political words include words related to international affairs, such as refugee, exile, Europe, India, and African. These items touch on the Tibet issue, together with the PRC's relations with countries around the world, demonstrating the significance of its diplomacy in the international situation. Particularly, Western occupies a higher place in entries of both China and Chinese, proving China's position as opposed to the West and suggesting the Western perspective of world cinema. In addition to foreign relations, Taiwan and Mao also reflect the international audience's interest in China's perceived internal affairs. There are also many words about Chinese society, such as Shanghai, revolution, activist, and integrate. These subjects either occurred in Chinese history or are associated with broader social phenomena. Lastly, cultural issues involve words such as forbidden, referring to the Forbidden City, tea, religion, and Islam. Cultural phenomena like tea and the Forbidden City have gained significant influence worldwide, representing China. Meanwhile, these films pay close attention to the religious issues in China, especially the living conditions of Muslims. Words related to Chinese place names. China and Tibet. Chinese and Tibet. China and Shanghai. Chinese and Shanghai. China and Taiwan. Chinese and Taiwan. Tibet. Tibet. China. 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 Mainland. City. Revolution. Film. Province. India. Province. Shanghai. Documentary. Documentary. Revolution. Tibetan. Revolution. Beijing. 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 Refugee. Refugee. Beijing. Province. Mainland. Culture. Ancient. Province. Southern. 1940s. Tibet. History. Documentary. Documentary. Ancient. Journey. Moderns. Revolution. Republic. History. Tibet. Southern. Province. Moderns. India. Capital. Moderns. Mainland. Film. Story. Capital. Century. Travel. Travel. History. Explore. History. Revolution. Refugee. Rurals. Culture. Tradition. Tibetan. Ancient. Republic. 1930s. Ancient. Journey. Century. Thousand. 1940s. South. Communist. Century. Communist. Invasion. Capital. Northerns. Century. Generate. Invasion. Population. Journey. Moderns. Explore. Mao. According to Table 2, different regions have very different sets of films, while the same region has similar keywords when related to China and Chinese. The setting related to Tibet primarily concerns refugees, may point to the Lama's decision to leave Tibet for India in 1959, and the sovereignty dispute between India and the PRC. In the case of Shanghai, many films focus on what it was like in the 1930s and 1940s. The words related to it, such as travel, rural, and modern, reflect Shanghai's position as a treaty port and a major prosperous city. Taiwan evokes various connotations, like culture, history, revolution, province, and tradition, reflecting Taiwan's ups and downs in the past century and people's multiple perceptions toward it. Words related to figures and groups. China and Mao. Chinese and Mao. China and. Chinese and. China and African. Chinese and African. China. Dynasty. China. 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 Mao. China. Communist. Mao. Revolution. American. Communist. Emperors. Tibet. Communist. Beijing. Culture. Revolution. Communist. Mainland. Dynasty. Province. Beijing. Dynasty. Lei. Revolution. War. Mainland. Young. Mainland. Qing. Province. Documentary. Moderns. Immigration. Ancient. Kai. Ancient. History. Culture. Documentary. Province. Yuan. Mao. Invasion. Documentary. Tradition. Debate. Revolution. Documentary. Culture. Debate. Chinese. 1949. Han. 1949. Tibetan. Ancient. African. Beijing. Beijing. Modern. 1937. Republic. Country. Modern. Tang. History. Governed. History. Explore. Documentary. Documentary. Culture. Dynasty. Century. Southern. Journey. Republic. Ancient. Republic. Gong. Mao. Modern. Qing. Tradition. Beijing. Tibet. American. Community. Mao's textual associations involve dynasties, as evidenced by the appearance of Emperor, Communist, Qing, Han, and Tang. China-related films mainly regard him as the head of state in the new period of Chinese history and compare him to the notable leaders of the Tang and Han dynasties. Words related to include war, invasion, and 1937, references to the Chinese Civil War and resistance against Japanese aggression in which he served as commander-in-chief. Mao and, as leaders of the Communist Party of China and the Nationalist Party of China that confronted each other from the 1920s to 1940s, are closely associated with each other. For example, Mao ranks second in century. As for African, since its inception, the PRC has provided a huge amount of aid to African countries, which has made the connection between the two regions very close. Especially in the Mao era, Mao also appears in this entry. African nations were considered as brothers also from the Third World, and this closeness was born. In addition, the word immigration can imply that there are considerable African immigrants entering China, which is consistent with the reality that African immigrants in Guangzhou province have received academic attention. 2014. In the description of China and Chinese, many political words appear. Even place and figure names also correspond to specific political events. Thus, the image of China in global films is highly politicized, and the ideological factors brought by the political agenda and trends may change the original neutral phenomena. As a cultural form, the way films convey political elements through different stories needs to be explained by film topics, which we will address later. 5 topics of China-related films. Topic coherence, values of the topic number models. LDA topic analysis of films. Topic 1. Daily life. 23%. Topic 2. Kinship and friendship. 17%. Topic 3. Crime. 16.6%. Topic 4. Culture. 10.6%. Topic 5. Suspense. 8.7%. 0.008. Young. 0.007. Night. 0.011. Police. 0.022. Film. 0.012. Team. 0.007. Family. 0.007. Home. 0.006. Kill. 0.014. World. 0.01. Franc. 0.007. Story 0.007. House 0.006. Crime 0.013. Story 0.009. Agent 0.007. Woman's 0.006. Father 0.006. Gun 0.01. Documentary 0.009. Nick 0.005. City 0.006. Friend 0.005. Car 0.009. Series 0.007. Escape 0.005. Worked 0.006. Room 0.005. Detective 0.007. Anonymous 0.006. Worked 0.005. Anonymous 0.005. Jack 0.005. Vite 0.007. History 0.006. Ship 0.005. Home 0.005. Boy 0.005. Shoot 0.006. Culture 0.005. Germans 0.005. 0.005. Girl 0.004. Fire 0.006. Journey 0.005. Captain 0.004. Love 0.004. Door 0.004. Murdered 0.005. Traditional 0.005. Secret 0.004. Girl 0.004. Woman's 0.004. Killed 0.005. Experience 0.005. Plan 0.004. 0.004. Child 0.004. Case 0.005. Beijing 0.005. Crew 0.004. American 0.004. Leaf 0.004. Cup 0.004. Episode 0.005. Peter 0.004. 0.004. Mothers 0.004. Officer 0.004. Cultural 0.004. Government 0.004. Dream 0.004. Sun 0.004. Hand 0.004. Characters 0.004. CIA 0.004. Father 0.004. Runs 0.003. Drug 0.004. Different 0.004. Bobby 0.003. Locals. 0.004. Book. 0.003. Building. 0.004. Short. 0.004. Mission. 0.003. World. 0.004. Walk. 0.003. Dead. 0.004. City. 0.004. James. 0.003. Wife. 0.003. Stone. 0.003. 0.004. American. 0.004. Bond. 0.003. Child. 0.003. Martin. 0.003. Pull. 0.004. God. 0.004. Group. Topic 6. Love. 7.4%. Topic 7. War. 6.6%. Topic 8. Art. 3.8%. Topic 9. Business. 3.7%. Topic 10. Food. 2.6%. 0.028. Family. 0.02. War. 0.023. Art. 0.012. Tobacco. 0.022. Food. 0.021. Love. 0.012. Soldier. 0.022. Master. 0.009. Big. 0.015. San. 0.013. Mothers. 0.012. Armies. 0.019. Marshal. 0.008. Minute. 0.014. Chef. 0.012. Friend. 0.009. World. 0.017. 0.007. Interview. 0.013. Restaurant. 0.012. Daughter. 0.007. Lamp. 0.016. Martial arts. 0.006. Hotel. 0.012. San Francisco. 0.011. Father. 0.006. Power. 0.015. Gang. 0.005. Agreement. 0.012. Francisco. 0.009. Sun. 0.006. Battles. 0.014. 0.005. State. 0.011. Rogue. 0.009. School. 0.006. Prince. 0.013. Kung. 0.004. Parties. 0.011. Precious. 0.007. Parent. 0.006. Vite. 0.012. Sing. 0.004. Nose 0.011. Anonymous 0.007. Dick 0.006. Adventure 0.01. Kung 0.004. Story 0.011. Chinatown 0.006. Woman's 0.006. Cave 0.009. Wu 0.003. CEO 0.01. Wei 0.006. House 0.006. King 0.009. 0.003. Confidentiality 0.009. 0.006. Weddings 0.005. Warriors 0.008. Vite 0.003. Producer 0.008. World 0.006. Child 0.005. Magic 0.006. Beast 0.003. Journal 0.008. 0.005. Wife 0.005. General 0.006. 0.003. Treachery 0.008. Unique 0.005. Young 0.005. Korean 0.006. Tiger 0.003. Lawsuit 0.007. J 0.005. Girl 0.005. Wish 0.006. Medicine 0.003. Truth 0.007. Adventure 0.005. Married 0.005. Princess 0.005. Brothers 0.003. Contact 0.007. Gong 0.005. Relationship 0.005. Emperors 0.005. School 0.003. Manager 0.007. York 0.005. Anonymous 0.005. North 0.005. Japanese 0.003. Meeting 0.007. New York. Topics of daily life, kinship, and friendship account for the largest proportion of the data set, reaching 40%. Like the first two categories, love, though relatively small, 7.4%, also relates to fundamental matters of human life. The most relevant words connected to the topic of daily life are young, family, woman, love, father, child, and words related to urban life such as city and work. Words like American and also appear, indicating that with increased globalization, Chinese people's daily lives have become more internationalized. Crime is the third most important topic in China-related films, accounting for 16.6% of the total. Most related words are derogatory or violent, kill, gun, detective, fight, fire, murder, and drug. Films involving this topic, may tend to associate the image of China or Chinese people with violent situations, and describe China as a country with a chaotic social order and high crime rate. Suspense, the fifth major focus of China-related films, comprising 8.7% of the data set, bears similar connotations. This topic mainly involves conspiratorial words like escape, secret, CIA, and James Bond, the protagonist of the Seven series, which associate China with illegal behaviors like espionage, conspiracy, and smuggling. Accounting for 10.6% of the total, culture is the fourth most concerning topic in international China-related films. The main descriptions in this topic include historical, geographical, and cultural items, reflecting the image of China with a long history, profound cultural traditions, and a varied natural landscape. Art is closely related to culture, which occupies 3.8% of the data. The associated keywords signal the interests of international China-related cinema, mainly Kung and medicine. The word master also expresses these films, recognition of the Chinese people's superb skills in these aspects. War ranks 7th, accounting for 6.6% of the total plot texts. It mainly involves military struggles, soldier, army, battle, and fight, as well as royalty-related keywords, power, prince, princess, and emperor. On the one hand, this topic reflects the international community's historical solicitude regarding wars in China, especially the China theater of World War II. On the other hand, it shows Westerners' great interest in the feudal royal power system of ancient China. Finally, topics of business and food account for relatively small proportions of the sample set, about 3.7% and 2.6%. The business topic is associated with terms such as CEO, agreement, producer, and lawsuit, which refer to business practitioners and practices. The related keywords for food include food, chef, restaurant, and Chinatown, revealing the global influence of Chinese cuisine. Proportions of China-related films under specific topics by year. The topics of crime, war, and suspense represent the dark side of China's image to some extent. The top part of Fig. 3 shows that the proportions of all three topics have presented downward trends since the 1970s. This period coincides with the course of China's economic reform, which began with the renewal of the open door policy in 1978, together with the peaceful development policy in 2003. China has developed a prosperous domestic economy, improved social governance, and increased foreign exchanges. According to the Law Yearbook of China, since 1978, the crime rate in China has actually shown a rising trend. Therefore, world cinema has reduced the number of crime-related films, probably due to China's new image formed through foreign exchange and economic development. The bottom part of Fig. 3 shows the trend fluctuations of 4 topics: daily life, kinship and friendship, love, and culture. By focusing on these more universal subjects, China-related films could invite international audiences to connect with and appreciate everyday life in China. The frequency of these 4 topics appearing in China-related films has increased during the past 50 years, which stands in sharp contrast to the downward trends seen in the top part of the figure. In addition, the topics of art, business, and food fluctuated significantly in the early years, but their trend has been relatively stable recently. These results suggest that the image of China depicted by foreign films has changed from the violent and conspiratorial one to the tender and cultured one. Many topics appear in China-related films, ranging from daily life, suspense, to history and culture. Despite the variety of topics, the audience has a preference for specific topics in different periods, such as crime films in the early 20th century and love films in the 21st century. When combined with the historical background, it can be inferred that a country's image, if relatively negative in the world, will become a stage for suspense films. When its economy prospers and society becomes stable, stories about daily life will occur naturally. 6. Sentiment analysis of China-related films. Average sentiment score of films by year. We applied political and diplomatic factors to analyze the fluctuation of sentiment scores in recent years. First, the sentiment score before 1900 had an abnormal peak, which was due to the limited number of films. From 1900 to 1949, the year of the founding of the PRC, China experienced chaotic internal affairs, resulting in a fluctuating emotional tone. The valley from 1919 to 1926 was a typical example. When the government of the Republic of China was not long established, warlords constantly fought with each other, and the masses lived on the edge of starvation. Hence, China was often depicted in Western films as a suffering and powerless nation. In contrast, the sentiment peaks of 1928-1930 and 1945-1948 were related to the end of tangled warfare among warlords and China's victory in the resistance against Japanese aggression. However, the film is inevitably influenced by the subjectivities of the filmmakers, which can create disparities between cinema and the world it represents. This divide was especially stark during the early 1900s. In films like Broken Blossoms, 1919, the Chinese were depicted as sickly and indecisive. Though its cause was related to China's waning national power in that period, prejudices against Chinese people were more likely due to the Western anti-Chinese feeling, which could be traced back to the Boxer Uprising and the U.S. implementation of the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882. Another typical case occurred during the resistance against Japanese aggression from 1937 to 1945, when the sentiment score of international films was still on the rise in the face of constant domestic wars and poverty. This was because the outbreak of World War II caused the international community to become sympathetic toward China. The image of poor and hardworking peasants in the good earth, 1937, for example, inspired the missionary spirit of salvation. Some scholars believe that the goodwill garnered by the good earth even won a more favorable Far Eastern policy for China from the U.S. government during World War II, showing interdependence between international media and global politics. And 1993, 57. After the founding of the PRC, stereotypes gradually became more complex ideological factors and continue to lead to emotional fluctuations. In the 1960s, the U.S. Red Scare against the Communist Party spread all over the world, making the PRC's image appear evil, which is also revealed in Fig. For the Vatican 1965, 16. In the 1970s, the friendly interactions between the PRC and the rest of the world, such as the PRC representing China at the United Nations and the establishment of diplomatic relations between the PRC and Western countries, boosted the sentiment score of China-related films, which peaked in 1978. Then, the Square Incident in 1989 impacted the international views of the PRC. The valley in the 1990s was probably related to the incident, as well as the frequent diplomatic friction between the U.S. and the PRC, such as the U.S. linking the PRC's human rights performance to the most favored nation treatment in 1993 and bombing the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1999. Due to these political factors, China's positive image of a rapidly growing economy and a prosperous society was not fully reflected in world cinema. It wasn't until 2001, when China acceded to the World Trade Organization, that the sentiment score soared again. After 2010, the sentiment score declines again, which might be related to the positioning of China by the international community, especially the U.S. since China-Japan to become the world's second-largest economy in 2010, and the Obama administration began the Pivot to Asia strategy in 2012. The post-9/11 honeymoon between the two countries against terrorism was over. The U.S. tended to respond to China's growing national power with both engagement and deterrence, and 2021. It suggests that ideologically driven action plays a crucial role in shaping the national image. Number and sentiment score of films by year in the U.S. Number and sentiment score of films by year in Russia. number and sentiment score of films by year in Japan. The three figures show that the U.S. started producing China-related films first and produces them most frequently, while far fewer films about China are produced in Russia and Japan. The U.S. trend in film sentiment scores and numbers is roughly the same as that of the whole world. Since global trends have been discussed above, they will not be repeated. The U.S. has always had the most influential China-related films, so we mainly discussed Western films, dominated by Hollywood, in the background part. The fact that U.S. films dominate and dictate global trends makes it even more crucial to examine the different sentiment scores in other countries. Thus, we conducted further research on the situations in Russia and Japan. The sentiment scores of China-related films in the U.S. and Russia are generally the opposite. Around 1996, the sentiment score of U.S. films reached a low point and then continued to rise, showing a V-shaped trend. On the contrary, the Russian film's score peaked in 2000, then continued to decline, reflecting an A-shaped trend. The trends were tethered to the relationship between the U.S. and Russia. Also, they revealed the delicate balance between the PRC and the U.S., and between the PRC and Russia. In the early 1990s, Russia's pro-American diplomatic strategy failed. From 1994 to 2000, with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's eastward expansion and the outbreak of the Kosovo War, Russia's traditional influence in Eastern Europe was largely lost. As a counterbalance, Russia regarded the PRC as an essential diplomatic partner from 1995 to 2005, resulting in the positive attitudes expressed in China-related films produced in the country. The decline in Russia's sentiment score around 2010 may be linked to the global financial crisis of 2008 and the close trade relationship between the PRC and Russia. Japan's attitude toward China is closely related to Japan's historical origins and the wars between the two countries. After World War II, from the 1950s to the early 1960s, Japanese films maintained a relatively positive emotional view of China. After that, the sentiment score dropped sharply and did not recover until the two countries established diplomatic relations in 1972. During this period, Japan feared the Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance, the PRC's military strength, and the Communist Party's military threats. 2009. The sentiment score peaked in the 1980s during the honeymoon period of Japanese relations and has fluctuated around zero for the rest of the century. In the 21st century, the PRC's economy soared, while Japan's continued stagnation, combined with territorial disputes between the two countries, led to a decline in sentiment score. Since the PRC and Japan have maintained frequent economic and cultural exchanges, Japan's sentiment score has continued to rise since 2010, and the cinematic representations of China in Japan have become as a result. We further quantitatively examine the economic factors that could potentially influence the tone of films since 1950, as the data of economic variables in the first half of the 20th century are not available. Based on previous literature, and page 2013, combined with existing data resources, this chapter proposes the following hypothesis. After 1950, China's domestic and international economic conditions have positive impacts on the emotional tone of the image in the films. Results of Granger causality tests. Models. Null hypothesis. Time range. Chi2. P-value. Lag lengths. 1. FGDP does not Granger cause FTSS. 1954 2019. 6.897. 0.009. 1. 2. FTSS does not Granger cause FGDP. 1954 2019. 0.013. 0.909. 1. 3. FTIEV does not Granger cause FTSS. 1952 2019. 2.094, 0.148, 1, 4. FTSS does not Granger cause FTIEV. 1952 2019, 0.093, 0.76, 1, 5. FTFDI does not Granger cause FTSS. 1986 2019, 6.587, 0.037, 2, 6. FTFDI does not Granger cause FTSS. 1986 2019, 0.582, 0.747, 2, 7. FTIT does not Granger cause FTSS. 1982 019, 1.897, 0.168, 2, 8. FTIT does not Granger cause FTSS. 1982 019, 0.071, 0.79, 2. Note I. EFT refers to first difference. The lag length is chosen according to final prediction error, FPE, Information Criterion, AIC, Bayesian Information Criterion, SBIC, and an Information Criterion, HQIC. P0001, P001, P005. Model 1 and Model 2 reveal the relationship between FGDP and FTSS from 1954 to 2019. Model 1 is significant at a confidence level of 99%, so FGDP is considered to be the Granger cause of FTSS. Model 2 is not statistically significant, so the null hypothesis cannot be rejected. The results indicate that China's economic growth is conducive to a positive portrayal of China in international cinema. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that the rise in sentiment score explains the economic growth. Therefore, there is a one-way association between China's economic power and the emotional tone of films. According to models 5 and 6, there is also a one-way connection between FTFDI and FTSS from 1986 to 2019, indicating that a significant increase in foreign direct investment can lead to a rise in the sentiment score at 95% confidence level, but the reverse relationship does not exist. Moreover, Model 3, Model 4, Model 7, and Model 8 show that there is no existence of Granger causality between FTIEV and FTSS, and also FTIT and FTSS. The emotional tone of China-related films is not significantly related to import and export value and inbound tourism. So far, Hypothesis 1 has been partially. China's domestic economic strength positively influences the emotional tone of its image in the film. In terms of the international economic environment, only foreign investment has a positive impact on the tone. The possible reason is that foreign direct investment acts as a weather vane. Investors and ordinary people who benefit from economic returns would get a good impression of China naturally. 7. Conclusion. By processing word vector technology, LDA topic model, and sentiment analysis, this research has obtained the following conclusions. In general, China's image in world cinema is influenced by its overall national strength, including economic power and diplomatic ability. Meanwhile, Hollywood has been the foremost producer of China-related films and holds a vital role in setting cinematic narratives, topics, and perspectives. Therefore, the relationship between China and the U.S., who owns Hollywood, is particularly critical in all foreign relations. The opinions expressed in Chinese films about China differ according to the historical context within which they were made. Representations will vary depending on major socio-political events that bear a global impact. The image of China in international films can be divided into 5 stages. First, before World War II, few films were produced about China. Influenced by China's waning national power and the deep-rooted Orientalism, The Chinese were often imagined as sickly and barbaric in films during this time. Second, during World War II, topics of war and love were on the rise. Filmmakers began to show the suffering of Easterners and the selflessness of Westerners. The attitudes toward the Chinese in these films turned to sympathy. Third, due to the change of regimes, the image of China in international films fluctuated greatly between 1945 and 1975. Fears of the Communist Party and the Soviet alliance caused stereotypes to resurface, and the PRC was portrayed as a scheming entity that sought to rule the world. Fourth, after 1975, with the thawing of relations between the PRC and other countries, a cinematic focus on daily life, kinship and friendship, and love in China increased. Since the PRC renewed the open-door policy and the economic takeoff of and Taiwan, the international community has turned the spotlight on the common Chinese people's lives. Fifth, since the beginning of the 21st century, films related to China have witnessed sharp growth. This is not only because China's increasingly prominent position has attracted international films' attention, but also because China's cultural strength has improved. More films made in China have been exported abroad. In terms of subject matter, most films are related to Chinese culture, daily life, and love, resulting in a high sentiment score. This shift reveals that nowadays, the proportion of China's image influenced by politics is decreasing, and international films present a more approachable, open, inclusive, and positive image of China. From the barbarian to the schemer to the civilized great power, China's image in international films conforms to these representational trends to an extent. However, it does not entirely accord with reality. As an art product, film does not simply convey reality. It can also distort it. Thus, in the development of China's image, it is evident that China's national strength and its relationship with the outside world significantly shape certain aspects of the image, while the filmmaker's ideology determines the remainder. This image is not the product of such a simple binary distinction, but a complex and multi-layered system of influential factors, including national strength, interests, status, and diplomacy. Besides drawing descriptive conclusions, quantitative analysis can also verify the propositions of cultural theory. Orientalist misapprehensions were especially evident before 1975, when the seemingly bizarre Oriental world portrayed in the film was exploited as the other that could best reveal the uniqueness of the West, and the sentiment score showed a relatively negative trend throughout this era. However, with the rise of the Chinese economy since 1978, Orientalism is declining but still hides in several recent films, like Disney's live-action film, 2020. Its core concept of being loyal, brave, and true is separately picked out from Confucian classics and pieced together, while the Chinese seldom put these three words together. It is more like a constructed spirit by the West than the true belief of the Chinese. Such works will collide with nationalist films exported from China. Although the outcome is unknown, it is sure that Western filmmakers will not ignore Chinese audiences' views, since China has grown to be the world's second-largest film market for. According to SED, culture is a sort of theater where various political and ideological causes engage one another, said 1993. As a form of soft power, the cinematic image is produced when ideology interacts with social reality and holds great significance for a nation's self-identity. Due to the complexity of factors, it is difficult for us to analyze the mode and degree of this interaction comprehensively. This article mainly examines the impact of China's GDP and foreign direct investment on the tone of China's image, supplemented by the analysis of other factors. We hope to explore the formation mechanism of the national image in future research and provide data support and inspiration for scholars in sociology, international relations, communication studies, and other areas of the social sciences. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END 40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: An Ute, 2017. The Chinese Presence in the Malian Mediascape. Journal of African Cultural Studies, 29-1, 96-113. E. 1959. National Images and International Systems. Journal of Conflict Resolution 3, 2, 121-31. Susan. 2013. Brand China in the Olympic Context. Communications Challenges of China's Soft Power Initiative. 24, 6582. 2016. Quantitative Approaches for Evaluating the Influence of Films Using the Database. Communication and Society 29, 2, 151-172. S. 2006. Hollywood Asian Philip and the Politics of Cross-Ethnic Performance. Philadelphia, Temple University Press. Ding Sheng. 2011. Branding a Rising China. An Analysis of Beijing's National Image Management in the Age of China's Rise. Journal of Asian and African Studies 46, 3, 293-306. Dodds. 2006. Popular Geopolitics and Audience Dispositions, James Bond and the Internet Movie Database. Transactions of the Institute of British Geographers 31, 2, 116-130. George Q. and William L. 1993. A Democracy at War, America's Fight at Home and Abroad in World War II. Cambridge, University Press. 1992. Prison Notebooks Trans. A. Joseph and New York, Columbia University Press. 2014. From Menchu to Kung Panda. Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press. Peter, Al. 2015. Hollywood in China. How American Popular Culture Shapes Chinese Views of the Beautiful Imperialist and Experimental Analysis. The China Quarterly 224, 1071-082. Peter and Peter. 2021. The Politics of Power Projection. The Pivot to Asia, Its Failure, and the Future of American Primacy. The Chinese Journal of International Politics 14, 2, 187-217. He. 2009. The Search for Reconciliation. Japanese and German-Polish Relations Since World War II. New York, Cambridge University Press. W.F. 1975. The Philosophy of Fine Art, Trans. FPB. New York, Hacker Art Books. Robert. 1970. The Logic of Images in International Relations. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. 2014. The Causal Mechanism of Migration, Behaviors of African Immigrants in Guangzhou, from the Perspective of Cumulative Causation Theory. The Journal of Chinese Sociology 1-1, 125. Christina. 2014. Enhancing China's National Image Through Culture Festivals, a Case Study of China Culture Years in Europe. Journal of the Humanities and Social Sciences, 7-1, 3355. Malcolm Grant. 2004. Multidisciplinary Approaches to Visual Representations and Interpretations, ed. Grant Malcolm. Amsterdam, London. 2005. Good Muslim, Bad Muslim. America, the Cold War and the Origins of Terror. India International Center, Quarterly 32, 1, 110. And Sheldon S. 2018. Citing China, Politics, Postmodernism, and World Cinema. Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press. Combs Maxwell. 2005. A Look at Agenda Setting, Past, Present, and Future. Journalism Studies, London, England 6-4, 540-3557. Mendes, Anasi and Lisa. 2015. India Through Reorientalist Lenses. Interventions 17-5, 706-727. The Mike. 2006. Pearl of the Orient. The New York Times Book Review, 23 L. Monaco, James and David. 2000. How to Read a Film, The World of Movies, Media and Multimedia, Language, History Theory. New York, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Joseph S. 1990. Bound to Lead, The Changing Nature of American Power. New York, Basic Books. 2013. Gender, Writing and Ranking in Review Forums, a case study of the Knowledge and Information Systems, 35-3, 645-664. Page, Benjamin I., Julia and David G. 2008. How Americans Feel About Asian Countries and Why. Journal of East Asian Studies, 8-1-2959. Joshua C. 2007. Brand China. London, The Foreign Policy Center. Said Edward W. 1993. Culture and Imperialism. London and Said Edward W. 1995. Orientalism. London's Penguin. Wendy. 2016. China's Encounter with Global Hollywood, Cultural Policy and the Film Industry, 1994-2013. Lexington, Kentucky, The University Press of Kentucky. The Vatican. 1965. The Courier Journal, 18 May. Tao and Benjamin I. Page. 2013. What Affects China's National Image? A Cross-National Study of Public Opinion. Journal of Contemporary China 22, 83, 858-67. And Wu. 2019. Battlefield of Global Ranking. How do power rivalries shape soft power index building? Global Media and China 4-2, 179-202. 2019. The Change and Construction of Chinese National Image in 1949-2019. English Language Teaching 12, 11, 35. Wuhan and 2018. The Discursive Construction of the Chinese National Image in China Dailies, Reports on the G20 Summit. English Language and Literature Studies 8-1, 126. CCOM Pressroom, Stats ARD M82FGLUNOQJNL, and ARD P370E8D50B 4660B0, 5314221F4127, and ARD RSGX6KR6H4HQ0WNZ9 RSH4, and ARD S Right 2, and ARD T60601, and ARD I Pressroom and Ref 7. CCOM About. Granger Causality Test is a statistical test that determines the association between the time series. We conduct the Dick-Fuller test for the unit root test. The related table is not reported here for the sake of space. The results show that the explanatory variables GDP, IEV, FDI refers to natural logarithm, and it are integrated of order 1, while the explained variable SS is stationary. CCOM Business 2-0, 1912-30 Chinese Film Business is doing unthinkable thriving without Hollywood. 13. A United Tale of Three Regions, A Century of China on Screen. 1. Introduction. Films represent both the film industry and pieces of visual art. The film industry has thrived in mainland China, SAR, and Taiwan, province of China, since it was first introduced to China at the end of the 19th century, 1997. The films from the above three regions have developed in different directions, and while they are mainly independent, each region exerts some influence on the others. Tan 2020. The differences and changes in the socio-political environments of the three regions have created complex contexts for the films they have produced. The history of film in China began with the Shanghai film industry, which experienced significant growth before 1949. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, PRC, in 1949, the Communist Party of China ruled Chinese mainland and the Nationalist Party of China occupied Taiwan, while until 1997 was a British colony, which explained the reason that the three regions and their films took very different paths. However, with the reforms and the opening up of Chinese mainland, collaboration between the three regions has increased since the 1990s. A golden age for the Chinese film industry is emerging. The diverse histories and cultures of the three regions have given rise to distinct film styles. However, their films share the same cultural roots and show robust national features. Some scholars have argued that the Chinese have used the Western concept of the nation-state to participate in the international order and to resist the West, Barry and 2006. 2. Therefore, an analysis of China's image as evinced in the films from the three regions may elucidate the process of China's cultural connection with the Western world. A national image is shaped by both objective and subjective factors. According to 1959, a country's national image represents the amalgamation of its understanding of itself, as well as outsiders' view of the nation. Thus, the subjective impression is pivotal to the interpretation of a national image. The cognitive subject belongs to a specific society, and individual impressions must bear the brand of the local culture, as is particularly evident in and Taiwan. As former colonies, and Taiwan were influenced by the states that dominated them. A separation between self and the other was thus bound to appear in their standpoints. China. Films can integrate national images into specific plots and pictures, thus denoting one of the most vivid ways to express such cognitive representations. The audience effects model of agenda-setting theory states that media such as films influence audience perceptions. In turn, audience feedback modifies the focus of these media. Al. 1980, Combs 2005. In reality, in the era of the Internet, editors of leading Western websites place selected films about from China on their online platforms, and this selection governs Western audiences' initial view of China. The cinematic portrayals of China subsequently enable a second construction, the outsider's view of China. The two processes reflect the media's influence on audience consciousness. Understanding the choice of film topics and the expression of ideas facilitates the study of the process through which the Western mind forms its impression of China. This chapter conducted a comprehensive analysis of China's image in the Western world using big data. In doing so, it covered a century of films produced in the three regions mentioned, thus signifying a novel deconstruction of China's film history. It also represents a pioneering use of context analysis methodology. Traditional film studies have focused on case analysis, e.g. 1997, Lee 2016, Ye 2018, but the conclusions deduced from specific instances cannot guarantee objectivity, generalizability, and comprehensiveness. In this study, the above issues were resolved using the Word2Toolkit, LDA topic model, and Google's sentiment analysis model to study the synopses of pre-2019 film plots on the Internet Movie Database. A spatiotemporal analysis framework was constructed to explore changes in the conception of China in the content, topics, and sentiments of films from Chinese mainland and Taiwan. 2. Background. When describing Chinese films in the past, scholars usually constructed a linear historical narrative to explore a unified and coherent national boundary. 1991. However, the grand conceptual construct of China actually comprises varied content types such as multiple spoken languages, former colonies, and religious affiliations. Barry, and 2006. The emergent notion of the Chinese language film thus transcends the singular nation-state narrative, encompassing all types of local or global cinematic renditions related to the Chinese language. Sun, 2016. However, some scholars have argued that viewing Chinese films through the lens of a Western cultural system could cause their de-China. Lee, 2016, which means abandoning Chinese cultural connotation to cater to Western understanding. Chinese films face the challenge of balancing globalization and nationality as they attempt to establish a new subjectivity. The confrontation between globalization and nationality is particularly evident in Chinese mainland. Since the founding of the PRC, filmmakers have made great efforts to resist foreign cultural invasion. Films have thus become a crucial political component of nationalism, 1997, and a powerful instrument in promoting socialist ideology. Following the launch of reform and opening up in the late 1970s, a new generation of directors, including, described a charming and barbaric East in films such as Raise the Red Lantern, 1991. Although narratives that showed the eeriness of the East achieved massive success in the West, were highly critical of these renditions, Lee, and 2009. The situation changed again as China entered the 21st century. The economy and the film industry in Chinese mainland soared together. Some films, such as The Wandering Earth, 2019, combined a Hollywood narrative style and national confidence with mature film technology, expressing the ambition to dominate the international order and successfully constructing a China-centric subjectivity. A former British colony, early films followed British practices of live entertainment and included vaudevilles and cabarets, yet 2018. 6. The film industry was the first of the three regions to commercialize, producing many comedies and Kung films in the 1970s, when films starring Lee became immensely popular worldwide. For instance, movies such as Way of the Dragon, 1972, were set in a foreign country and represented ethnic Chinese. They showcased a powerful national character by portraying the development of Chinese Kung, and attained global fame as they defended Chinese identity. As an urban center representing ideological confrontations, has always avoided politics and prioritized entertainment, which helped the tide of consumerism sweep through its film industry. Nevertheless, consumerism could not dispel the identity-related dilemma of the colonized, and numerous films continued to discuss this issue after its return to the PRC. For example, Port of Call, 2015, described the integration of Chinese mainland residents into society, showing that this region still sought its identity through the story of the other. The portrayal of China is more complicated in Taiwanese films than in films originating from Chinese mainland. As a former Japanese colony, Taiwan belongs to the Chinese mainland Taiwan-Japan cultural triangle, and its colonial history and post-colonial context have caused an identity crisis. Lee and 2009. Since 1994, post-colonial theory posits that the colonists' culture creates a continued pain in the colony, forming a hybrid culture. Taiwanese filmmakers have validated their identity through just such a cross-cultural construct. Directors such as Edward Yang contemplated Taiwan's turbulent history in the 1980s, exhibiting an intense nativeness, and discovering a narrative path between Chinese and Western cultures. However, in establishing its nativeness, Taiwan emotionally and culturally distanced itself from the mainland. Films like Cape No. 7, 2008, manifested this de-China and even evoked nostalgia for Japanese culture, revealing the lingering presence of the ghosts of the Japanese colonial period. Chinese mainland, and Taiwan share their origins but have taken different paths. Their cultural expressions of China have thus diverged under the joint influence of various factors, including the economy and politics. Chinese mainland has embarked on the socialist path, has an affinity with Great Britain and the US, and Taiwan leans toward Japan. Faced with the West, however, all three regions have been forced to demonstrate their distinctiveness as the other. According to 1990, 294, 1994, 34, the problematic boundaries of modernity are sketched out in these ambivalent temporalities of the nation space. This ambivalence has evoked an irreversible inclination to construct cultural differences that can revise the history of critical theory. Therefore, the trend toward globalization drives the need to grasp the cultural distinctions within a nation. After a long cultural collision with the suzerain state, the former colony generates new power through mimicry and finally achieves cultural hybridity. As a vital aspect of post-colonialism, numerous ideological and social forces have informed the impression of China expressed in the films of the past 70 years. It is challenging for theoretical studies to accurately compare the discrete features of the films from the three regions and to understand their changes over time. Therefore, using big data analysis and machine learning methods, we explored the transformations observed in the image of China in the films produced in Chinese mainland and Taiwan over the last century from a post-colonial theoretical perspective. 3 Data and methods. Traditional methods using questionnaire surveys cannot accurately measure a country's image, which is diffused through an entire society and entails both subjectivity and universality. However, based on massive content, the current capabilities of unsupervised machine learning open the door to new methodologies. Natural language processing technologies enable the analysis of an extensive range of content and provide a more accurate measure of cultural concepts for social science disciplines. As the data source, we selected the plot synopses of China-related films from Chinese mainland and Taiwan collected via. Founded in 1990, is a high-quality international online database of films, providing information including film plots, casts, regions of production and release, ratings, and reviews. As of June 2020, the collection consisted of 552,366 films. The database has been widely used in scholarly research. For example, researchers have applied statistical models to classify the sentiments expressed in film reviews, AL. 2016, and to predict the popularity of future films, AL. 2020. Film reviews have also been used to study the attitudes of audiences toward elite values, 2018, or to explore the politicized role of humor, 2014. New quantitative and qualitative research breakthroughs have been reported using large datasets such as. This study used the terms China and Chinese as keywords to screen pre-2019 film data from the three regions, aiming to determine the image of China. All of the selected films articulated an idea of China for international audiences. Some of the films involved multi-regional collaborations. Thus, to avoid duplication, the first region where the film was made was considered the standard of judgment. After removing error values, 1047 relevant films were found. 682 from Chinese mainland, 261 from, and 104 from Taiwan. 1 For historical and political reasons, we mainly compared the films of the three regions between 1949 and 2018. We used web crawler technology to grab titles and plot synopses from, reflecting the plot and setting of each film. Furthermore, information about each film's region of production and release year was compiled to explore the process of transforming China's image, as well as the factors related to the film's social contexts. The 1047 films, selected from, showed a multidimensional image of China. The quantitative analysis performed in this study endeavored to address 3 aspects of the main topics of the films from the three regions. We examined their mentions of China or the Chinese people, their specific propensities to treat particular topics, and their positive or negative attitudes in describing China. We used text mining in the analysis because film titles and plot synopses represent unstructured textual data. First, for the contextual measurement, we used word embedding technology to predict the contexts associated with the term China. Google's open-source toolkit, the Word2 algorithm, can turn unstructured textual data into high-dimensional vector data. The similarity between words can be measured, and the context can be predicted by calculating the distance between the high-dimensional vectors. Second, for topic analysis, films have changed according to the historical development of the different regions. The special relationship between Chinese mainland and Taiwan in the past has left the regions with closely related, yet very different, images of China. The films produced in the three regions often feature their preferred topics or events in their descriptions of China, and the LDA topic model can help tease these out. Third, for sentiment analysis, we applied sentiment analysis to calculate the overall sentiment score of the relevant films from a more abstract perspective. Sentiment analysis entails the use of opinions or emotions, affective states, in the examination, cognition, and inference of subjective texts. The text hints at the varying feelings of different people. Researchers can use the trends that are discerned to analyze the public's views or evaluations on a specific issue using two methods of analysis. The sentiment dictionary can be used to assess the rule matching method, and the sentiment classification task can be set up based on the sentiment dictionary and text features. 4 contexts in China-related films. Number of China-related films from Chinese mainland and Taiwan by year. China-related films peaked in and Taiwan in the 1970s and 1990s, respectively, likely due to the cognitive reconstruction of the concept of China by their citizens. These periods coincided with turning points in relations between the two regions and the mainland. In 1971, the PRC resumed its lawful seat in the United Nations, prompting people in and Taiwan to pay attention to China's position and build on China's legacy in their films. The British Joint Declaration that returned to the PRC in 1997 was announced in 1984. Which had been ruled by the UK since 1841, re-examined its relationship with the mainland. This reassessment was directly reflected in films made in, and the number of relevant films increased in the following decade, 1985-1995. Distance of words to China. Chinese mainland. Taiwan. Single. 0.999557. Revolve. 0.999557. Life. 0.999683. Cinema. 0.999541. Story. 0.999504. Chinese. 0.999647. Overcome. 0.999537. Hit. 0.999504. Taiwan. 0.999584. Resident. 0.999527. Conflict. 0.999492. Want. 0.999573. Province. 0.999517. Canton. 0.999489. Family. 0.999562. Development. 0.999505. Nothing. 0.999489. World. 0.999548. Sound. 0.999492. Lid. 0.999488. Time. 0.999538. Poverty. 0.999492. Camp. 0.999475. Worked, 0.999534. Comrade, 0.99949. Lonely, 0.999468. Film, 0.999533. Truth, 0.999489. Emerge, 0.999467. Taiwanese, 0.999521. Stand, 0.999489. Journey, 0.999465. Japanese, 0.99952. Enemy, 0.999489. Series, 0.999465. Young, 0.999491. Market, 0.999488. Little, 0.999461. Run, 0.999485. Minority, 0.999485. Workers, 0.99946. Sword, 0.999485. Freedom, 0.999483. Follow, 0.999458. Girl, 0.999479. Course, 0.999482. Search, 0.999458. Old, 0.999471. Secret, 0.999481. Lady, 0.999458. Village, 0.999443. Today, 0.999481. Sun, 0.999457. War, 0.999437. Common, 0.999479. Fortune, 0.999456. Love, 0.999437. Economic, 0.999475. Hero, 0.999454. Marshall, 0.999434. The results of Word2 reveal that single denotes the term closest in films made in Chinese mainland to the focal word. In terms of specific context, single is mostly combined with child and mother, revealing the film's preference for family-related settings and their attention to the one-child policy and single mothers. In addition, the contextual terms around the word China primarily encompass three categories. First, politics, a classification involving mentions of the country's military and foreign policy or words such as comrade. Second, the category of the enemy, referring to opponents of the nation and socialism. And third, the grouping of minorities, signifying issues pertaining to ethnic populations and their governance. The second category focuses on the provincial economy and livelihoods and typically includes words such as resident, province, poverty, market, and economic. The third group discusses China's past and future, describing its historical memory and prospective development, and incorporates words like overcome, development, and today. The scenes of films are more relevant to the administrative status of the metropolitan area and include words like revolve and canton, depicting its past status as a British colony and its current standing as an SAR of the PRC. Furthermore, terms such as hit, conflict, and hero reveals tradition of making films featuring kung, police actions, and bandits. Additionally, the words worker and fortune encompass the exchange of labor and capital between and the mainland. The China-related context of Taiwanese films appears to be more oriented toward everyday life than the deliberate positive discourse on China in mainland films, using words such as life, family, work, girl, love, and village. Most of the relevant films focus on cross-strait exchanges, describing individual life experiences in Taiwan and Chinese mainland. The listed words, Chinese and Taiwanese, exhibit the distinction drawn between the identities of the people of Taiwan and the other character of mainland Chinese citizens. Meanwhile, the term Japanese reflects the complex Japanese context in Taiwanese films, and the words war and martial hint at the significance of military power in Taiwan. The image of China constructed by these films spans the different perceptions held by the three regions and incorporates the attitudes of editors in summarizing the content of the films. The synopses of films produced in Chinese mainland include words such as comrade, freedom, and poverty. The outlines of movies contain terms such as canton and fortune, and summaries of films originating in Taiwan use terms such as world and war. These words, to some extent, reveal the subjective understanding of the international audience represented by editors. Influenced by their ideologies, the editors reveal certain sociopolitical tendencies, for instance by emphasizing liberal values and regional sovereignty. 5 topics of China-related films. Although the films of the three regions influence each other to some degree, we postulated that the topics covered by the films would differ due to their respective social backgrounds and political environments. Bringing out these distinctions would facilitate understanding of the three regions' national identities. The LDA topic model was deployed to perform unsupervised cluster analysis based on the corpus of film synopses. After considering the overall length of the text and the model's actual effect too, the model with 5 topics was selected for the analysis. LDA topic analysis of China-related films. Topic 1. Topic 2. Topic 3. Topic 4. Topic 5. Kung. Kinship and love. Rural and urban. War. Crime. Art. 0.058. Life. 0.029. Village. 0.105. Japanese. 0.039. 0.076. Martial. 0.047. Love. 0.024. Moderns. 0.098. War. 0.027. School. 0.066. Master. 0.047. Young. 0.021. Night. 0.063. Shanghai. 0.026. 0.066. 0.038. Family. 0.02. Foreign. 0.061. Force. 0.024. Student. 0.057. Team. 0.032. Live. 0.016. Road. 0.051. Armies. 0.019. Police. 0.04. Gang. 0.031. Woman's. 0.015. Mission. 0.048. Help. 0.019. Orders. 0.037. Great. 0.026. City. 0.013. Say. 0.047. Worked. 0.019. Kill. 0.035. Kung. 0.025. Old. 0.012. Shot. 0.043. Town. 0.018. Brothers. 0.032. Vite. 0.022. Girl. 0.011. Hand. 0.039. Vite. 0.018. Government. 0.023. Monies. 0.022. Man. 0.009. Question. 0.039. Group. 0.018. Short. 0.022. Result. 0.019. Home. 0.008. Deadly. 0.037. Back. 0.018. Head. 0.022. Yuan. 0.018. Series. 0.008. Bodies. 0.037. Leave. 0.017. Hero. 0.021. Rurals. 0.018. Friend. 0.008. Outside. 0.03. American. 0.017. Truth. 0.02. OK 0. Power. 0.017. Beijing. 0.008. Catch. 0.029. Learned. 0.016. Doctor. 0.02. Dragons. 0.017. Traditional. 0.008. Train. 0.027. Couple. 0.016. Leaders. 0.019. International. 0.017. Parent. 0.008. Locals. 0.019. Return. 0.015. Murders. 0.018. Artist. 0.017. Movie. 0.008. Back. 0.016. End. 0.015. Teacher. 0.016. Wins. 0.016. Sun. 0.008. Fail. 0.003. Red. 0.014. Officer. 0.016. Most of the words in Topic 1 are related to Kung, with martial art, and Kung as examples. Other terms include fighting verbs, e.g. fight and win, fighting objects, e.g. master, team, gang and man, and evaluations, e.g. great and international. Words such as evil and dragon are also commonly used in this topic, revealing the indomitable spirit of Chinese people in the face of evil as the Chinese dragon, i.e. long offspring. Films belonging to this topic are primarily action-oriented, with thrilling stunts at their core to showcase traditional Chinese Kung. They often involve scenes of fighting, destruction, and rescue. They call for social justice and strike the audience's senses. Representative movies include Along Comes the Tiger, 1977, from Taiwan, and Kung Quest, 2013, from 3. Topic 2, Kinship and Love, is generally by words of affection, e.g. love, young, woman, girl and man, and family associations, e.g. family, home, friend, parent, and son. The context of this topic relate to everyday life and often focus on the lives of ordinary people, resonating with audiences through emotional expression. Typical works include And Her Mother-in-Law, 2012, The Naughty Boy Ma, 2009, and The Romance Beside the Well, 2013-4. The representative words for Topic 3, rural and urban, include village, modern, night, foreign, road, outside, local, shot, and catch. These words may reflect the collisions between the rural and the urban, the domestic and the international, and the local and the foreign, capturing their mutual integration and adaptation in the context of modernization. Terms such as shot, catch, and deadly reveal crime and violence as related to public security or guerrilla warfare. The two highest rated films on this topic are Jo Nu Ba, 1974, and Vampire vs. Vampire, 1989. However, only 28.6% and 22.6% of the words in their plot synopses describe the topic, implying that the topic often appears as the background to the plot rather than as its primary content. Topic 4 predominantly discusses war through words like war, force, army, and fight. Topic 4 is often anchored in significant historical military actions, describing scenes of battle, establishing the image of a hero, and reflecting on the disasters and trauma triggered by war. Words alluding to foreigners are also observed, for example, Japanese and American, reflecting the fact that war in Chinese mainland, and Taiwan often involve Japan, and the U.S. typical works are Eternal Wave, 2017, and Black Sun 731, 1988, in the context of the anti-Japanese war, hereafter referred to as AJW5. Most words used for Topic 5 relate to police activities and crime, for instance, police, order, kill, hero, murder, officer, and cop. This topic focuses on the antagonism between the police force and criminal elements, justice and evil, or law and wrongdoing, involving the detection of illegal acts and the fight against gang-related offenses. Meanwhile, is the core word of the topic, indicating that it is typically set in society. Films with the highest proportion of plot synopses classified in this topic are all produced in Long Arm of the Law, Part 2, 1987, Fist of Fury II, 1992, and Police Story III, 1992-6. Proportions of films on the 5 topics in the 3 regions. Figure 2 compares the proportions of Kung Navy, Kinship and Love Orange, Rural and Urban Red, War Blue, and Crime Green topics in Chinese mainland and Taiwan. ANOVA and LSD tests on the proportion of film topics in the 3 regions. CM HK TW ANOVA FCM versus HK CM versus TW HK versus TW Kung 0.106 0.148 0.138 32.467 0042 0032 0.01 Kinship and Love 0.547 0.497 0.507 21.658 0.05 0.04 0010 Rural and Urban 0.041 0.035 0.038 2.756 0.006 0.003 0003 War 0.219 0.2 0.226 5.57 0.018 0007 0026 Crime 0.087 0.119 0.09 26.686 0032 0003 0.029 Note I-CM represents the average proportion of relevant topics in Chinese mainland. HK represents the average proportion of relevant topics in. TW represents the average proportion of relevant topics in Taiwan. ANOVAF represents the F value in the ANOVA test. CM versus HK represents the LSD test between CM and HK. CM versus TW represents the LSD test between CM and TW. And HK versus TW represents the LSD test between HK and TW. P001, P005, P01. First, the proportion of films about kinship and love in Chinese mainland is significantly higher than that in and Taiwan. Films from Chinese mainland on this topic account for 55% of the total, 4% and 5% higher than in Taiwan, respectively. Therefore, mainland Chinese films tend to focus on everyday contexts and depict the feelings, social relations, and destinies of characters at the micro level. There are also significantly more films about rural and urban issues in Chinese mainland and in Taiwan than in, which is more modern and internationalized. In addition, the long-standing household registration, hukou system that divides the mainland Chinese population into urban and rural residents, with strikingly different living conditions, and social welfare support schemes, may have led to more films depicting both the conflicts and the connections between rural and urban areas. Second, most films focus on Kung and crime. Table 3 shows that the number of films about Kung, 15%, is significantly higher than that of mainland Chinese films, 11%. While the proportion of crime films in 12% is greater than that in the mainland 9%, and in Taiwan 9%. The film industry showed increased commercialization and marketization characteristics in its early stages of development, resulting in the flourishing of high-drama action films. Thus, Kung and crime films were of high quality and well received both at home and abroad. In addition, as a former British colony and an international port city, the film industry learned from the crime films that were popular in Europe and America. Third, Taiwan's proportion of war films is around 23%, slightly higher than the percentage of Chinese mainland, 22%, and significantly higher than that of 20%. Taiwan has not been the main battlefield of any modern war, but it does show a preference for war stories in its films, especially the AJW. The Taiwanese share China's historical memory of wars as an aspect of their ethnicity. Thus, a group of patriotic filmmakers in Taiwan uphold the ethnic, kinship, and geographical relationships between Taiwan and the mainland through military films set in various modern wars. 2008. However, Japan colonized Taiwan from 1895 to 1945, and many Japanese elements therefore persist in Taiwanese films, partly validating 1994's post-colonialism. The above analysis primarily focused on the different proportions of major China-related topics in the cinema of the three regions, examining them at a static level. Films favor different topics at different times, depending on their social contexts, meaning that the topics prevalent at any given point may change. Thus, the topic of war is used as an example to introduce time, allowing for a dynamic comparative analysis. Proportions of films on the topic of war by year in the three regions. Figure 3 reflects the changes in proportions of China-related films on the topic of war in Chinese mainland orange, navy, and Taiwan red, from 1950 to 2020. First, victories in war often lead to peaks in the number of war films in certain periods, such as in the 1950s in Chinese mainland. China was able to end its long history of war and establish a new nation after its victory in the AJW in 1945 and the Chinese Civil War, CCW, in 1949. Filled with joy, the people praised their war heroes and their new life, and this pride and happiness were reflected in the films of that era. The proportion of films on this topic rose significantly and peaked at 33% in 1954, right after the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed in the Korean War, KW, which the PRC considered a victory. Similarly, the proportion of war films peaked in Chinese mainland around 1985 and 1995, the 2 years coinciding with the 40th and 50th anniversaries of the victory in the AJW. With the exception of a peak at nearly 24% in 2009, which met the 60th anniversary of the founding of the PRC, the proportion of war films in Chinese mainland has mostly remained below 22% since the beginning of the 21st century. During this period, the mainland's economy was growing rapidly, and its films' focus on peaceful development may have led to a reduction in the number of war films. Second, international circumstances significantly influenced the extent to which this topic was highlighted in the films made in the 3 regions. War films often fulfill the political function of building nationalist feelings, which may explain the peak achieved by war films in the 1970s in Taiwan, when it confronted diplomatic turmoil. The United Nations ended Taiwan's membership in 1971. In 1972, Japan severed diplomatic relations with Taiwan, triggering a series of severances involving 27 countries. Japan then became the main object of resentment for Taiwan, Lee 1997. War films reshaped historical memory at that time. The Taiwanese authorities hoped to relieve people's disappointment and anxiety and rebuild national confidence through such films. The proportion of Taiwanese war films reached its highest level, about 28%, in 1978. In contrast, war films declined to a low level, approximately 20%, in Chinese mainland during the late 1970s and early 1980s, a fact that could be associated with the establishment of diplomatic relations between the PRC, Japan, and the U.S. at that time. Chinese mainland needed to show an attitude of avoidance and restraint toward war. Third, the war film curve of Taiwan reflects the change in its identity. Taiwan's attitude toward Japan and the AJW reflects these temporal shifts. Li Hui, who was strongly pro-Japanese and pro-American, was elected chairman of the Kuomintang, KMT, or Chinese Nationalist Party, in 1990. He visited the U.S. in 1995 as the leader of Taiwan and broadcast his support for Taiwan's independence. From 1995 to 2000, the proportion of war films continued to decline, reaching a low of 13% in 2000. Taiwan's sense of identity with China weakened during his tenure, and the trauma of being colonized subsided. Instead, post-colonial nostalgia was evoked, and a new culture with a pro-Japanese color gained prominence. War films fell out of favor in Taiwan as a result. However, the proportion of war films was relatively high after the turn of the 21st century, especially under KMT rule between 2008 and 2016, when it rose to more than 22%. In contrast, the number of war films fell when the Democratic Progressive Party, DPP, came to power and advocated Taiwan's independence, e.g. 2002, 008, 2016, present, perhaps because of the attitude toward the PRC of the administration concerned. Currently, the KMT aspires to normalize relations with the PRC, whereas the DPP advocates for the opposite, calling for a distinctive national identity for Taiwan. The people of demonstrate relatively little interest in war films compared to those in Chinese mainland and Taiwan, perhaps because films have long been marketized and are less subject to political influences. Few war films have recently been produced in 2011, for example, the proportion was only 13%. The reason is presumably that the region's war history is gradually receding, and therefore young audiences have no memory of war. 6 sentiments of China-related films. Average film sentiment scores of the 3 regions. ANOVA and LSD tests on sentiment scores in the 3 regions. CM, HK, TW. ANOVA FCM versus HK. CM versus TW. HK versus TW. Sentiment score 0.161, 0.03, 0.166, 14.474, 0.131, 0005, 0136. Note ICM represents the average sentiment score in Chinese mainland. HK represents the average sentiment score in. TW represents the average sentiment score in Taiwan. ANOVAF represents the F value in the ANOVA test. CM versus HK represents the LSD test between CM and HK. CM versus TW represents the LSD test between CM and TW. And HK versus TW represents the LSD test between HK and TW. P001, P005, P01. Film sentiment scores of the three regions by year. Figure 4 compares the average film sentiment scores of China-related films in Chinese mainland, navy, red, and Taiwan, orange. Figure 5 reflects the changes in average film sentiment scores of China-related films in Chinese mainland, red, navy, and Taiwan, orange, from 1950 to 2020. The sentiment scores calculated for the films from the mainland are intricately related to China's political and economic circumstances. In the early days of the PRC, film sentiment in Chinese mainland was very low, ranging from 0.2 to 0.1. Subsequently, the political movements from 1958 to 1978 prompted particularly high positive sentiments in mainland films. For example, the films of 1959 reached the highest sentiment score of 0.32, a level almost 1.8 standard deviations above the average value. 0.17, however, as political bubbles such as the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution burst by the 1980s, the moods depicted in the films also turned sour. The score was 0.01 in 1982 and 0.1 in 1986. Often dubbed scar culture, many of the films of this period focused on tragic destinies and traumas, reflecting the distortion of the national spirit and the deterioration of interpersonal relationships. Since the late 1990s, with the return of Macau and the economic boom, the sentiment score of films produced in Chinese mainland has risen significantly, reaching 0.24, about one standard deviation above the mean, in 2001. This increase reveals the exploration of subjectivity by mainland films, which explains their optimistic and nationalist sentiments. A complex and changeable cross-strait relationship has been forged between Taiwan and Chinese mainland due to their shared historical and political contexts. The early people who migrated to Taiwan, the Japanese colonial government, and the later Republic of China administration regarded Taiwan merely as a small island on the edge of their territories, deeming it far less critical than the mainland Berry, and 2005. 4. Given the influence of different policies, such contrasts present diverse social and cultural states, as well as varying opinions and sentiments. Taiwanese films produced during the period of martial law, 1949-1987, were anti-communist but not anti-China, exhibiting a low-high-low trend in their sentiment scores. In 1949, the KMT retreated to Taiwan and implemented a strict martial law policy. Films were used as ideological tools for political propaganda and were increasingly controlled by the KMT government. A substantial number of films made in Taiwan in the late 1960s portrayed hatred toward the mainland, and their corresponding sentiment scores were also very negative. For example, the scores from 1967 to 1974 were all lower than 0. In the mid-1970s, the focus of Taiwan-made films shifted from an anti-communist to an anti-Japanese stance because of the diplomatic turmoil at the time. Resentment over the severance of diplomatic relations with Japan was expressed through the memory of the victory in the AJW, which created the growing sentiment toward China seen during this period, reaching 0.35 in 1976, approximately 1.5 standard deviations higher than Taiwan's annual average score. The sentiment scores declined in the late 1970s, and their low values continued into the 1980s, reaching a low of 0.04 in 1983. Taiwan's film industry began to produce anti-communist films such as Message to Compatriots in Taiwan, 1979, as it constructed a cultural orthodoxy in the context of the mainland's Taiwan policy. The KMT government announced the end of martial law in 1987. The same year, the isolation of the two sides of the strait ended. The sentiment scores rose rapidly immediately after the period of martial law, 1987-1990, reaching a local peak of 0.25 in 1993, almost one standard deviation above the mean, reflecting both sides' desire to communicate. The Taiwanese could visit relatives on the mainland and see the thus far imagined China. The higher sentiment scores of Taiwanese films in the late 1980s to the early 1990s may partly be attributable to this ability. After martial law ended, cinema no longer had the power to construct its version of China's reality. Rather, it instinctively revealed Taiwanese feelings. Since the 1990s, the emotional changes noted in Taiwanese films have been closely tied to the region's power politics. Cross-strait relations fell to a freezing point in 1995, following Li Hui's remarks on Taiwan's independence. The 1995-1996 Taiwan Strait crisis made the situation even tenser, which explains that the sentiment scores of Taiwanese films related to China touched a nadir of only 0.02 in 1996. However, after the crisis, the sentiment score of Taiwanese films rose sharply, holding at about 0.38 from 1999 to 2001. In 2000, the DPP came to power for the first time and was elected Taiwan's leader. He reiterated Taiwan's independence, as well as carrying out several de-China policies, such as constitutional reform, corresponding to the downward trend of the sentiment scores in that period. The result is evident in the downward trend of film sentiment scores from 2001 to 2004, which reached a low of 0.1 in 2004. Then, in 2008, the KMT candidate, Ma Wying, was elected Taiwan's leader. At the same time as he promoted a peaceful exchange between Taiwan and the mainland based on the 1992 consensus, from 2009, the sentiment score rose, peaking at 0.33 in 2012. Ing Wen, member of the DPP, has been in power since 2016 and has stoked hostility between the two sides of the strait. Consequently, the moods of the films show a downward trend again, even as the overall sentiment remains positive. And the mainland have made different journeys and developed distinct social environments, creating separate emotional cognitions and cultural expressions. This separation is reflected in films, in which sentiment sometimes moves in the opposite direction to that of the mainland. Economy was booming in the 1960s and 1970s, while the opposite was true of the political and fiscal environment on the mainland. Some leftists launched an armed uprising against the British colonial government in 1967, but this drive gave rise to subversion to nationalist ideology. It may have contributed to the negative sentiments toward China from 1967 to 1974, with sentiment scores below 0. The PRC and the UK issued a joint declaration in 1984, agreeing to the return of sovereignty to the PRC in 1997. The significant changes they were facing caused anxiety among people. In the words of author Ping, 2012, 243, what most people worried about in the 1980s was losing their existing way of life and the obliteration of the existing culture. This assertion may explain the emotional low points registered in films from 1987 to 1995, most of whose values were negative, with a low of 0.11 in 1994. The increasingly frequent exchanges and growing cooperation with the mainland after the turn of the century led to progressively more positive feelings toward China in films. During this time, the sentiment score rose, reaching 0.25 in 2011. However, the mood turned negative again because of political protests such as Occupy Central with Love and Peace, and in 2018, the sentiment score was just 0.03. The above analysis, to some extent, showed that there are many factors influencing the China-related emotions articulated in the films of the three regions, although our aim was not to establish clear and robust causality. Among these factors, the relationship between the three regions is the most significant, followed by the economic and social environments. In this sense, the image of China is not merely a cultural concept, it is also greatly influenced by politics. Economic and social factors may also determine the sentiments expressed in films. The amplification of national strengths in periods of economic optimism and the resulting relaxed social environment represent ideal conditions for the proliferation of the arts, which shift from their reliance on the West to focus on indigenous expressions with a positive mindset. 7. Conclusion. This chapter presents a panoramic view of China, in the West, through a century of films from Chinese mainland and Taiwan from the perspective of post-colonialism. It did so by adopting machine learning methods, word embedding technology, and LDA topic model, to explore the transformations observed in the image of China in films produced in the three regions over the last 100 years. The discrete historical contexts of the three regions have led to the construction of three distinct societies, even though all are rooted in Chinese culture. These social existences are articulated as divergent cultural characteristics in the films of the three regions, which convey different images of China to the international community. Their manifestations of China and Chinese culture have also transformed in tandem with the major historical events that the three regions have experienced over the last century. The image of China is positive and realistic in films produced in Chinese mainland, and the number of such films is correlated with China's economic and political circumstances. For example, explosive growth may be observed in the number of films produced in China in periods of social stability and economic prosperity, such as the 21st century. In addition, most contexts in which the word China appears in mainland films are related to the country's historical memory and future development. The sentiment scores of mainland films also correspond to the times. Greater optimism may be noted in films made during the Cultural Revolution, echoing political demands, and after the turn of the 21st century as a natural expression of improved living standards and rising morale. Conversely, low moods were depicted in films made during the 1980s, a period of recovery from the traumas of the Cultural Revolution. In Taiwan-made films, China's image is ambiguous and changeable, and the perspective is more individual than the standpoint of the mainland. The number of films produced in Taiwan fluctuates slightly, but remains relatively low compared to the number of films produced in mainland, and Taiwanese films primarily focus on personal topics, stories that reveal the changing times. In particular, Japanese and war elements proliferate in Taiwan-produced films, reflecting the persistent influence of Japanese colonization on Taiwanese society. In terms of sentiment, Taiwanese films are influenced by politics. Their sentiment scores related to China touch naders at important historical moments, such as the island losing its membership of the United Nations in 1972 and Li Hui's visit to the U.S. in 1995. Films showcase China through its traditions and international elements. Was the first of the three regions to commercialize its films and achieve worldwide success. Consequently, the number of films produced in peaked between the 1970s and the 1990s. Subsequently, film production began to decline due to the boom in the mainland Chinese film industry and the rise in co-productions. Made films typically transcend reality, focusing on kung and crime, combining elements of traditional Chinese culture with Hollywood business models, and expressing the unyielding character of the Chinese people. Nevertheless, the sentiment scores of films are influenced by political events, revealing public confusion about the erstwhile colony's identity and future after its return to China. Sentiment scores increased after the beginning of the current century, but have dropped again because of the political turmoil of recent years. The results of our analysis of the content, topics, and sentiments in the films of the three regions reveal that political, economic, cultural, and ideological factors combine to influence China's image in the West. Cinema is a cultural product, and culture is both a practice and a system of symbols and meanings. 2005, 161-61. The reality is distorted by the consciousness of creators when films reflect society. In addition, truth and falsehood cannot be defined via simple binary distinctions. They are complex, multi-layered, and contextual systems influenced by national strengths and diplomacy. The vast increase in China's national strength has made filmmakers in the three regions increasingly eager to hone their image of China and spread local awareness of change in the West through their films. The results of the quantitative analyses also validate some of the theories outlined in Sect 2 of this chapter, particularly post-colonialism. In the 1980s, mainland films experienced a period of emotional depression because of the historical introspection of their directors, but they also offered the West an opportunity to understand Chinese mainland. Numerous Japanese elements persist in Taiwanese films, revealing the region's close relationship with its colonial history. Likewise, films demonstrate a cultural attachment to the suzerain state, similar to that of Taiwanese films. To echo 1994 concepts, and Taiwan represent regions where multiple cultures congregate, allowing communications to occur in a third space and construct a new intersubjectivity. However, some limitations merit attention. First, it is necessary to briefly acknowledge the status of the three regions' film industries. Films produced in and Taiwan have recently distanced themselves from those made on the mainland. For example, no Chinese-language films, whether local or mainland productions, achieved a top 10 box office ranking in either region in 2019. Conversely, 8 of the top 10 mainland films were locally made, reflecting the boom in the mainland Chinese film industry and the decline of Taiwanese films. Some mainland films have succeeded locally, but have failed to replicate their success in Taiwan and overseas markets, perhaps because of political factors or a lack of openness and inclusiveness. Second, classification-related difficulties prevented us from evaluating the features of co-productions. Nevertheless, in spite of the drawbacks, this chapter makes several contributions to the literature. First, its methodology contributes to cultural research in the social sciences. It directs cultural studies away from the analysis of micro and individual cases to large-scale cultural data. The joint use of 3 quantitative methods means that the results are more comprehensive, and the features of the three regions' cultures are more objective and accurate than conclusions drawn from single cultural phenomena. Thus, this chapter better reflects social reality at the macro level. Second, the findings of this chapter increase understanding of the relationship between the three regions, a relationship that changed dramatically in the second half of the past century. Knowledge of the similarities and idiosyncrasies in the respective cultures of the three regions is not only useful for a deeper understanding of the distinctive development process of Chinese culture, but also helps to clarify the region's ethnic, cultural, and emotional connections, which go beyond politics. Finally, the results of this chapter show that the image of China in the West as it is portrayed in movies is a combination of its self-portrayal and selection by editors and users worldwide who all have their own tastes and ideologies. Open access, this chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Mohammed Al. 2020. Popularity Prediction of Movies, From Statistical Modeling to Machine Learning Techniques. Multimedia Tools and Applications, 7947, 35580 335617. Barry, Chris and 2005. Island on the Edge, Taiwan New Cinema and After. University Press. Barry, Christopher J. and Mary. 2006. China on Screen, Cinema and Nation. Columbia University Press. K. 1990. Nation and Narration. K. 1994. The Location of Culture. E. 1959. National Images and International Systems. Journal of Conflict Resolution 3, 2, 121-31. 2008. History of Taiwanese Film. Beijing, China Film Press in Chinese. 1995. Rescuing History from the Nation, Questioning Narratives of Modern China. University of Chicago Press. Lutz Al. 1980. Front Page News and Real-World Cues, A New Look at Agenda Setting by the Media. American Journal of Political Science, 24 1, 1649. Ping. 2012. 10 Essays on Culture. Hangzhou, Zhejiang University Press, in Chinese. Late. 2016. Subjectivity, Integrity and Concretization in the Study of Chinese Film History. Literature and Art Studies 8, 8292 in Chinese. Late. 1997. Taiwanese Films, Society and History. Taipei Books in Chinese. Lees and 2009. Criticism of Chinese Post-Colonial Film Criticism. Social Sciences in Yunnan 2, 142-145 in Chinese. Sheldon H. 1997. Transnational Chinese Cinemas, Identity, Nationhood, Gender. Honolulu, University of Hawaii Press. Combs Maxwell. 2005. A Look at Agenda Setting, Past, Present, and Future. Journalism Studies, London, England 6-4, 543-557. 2014. Is Serious as a Geopolitical Speech Act, IMDb Film Reviews of Barron's The Dictator. Geopolitics 19-1, 141-60. 2018. Class Concerns in a Heritage Setting, Viewers' Responses to Abion. Series International Journal of TV Serial Narratives, 4-2, 91-101. William H. 2005. Logics of History, Social Theory and Social Transformation. Chicago, London, University of Chicago Press. Sun. 2016. Chinese Language Film or Chinese Cinema. Review of an ongoing debate in the Chinese mainland. Journal of Chinese Cinemas 10, 1, 6166 MathNet. Tan. 2020. Bifurcated History and Rewriting Chinese Film History. Film Art 2, 149-154 in Chinese. And 2016. Classification of Sentiment Reviews using Ngram Machine Learning Approach. Expert Systems with Applications 57, 117-126. Yes. 2018. Early Film Cultures in Taiwan and Republican China, Kaleidoscopic Histories. University of Michigan Press. 1991. The Difficulty of Being Radical, the discipline of film studies, and the post-colonial world order. Boundary 2, an International Journal of Literature and Culture 18, 3, 242-257. We also compared the results obtained from with those from a cloned version of and the most popular online movie review website in China, and found that the number of related films after screening was 1219 from Chinese mainland, 358 from, and 187 from Taiwan. This finding indirectly proves that there exists potential selection bias by editors and users worldwide. The number of topics is a vital parameter for training LDA topic models. In this study, models with 5, 8, 10, and 15 topics were tested. After a comprehensive evaluation of each topic's connotation, topic differentiation, and purposes, 5 topics were finally chosen to train the model. According to the LDA topic model, around 51.1% of the plot synopses of Along Comes the Tiger, 1977, classify it to Topic 1, ranking first among 1047 films. Around 51.1% of the plot synopses of Kung Quest, 2010, categorize the film into this topic, suggesting that both movies are representative works of Topic 1. According to the LDA topic model, the proportions of the 3 films belonging to this topic are 85.1%, 79.6%, and 78.6% respectively, and all denote representative works. According to the LDA topic model, the proportions of the 2 films belonging to this topic are 51% and 50%, respectively, meaning that both are representative works. According to the LDA topic model, the proportions of the 3 films belonging to this topic are 44.2%, 42.4%, and 37.9%, respectively, and they are all representative works. The means and standard deviations here are calculated based on the smooth time series, which differs from the means calculated based on films. Machine learning in social science. 1. Introduction: the rise of machine learning in social science. What is machine learning? Susan of University, the first female economist to win the Clark Prize, defined machine learning in the context of social science, that is, to achieve tasks such as clustering, classification, and prediction by developing computer algorithms suitable for specific data. 2018. To put it more precisely, machine learning tries to constantly optimize the performance standards of statistical calculation programs, enabling the program to achieve the task of learning, discovering data characteristics, and making a statistical prediction based on a large number of data features. 1. In the early days of computer data processing technology, social scientists were skeptical of it as a tool to help study social problems. On the one hand, the complexity of human society is much greater than that of nature. On the other hand, the available data and computing tools in traditional social sciences are relatively limited. However, the rapid expansion of information and data in the network era has brought unprecedented opportunities to social science. As early as 2009, and his colleagues predicted in Science that the era of computing social science would dawn. Al. 2009, and Jason 2017. In the past 10 years, the network has developed and research has accumulated rapidly. In addition to its original expectation, a new wave is surging. With the development of machine learning, the emergence of large-scale social survey data and big data, and the improvement of computer processing performance, the era of solving problems related to data, algorithms, and computing power, as well as realizing social understanding and prediction, has dawned. Another major impediment to the advancement of machine learning in social science has to do with the paradigm shift that is difficult to perform. Social scientists, whose main approach to the causal explanation of social processes is through description, explanation, and induction, are not accustomed to the social predictions that machine learning can achieve. Different from the generative modeling followed by classical statistical analysis, predictive modeling, as employed in machine learning, can account for model uncertainty and out-of-sample performance. 2017. Although social theory and data are rarely used to make predictions over a long period due to the complexity of social systems, the significance of prediction in the history of social science research cannot be ignored. Martin al. 2016, al. 2021. Machine learning techniques can help interpolate potential indicators, generate new theories, and improve causal inference, which brings social prediction, once one of the most far-reaching topics, back to social science. In this book, parts II, and IV illustrate cases of social prediction using machine learning. In addition to social prediction, machine learning can help classify and cluster data to produce findings that differ from traditional methods. The ever-changing Internet has constructed datasets of unprecedented size and scope, recording all the footprints of people wandering, connecting, and aggregating in the social world. For social scientists, such a society built on data is a fertile ground that can provide new research resources and theoretical opportunities, where machine learning technology is the most effective discovery tool. And Jason 2017. Al. 2021. It can reduce the dimensionality of data, thus helping social scientists process new kinds of data and theorize the relationships, structures, and topics within them. This technique of clustering can also be used to discover heterogeneity within populations, with insightful connections to the traditional inductive and deductive reasoning in social science. And 2016. Al. 2017. In this book, parts V and VI elaborate on the application of machine learning in text analysis. Prediction and clustering tasks represent the two major categories of machine learning: supervised machine learning and unsupervised machine learning. Mitchell 1997, Lee 2012. They are distinguished according to whether the target feature label is given in the dataset. This classification is based on the experience that the two tools are allowed to have in the learning process. Al. 2016. In supervised machine learning, the algorithm observes an output y for each input x. The output provides a target to predict. In unsupervised machine learning, the algorithm only observes the input and needs to make sense of the data without a prediction target or a correct answer. And 2019. Supervised machine learning can provide the predicted label results by testing the fitting effect of the given training set model and applying the model to the test set in the data set with given features and labels. In the quantitative terminology of social science, when the covariate matrix, i.e., features X and the explained variable, i.e., target Y, have been given, an appropriate algorithm would be adopted to fit the conditional expectation of the explained variable given the covariates, and the fitting effect would be evaluated against the real value of the explained variable. This process requires that the original label Y provided by the data set is objective and accurate, and the training set is consistent with the covariate standard of the test set. That is, the data set has to be independent identically distributed, IID2. Take image recognition, a classic task in machine learning, as an example. To enable a computer to identify a car in an image, humans must first label a set of pictures manually. If there was a car in the picture, it would be marked as 1. Otherwise, it would be marked as 0 to generate a training set with a standard answer. Whether there is a car in the picture is the explained variable y, and the covariates x can be obtained by quantifying the image pixel information. By training the algorithm and adjusting the parameters, the properties of the explained variables can be predicted by using the covariate matrix information, and the prediction can be ideally accurate. Then, the algorithm obtained through training can be applied to the image library without manual marking, thereby realizing the real, automatic recognition. As for specific methods, supervised machine learning methods include regularized regression, decision trees, random forest, support vector machines, neural networks, Bayes, ensemble learning, etc. Unsupervised machine learning is suitable for data sets without labels. When the covariate matrix is available and the explained variable is not, the algorithm will calculate the distance between different samples based on the given covariate information and cluster the samples. This method is essentially a process of dimensionality reduction, which can be applied to unstructured data such as texts, pictures, audio, and video, and can expand the scale of empirical data available in the social sciences. For example, in image recognition, the algorithm directly processes the unlabeled image dataset, calculates the similarity or difference degree of different pictures through the image pixel matrix data, and then makes the classification according to the principle of minimum distance and maximum intergroup distance. The interpretation of category meaning is determined and defined manually. The common methods of unsupervised machine learning include cluster analysis, factor analysis, sequence analysis, principal components analysis, k-means clustering, topic modeling, community detection, etc. Among them, latent allocation, LDA, topic model, and other topic modeling tools have been widely applied in cultural research within the social sciences. Al. 2003. Poetics, a leading journal in the social sciences focusing on culture, communication, and the arts, published a series of studies based on topic modeling in a special issue in 2013 and 2013. The innovations in social prediction and clustering, brought about by machine learning, have undoubtedly opened the door to a new world of social science. These tools not only help improve existing methods, such as counterfactual constructions, in causal inference and supplementation of incomplete samples, but also provide new avenues for theory construction through data-driven discovery, as demonstrated in Part III. Furthermore, they enhance traditional approaches to causal inference via model optimization and high-dimensional data processing, as illustrated in Part IV. Together, these developments are reshaping the classical research paradigm, expanding the capacity of the social sciences to uncover the experiences of previously silent groups and their neglected cultural practices. They also extend social research across broader temporal and spatial horizons, allowing scholars to better understand the dynamics of diverse societies. However, we must also be fully aware of the context in which machine learning techniques are applied. The exploratory results should be validated, especially in unsupervised machine learning, where the lack of explicit predictive targets makes robustness checks within the model or based on other external data necessary. And 2019. The ethical issues posed by machine learning also deserve special attention, as algorithms that define target variables based on specific category labels may reproduce existing social inequalities and discrimination. And 2016. Therefore, machine learning techniques can complement existing methods in social science, but they are not perfect, nor are they a substitute for traditional methods. It is exactly the vigilance rooted in the heart of social scientists that enables the leaders of disciplines, advocates of paradigms, reformers of thinking, and innovators of methods, to consistently maintain the spirit of academic reflection, respect, and perseverance in the theoretical tradition at every critical historical juncture. In this sense, excellent social science research must exemplify the rational use of advanced methods with humanistic feelings and theoretical concerns. Humanistic feelings, theoretical concerns, and methods of the times are indispensable to academic background, historical heritage, and the contemporary pulse of social science. Research without the above features, no matter how powerful its methods and data are, cannot obtain historical respect and academic depth. Meanwhile, research without scientific research methods, no matter how strong its theoretical consciousness and humanistic spirit are, cannot reach the real historical height. Same as the introduction and emergence of every new thing and new field in the history of discipline development, the introduction and emergence of machine learning into the toolbox and thinking mode of social scientists will neither change the research merit of social science nor diminish the traditional social research paradigms and methods. Computational social science, represented by machine learning, is one of the frontier areas of quantitative social science research. social scientists' constant inquiry into causal mechanisms, continuous pursuit of the breadth and depth of social information, and unremitting exploration of social processes and the certainty of social phenomena together constitute the historical drive and discipline's endogenous power in this frontier area. If we approach methods such as machine learning in the right way, with both enthusiasm and caution, then we can make it work for us to explore social reality, which is what this book truly aims to convey. This book provides an exhaustive view of the principles of machine learning, its development, and its application in social science. Through diverse and rigorous studies, both social scientists and readers interested in social computing methods will be able to deepen their understanding of this new approach, while drawing their insights into how to maximize the data's potential. Part I of the book provides a literature review on the application of machine learning methods in social science. Chapter 2 focuses on supervised machine learning, which makes possible the paradigm of social prediction. Chapter 3 introduces unsupervised machine learning, highlighting its use in the field of cultural research. Part II concerns vulnerable and minority groups, making predictions on immeasurable hidden data. Chapter 4 studies Chinese individuals who are victims of domestic violence and are reluctant to share their experiences in the questionnaire. Chapter 5 examines sexual minorities in China who are not comfortable being open about their sexual orientation. To understand the current situation of these groups, data supplementation using machine learning methods holds significant social value. Part III reverses the traditional social research paradigm to develop novel theories. Based on the grounded theory, Chapter 6 demonstrates the computing grounded theory in producing theory from data through supervised machine learning algorithms, which can deepen the connection between causality and. Chapter 7 extends the work presented in Chapter 6 by conducting extensive testing on specific datasets to generate new theories of subjective well-being. It concludes with 5 major contributions of computing grounded theory. Part IV focuses on causal inference and shows how machine learning can enhance the performance of traditional causal analysis methods. Chapter 8 examines the integration of supervised machine learning with classical causal tools such as propensity score matching, instrumental variables, and quasi-experimental designs to improve covariate balancing, reduce bias, and optimize model fit. Chapter 9 introduces the framework of double machine learning, which enables flexible causal estimation in high-dimensional settings and supports the identification of heterogeneous treatment effects, offering a robust solution for complex empirical questions. Part V applies unsupervised machine learning methods to conduct large-scale text analysis, focusing on topic modeling to explore underlying themes and patterns in the data. Chapter 10 explores a contemporary, web-based niche literary form, boys love fiction, uncovering the feminist values and gender dilemmas embodied in it. Chapter 11 reviews the classic works in history, surveying the panorama of Marx's collected works and tracing the evolution of their ideas about society. Part VI continues to apply unsupervised machine learning methods to analyze media texts, with a particular focus on sentiment analysis. Chapter 12 examines the image of China in films outside of China, especially in Hollywood, while Chapter 13 compares this national image in films from Chinese mainland, Special Administrative Region SAR, and Taiwan, Province of China. In addition to understanding the history and reality, as well as the change and development of this cultural image, causal analysis is also used to identify the socioeconomic factors behind these changes. To help readers better understand the practical applications of machine learning methods in social science research, this book provides basic Python code examples in the appendix. These examples cover key analytical techniques such as regression, classification, topic modeling, word embeddings, and model interpretability, offering readers a hands-on reference for implementing and explaining machine learning models. To the author's knowledge, This is the first attempt to exhaustively address the application of machine learning technology in social science. Using a series of typical research cases, it illuminates the way forward on unsupervised and supervised machine learning methods, as well as big data in social science research. This book furthers the field of social science in three aspects. First, in terms of computational social science, this book introduces key machine learning algorithms and their application scenarios, highlighting their ability to uncover latent indicators and enhance causal inference. By optimizing matching, instrumental variables, and quasi-experiments, and by enabling flexible estimation in high-dimensional settings, machine learning reduces model constraints, captures heterogeneity, and stabilizes causal effects, especially by constructing accurate counterfactuals and integrating complex confounders. Second, in the context of cultural research across the social sciences, computational methods offer new ideas for dealing with large-scale literary and media data, thus adding to the theoretical understanding of the long-term interconnections between symbolic systems, communication media, and social reality. Machine learning methods enable researchers to capture the broader contexts and complex systemic dynamics of culture by drawing on extensive digital cultural resources that span wide spatial and temporal scales. Third, for the social sciences more broadly, the rise of machine learning opens the door to new theoretical perspectives and research agendas. By extending the explanatory factors and dimensions of models, this approach revitalizes the sociological imagination and brings theoretical inquiry into dialogue with large-scale empirical analysis. It allows for the discovery of hidden social patterns, cultural trajectories, and emergent collective behaviors, deepening our understanding of issues such as inequality, power, and cultural change. In doing so, it helps the social sciences integrate macro structures with individual experiences across historical, contemporary, and future horizons. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Susan, 2018. Machine Learning and Causal Inference for Policy Evaluation. The Impact of Machine Learning on Economics. In the Economics of Artificial Intelligence, an Agenda, ed. Joshua and Avi, 507-547. University of Chicago Press. Solon and D. 2016. Big Data's Disparate Impact. California Law Review 104, 671. P.S. Al. 2017. Comparing Grounded Theory and Topic Modeling, Extreme Divergence or Unlikely Convergence. Journal of the Association for Information Science and Technology, 68-6, 1397-1410. David M. Y. and Michael I. Jordan. 2003. Latent Allocation. Journal of Machine Learning Research 3, 993-1022. Bart and 2016. Varieties of American Popular Nationalism. American Sociological Review 81, 5, 949-980. He and 2021. Understanding China Through Big Data, Applications of Theory-Oriented Quantitative Approaches. And New York, David. 2017. 50 Years of Data Science. Journal of Computational and Graphical Statistics, 26, 4, 745-766 MathNet. And Aaron. 2016. Deep Learning. MIT Press. David and Jason. 2017. DataX, Introduction to Big Data. Annual Review of Sociology 43, 1, 1939. David Al. 2009. Social Science. Computational Social Science. Science 323, 5915, 721, 723. Lays. 2012. Statistical Learning Methods. Beijing, University Press in Chinese. Martins Al. 2016. Exploring Limits to Prediction in Complex Social Systems. In Proceedings of the 25th International Conference on World Wide Web, 683-694. Mitchell Tom. 1997. Machine Learning. New York and London, Hill. John W. and 2013. Introduction Topic Models, What They Are and Why They Matter. Poetics 41-6, 545-569. Mario and 2019. Machine Learning for Sociology. Annual Review of Sociology 45, 2745. Machine learning and data mining are often used as equivalent concepts in many disciplines and academic practice. Comparatively, whereas machine learning emphasizes that computer programs apply existing data information to new research objects, which is the so-called learning, data mining emphasizes the extraction and simplification of data features. The IID condition requires the training set and the test set to have the same probability distribution and to be independent of each other, so that the model obtained from the training set data can be applied to the whole dataset and the training effect can be guaranteed. To ensure the generalization capacity of the algorithm obtained from the training set, it is typical to use methods like random splits or cross-validation in practice. 2. Social prediction, a new research paradigm based on supervised machine learning. 1. Introduction. For Max Weber, sociology is a science that concerns itself with the understanding of social action as well as the causal explanation of its process and result. Weber 1968-1921. 4. His formulation exemplifies a broader orientation that has long shaped the social sciences, to describe and explain social processes and phenomena, to seek the meaning and interpretation of social actions, and to verify social hypotheses and theories. Consequently, description, interpretation, and statistical testing have become traditional and mainstream approaches within social scientific research. In contrast, prediction seems to have had no role within the discipline for a long time. This phenomenon also widely exists in social sciences such as economics, political science, and social policy, which has not drawn concern or reflection. However, scholars have already emphasized that a causal interpretation must serve as the basis for predicting social phenomena, and 1948, 138. Hence, predictability is a necessary but not sufficient condition for the causal mechanism, as although predictability does not equate with causality, a prediction could be formed if there were causality. Based on this rationale, prediction should be regarded as a proper pursuit of the social sciences, particularly in fields such as sociology and economics, where the establishment of causality has long been a central concern. For example, in 2014, Watts published an article in the American Journal of Sociology to criticize the academic tradition of pursuing the meaning of common sense and ignoring the value of prediction. Watts 2014. Watts argued that if sociology is a science, sociologists' interpretations must be evaluated by scientific standards. That is, the science must be capable of making predictions. Over the past century, social scientists have explored the meaning and explanation of society and social processes, and devoted attention to providing theoretical guidance and evaluative examinations of social transformations. However, the social sciences pay significantly less attention to ex-ante prediction than ex post facto evaluation and interpretation. Al. 2017. A series of papers on the topic of prediction and its limits has been published by Science and Stone 2017. Although these articles came from different disciplines of social sciences, such as economics, sociology, and political science, scholars' consensus was that in contrast to natural science, theories and data of social science were rarely used to make predictions. Martin L. 2016 highlighted that the significant complexity of the social system and the limited information, the lack of data and models, have made social science research unable to make predictions over a long period. In the history of social science research, scientific practices for predicting social phenomena or processes have remained absent. However, the concept of social prediction has always lingered in the minds of scholars. As early as the 1940s, 1940 proposed the concept of social prediction, emphasizing that social science should predict social phenomena. In the 1980s, Chinese scholars also proposed this concept, 1986. However, in both international and domestic academia, substantive prediction research in social science has not been fully developed, nor has it aroused academic resonance, due to limitations in data availability and econometric methods. The long-term absence of social prediction in empirical research impedes quantitative researchers as they seek to exert scientific power in influencing policy and promoting the discourse power of the media. Compared to scholars who emphasize theoretical criticism and interpretation, quantitative researchers are even more cautious, conservative, and uninteresting due to their limited capacity for prediction and anticipation. Indeed, the public and governments would not be satisfied merely with concept refinement, process interpretation, and statistical estimation. With the availability of data and the advances of computer processing performance, social prediction has dawned on quantitative social science research, which is at the forefront of interdisciplinary research. Currently, quantitative research in social science has gradually met the three requirements for high-precision prediction: data, computing power, and algorithms. In particular, with the development of computer algorithms for specific data, 2018, social scientists have been able to process large-scale social data, highlighting the academic value of social prediction. Al. 2017. The special issue of Science in 2017, which was devoted to predicting the social process, preliminarily sorted out this important developmental trend. The rest of the article will review the historical development of the concept of social prediction and discuss the specific principles and methods of social prediction via algorithms. On this basis, the article will redefine social prediction in the contemporary era. In this sense, this article summarizes the disciplinary significance of social prediction from the perspectives of policy and academic significance, and especially aims to present the main contribution fields and directions of social prediction for contemporary social research. Furthermore, this article discusses the paradigm significance of social prediction. Social prediction represents a new of social science research from the perspective rather than a strict ontology. With the emergence of big data and the improvement of computing power, the application of machine learning and the redefining of social prediction will boost the paradigm breakthrough of quantitative social science research and even social science research. 2. The history of social prediction. 2.1. The rise and fall of prediction. The prediction has involved logical and sequential consideration of natural and social phenomena since ancient times. Goodman, 1983. However, it is a modern development that prediction has become a scientific category. The prediction of social phenomena and human behavior has long been compared with the prediction of natural phenomena or animal behavior, but has been regarded as a more difficult task. As early as the 1940s, scholars suggested strengthening the work of prediction in social science and proposed the concept of social prediction, 1940. Although 1940 recognized the difficulty of prediction, he believed that social behavior was even more predictable than natural phenomena at the micro level. However, since the mid-20th century, the development of social science has failed to make a substantial breakthrough in prediction. When put forward the concept of prediction in social science, he predicted that it would be very challenging. In particular, there were 4 obstacles to be overcome. First, many influencing factors would be neglected. Second, the sequence in the prediction may not be taken into account. Third, it is difficult to capture accurate information on known variables. Fourth, the complex association among social variables would be neglected, 1940. Generally, these problems correspond to missing variables, logical chains, measurement errors, and the complexity of social phenomena in quantitative research in contemporary social sciences. Another development is the path model, which was popular in the 1970s and 1980s. The path model attempts to expose the implications of data and the complex associations among variables by including dozens of factors in the model. The method of variable packing is similar to the data mining model of machine learning, but the purpose and implementation of the path model differ significantly from those of machine learning. In the Chinese Academia of the Humanities and Social Sciences, some scholars have proposed the concept of social prediction and carried out exploration based on early warning indicators of social stability. Some of this work dates back to the 1980s, 1986, 2005. In the Sociology Dictionary, edited by 2009, social prediction is defined as speculation or analysis of possible social phenomena in the future. Its purpose is to reveal the most important factors that determine the future development and the most important relationships of social phenomena for decision-making reference. The dictionary even distinguishes intuitive prediction, based on subjective experience, and quantitative prediction based on data. Since the 1990s, scholars of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, namely Li and Yi, have used the term prediction in a series of blue books on social analysis and prediction. However, the related research methods primarily involve data displays of time trends, intuitive trend prediction, and traditional regression. In this sense, empirical prediction with scientific standards based on data is almost blank, although the concept of social prediction has been in use for a long time. Indeed, elaborations of its significance and difficulties are available in both international and Chinese academic publications. The reasons for the poor development of social prediction are not complicated. Even in the 21st century, social scientists still cannot solve the problems posed by 1940. Due to the great complexity of social processes, one requires sufficient data, complex models, and strong computer processing capacity to make an ideally accurate and precise social prediction, which are the 3 dimensions of information limitations mentioned in the introduction. Due to these 3 bottlenecks, social scientists can hardly practice prediction. Instead, these scientists have shelved the ambition of prediction since the second half of the 20th century. Since the data, models, and computing power required for accurate prediction were not yet available, the entire social science community, especially quantitative research, has focused on the relationships among variables. That is, based on limited sample data, unbiased estimations of the pairwise relationships between variables are obtained using statistical models. The delicate implication of this compromise is that social scientists no longer have unrealistic confidence in social prediction as the early pioneers did. Instead, these scientists deliberately confine their work to analyzing the pairwise relationships between variables. Al. 2017-2018. In short, because of the bottlenecks of data, models, and computing power, most social scientists have long abandoned the scientific practice of prediction. 2.2 Revisiting prediction. The abandonment of prediction has shaped the mainstream methods of quantitative research in the whole social science community. The primary efforts are spent determining the covariance between the independent variable x and the dependent variable y through regression models. In other words, social scientists analyze whether the relationship between x and y is statistically significant and has actual significance on economic and social scales based on certain statistical standards. They clarify whether and how the change of a unit of x is related to the change of y. This correlation analysis, which focuses on covariance, cannot meet the ultimate academic mission of causal explanation. Thus, social scientists have started to use the analytical approach of parameter estimation to go beyond correlation analysis and reach causal inference. With the development of advanced econometric methods and the cautious application of experimental methods, some disciplines, such as economics, have shifted their mainstream quantitative analysis almost completely to causal inference based on the counterfactual framework in recent years. That is, they explore whether and how a change in x causes a change in y through the observed social data. Pearl 2000, 1974. A similar disciplinary evolution occurred in sociology at the end of the 20th century. Other disciplines, such as statistics and econometrics, provide ready-made methods and analytical models for causal inference in sociological analysis. Sociologists have contacted and introduced appropriate methods at an early stage. Morgan and 2007, Brand and 2007. Can social scientists provide a satisfactory response to Max Weber's emphasis on explanatory mechanisms and causality when the relationship between social index x and social index y can be identified? Although social scientists are still concerned and worried about the invasion of advanced econometric methods into the discipline, scholars at the forefront of the discipline have given a clear and determined answer that the covariant research of correlation analysis and causal analysis is insufficient to constitute a social explanation in terms of science. Many social explanations confuse understandability with causality, which does not meet the standard of scientific interpretation. If social scientists expect their interpretations to be scientifically legitimate, they must evaluate them according to scientific standards. That is, predictions must be made. Watts, 2014, 313. To make research more scientific, he stressed that it is necessary to sacrifice some seemingly straightforward and reasonable view. So social scientists have to make the right and necessary choices between satisfying but unscientific stories and unsatisfying scientific explanations. How can Watts' criticism be understood in relation to traditional quantitative methods in the social sciences? Watts directly engaged with Max Weber's view that research on social life should provide an understanding of social action, Verstehen in German, and through this understanding, offer a causal explanation of its processes and outcomes. Weber 1968 1921. 4. Watts argued that understanding and causal explanation were distinct. If an explanation was causal, it could support prior prediction, whereas understanding only needed to be reasonable and could be ex post. He emphasized that predictability was a necessary, but not sufficient condition for establishing causal mechanisms, and remained the most effective way to verify them. Yet many researchers overlook prediction or the improvement of predictive accuracy, claiming instead that prediction does not imply causality, that complex models lack generality, or that they offer little new insight. These concerns, however, miss the point. While prediction does not equal causation, causation can serve as a basis for prediction. Watts' criticism almost targets the general approach of all empirical research, but his exposition of the relationship between causality and prediction is clear and accurate, conforming to the classic concept of causality, and 1948, 2007. In a sense, Watts' view marks a rupture between the social sciences as empirical disciplines and the social sciences as part of the broader humanistic tradition. The tension between scientific and humanistic approaches has long existed across different fields. 2017. Watt's argument introduces more rigorous scientific standards for empirical research in the social sciences. In summary, prediction is a central component in realizing the scientific aims of quantitative social science research. Among correlation, causality, and prediction, correlation is the prerequisite for causality and prediction, while causality is a sufficient but unnecessary condition for prediction. If there was causality, an event must have been predictable, but not vice versa. Causality and prediction are both probabilistic at the social level, and they are both powerful approaches to comprehending social affairs. These concepts share the same foundation and same direction, and both are valued by empirical social science. The problem is that the discipline has been in a state of underpreparation for prediction for many years, although quantitative social science research has developed rather mature methods and models for correlation and causal analysis. When the research goal is to provide a mechanical explanation of X with respect to Y, the traditional method to identify causality is sufficient. However, if the research goal was to predict the probabilities and intensities of certain phenomena in the future based on the existing data and methods, which is often the practical requirement of the social governance process for social scientists, traditional tools cannot achieve this task. Thus, the social prediction must be put on the agenda. 3. The realization of social prediction. With the development of machine learning, the emergence of large-scale social survey data and big data, and improved computer processing performance, the era of solving problems related to data, algorithms, and computing power and realizing social prediction has dawned. From the perspective, the main approach to achieving social prediction is supervised machine learning. 3.1. Predictive principle of supervised machine learning. When is zero, the penalty term is zero, which refers to an unbiased OLS regression. When is not zero and is zero, an L2, P12J is added to the parameter, where the term refers to ridge regression. When is not zero and is equal to 1, an L1, P1 is added to the parameter, where the term refers to lasso regression. The other cases are all elastic net regression. Therefore, ridge regression and lasso regression can also be regarded as special cases of elastic net regression. Here, we describe how regularized regression can obtain more accurate predictions than OLS. The error of a linear fitting of the model can be divided into 3 parts: bias, variance, and irreducible error. These errors represent the deviation between the fitting expectation and the real value, the dispersion of the fitting value, and the inevitable system noise, respectively. The deviation of OLS is constantly equal to 0 due to its inherent least sum of squares of residual errors, whereas the regularized regression model reduces variance and overall error by introducing bias to improve the model's prediction accuracy. And 2016. The modeling of machine learning does not often consider theory. Generally, the inclusion of more variables helps to increase the prediction accuracy. Therefore, machine learning models can include seemingly unrelated variables and sacrifice the theoretical nature of the model. In general, there is a bias-variance trade-off between introducing bias to improve the fitting accuracy of the model and continuing unbiased estimation to rely on previous theories, which directly reflects the difference between machine learning and traditional quantitative methods. In addition to regularized regression based on linear models, other supervised machine learning methods have their own merits too. The input is divided into many tree regions by the regression tree method, and then each output Y is generated. Each node, i.e., each leaf, corresponds to a prediction. The regression tree method divides the input X into many tree-like regions and generates the output Y, in which each node or leaf is a prediction. With ample branches in the regression tree, an accurate prediction of the whole sample can be generated. A neural network is a black box algorithm designed to simulate the functioning of biological neural systems. The input, output layer and hidden layer of the algorithm are composed of several simple cells at the same level, and multiple groups of interactive hidden layers construct the whole neural network. By increasing the number of hidden layers to conduct layer-by-layer training and adding convolution, the stability and accuracy of the learning effect of the algorithm can be improved. A support vector machine, SVM, based on the VC dimension, obtains the maximum margin to achieve binary classification. The nonlinear classification task can also be realized by the kernel method. Bayesian classification adopts the classic Bayesian school of statistics to classify samples by maximizing the posterior probability. Ensemble learning integrates multiple learning results to obtain a more comprehensive, stable, and strong supervised model. Furthermore, the bagging method reduces the variance of the classifications through multiple return sampling, and the boosting method uses the previous classification error to modify the weight of subsequent classifications, thereby optimizing the classification. Readers can find more information in relevant references, such as Mitchell 1997, Lee 2012. 3.2. Redefinition of social prediction. Based on machine learning, we try to define social prediction in the context of contemporary social science. Thus, social prediction uses spatiotemporal data to demonstrate social phenomena or processes. Machine learning based on appropriate algorithms can accurately quantify and measure unknown information to provide information and a basis for social decision-making and research. Machine learning encompasses both vertical prediction, which involves forecasting the future based on historical data, and horizontal prediction, which uses sample data to make predictions about other data. Social prediction is an important part of computational social science. Computational social science is a new field of quantitative social science research that describes, explains, and predicts complex social phenomena and processes based on complex models and social computing tools. This field's research methods of social computing include social network analysis, simulation modeling, machine learning, and big data analysis. Among these methods, the combination of big data, machine learning, and social prediction has special advantages. While the massive background information on observation objects provided by big data offers considerable convenience for model training, big data can provide outliers on a large scale. With the help of machine learning analysis technology, these outliers may contribute to theoretical innovation and policy implementation. 4. The disciplinary significance of social prediction. Since social prediction can be achieved through machine learning, what is its main value as an emerging research field and approach for the development of the social sciences? Based on our understanding of the discipline and recent literature, we classify the value of social prediction into 3 dimensions: academic, governance, and contextual significance. 4.1. The academic significance of social prediction. Because machine learning can process complex and diverse information content for social science and generate variable forms for analysis, it expands the research horizon of social science. In brief, social prediction based on machine learning has disciplinary significance for social science research in the following 5 respects. First, the latent indicators of interest can be obtained through prediction. There are 2 types of data that are difficult to obtain through traditional surveys or big data in social science research. One type is the subjective latent indicator, which often occurs because people are unwilling to disclose true individual information. The reasons include the sensitivity of the problem itself or social acceptance, such as personal unemployment, sexual orientation, venereal diseases, and religious beliefs. In the specific economic, social, and cultural context, this information is often deliberately hidden by respondents. At the social level, concealment prevents researchers or social governance officials from obtaining comprehensive, true, and accurate data about this type of information. The other problem is objective latent indicators. That is, there are objectively complex data measurements or heterogeneous group classification indicators that are difficult to detect directly. These latent indicators can be found by machine learning, which will provide new dependent variables or independent variables for academic research. For the subjective latent indicators, as long as some people in our data provide these indicators truly and accurately, a social prediction based on machine learning can use the input data as a training set to accurately predict the people who are not willing to provide information or provide distorted information. In a sense, the result of this process can be regarded as a supplement to the missing values. The prediction accuracy depends on the size and independence of the samples and the optimization of the algorithm models. He al. 2018 used Search Index to predict the regional distribution data of AIDS in China and employed the dynamic panel pooled mean group model, based on the heterogeneity hypothesis, because the prediction accuracy would be reduced using the dynamic generalized method of moments. This model could make a more convincing and credible prediction when uncertainty was resolved by machine learning based on larger samples. For the objective latent indicators, unsupervised machine learning, UML, is often used in variable generation. For example, in economics, unsupervised machine learning is used to analyze satellite images and generate measurements of data indicators for forest harvesting, environmental pollution, and nighttime lighting. And 2016. Studies in sociology classify and analyze government documents, al. 2013, and academic texts, al. 2013. In addition, research on social network using unsupervised machine learning has also garnered the attention of scholars. Second, theoretical hypotheses can be generated via prediction. In traditional quantitative methods, the essence of the model is to include new main explanatory variables to test new theoretical hypotheses. In addition to theoretical intuition, whether to add variables to the model from a statistical perspective depends on stepwise regression, partial least squares, and the standard comparison of AIC and BIC. Scholars have summarized 21 varieties of traditional variable selection methods, Castle al. 2009. However, with the machine learning method, some brand new means could be adopted to examine and expand the influencing factors of the model. We can discover new explanatory variables and dimensions and develop new theoretical hypotheses. This process aligns with the idea of bringing theory back, advocated by big data researchers, Luo al. 2018. For the explanatory variables, if the effect of an independent variable x on the dependent variable y is evaluated, 2014 proposes using the same machine learning algorithm to fit and predict y when the variable is included and excluded and comparing the difference between the two fitting effects. If the fitting effect of the model containing x is better, a theoretically hypothesized covariant correlation or even causal relationship between x and y can be posited, and this hypothesis can be using traditional quantitative methods. At the level of the explanatory dimension, i.e., a set of explanatory variables that are highly correlated conceptually and logically, machine learning can provide an important driving force for sociological imagination and realize the precision difference analysis of grouped variables method. The data can be labeled in advance, and all the variables in the data are combined and packaged into their respective explanatory dimensions without ready-made theoretical guidance, which is ultimately unified into the fitting process of machine learning. The prediction results of the same algorithm with and without an explanatory dimension are compared one by one. Thus, we obtain the predictive ability of an explanatory dimension for the dependent variable. Once a new explanatory dimension has a good ability to predict y, we can examine the specific variables within this dimension and identify the most likely explanatory variable based on imagination and theory. In addition, the overall explanatory power or relevance of a new explanatory dimension to the dependent variables may trigger new thinking in the social sciences and even inspire new theories and hypotheses, that is, attempts to discover the overall influence of the new dimension. Third, prediction facilitates the conduct of causal inference. In social science, the counterfactual framework, which defines the causal mechanism, is essentially speculation and simulation of the non-real world. Thus, when a certain influence is not applied, or a certain processing factor is not changed, one asks what form the event will take. This problem is the precise problem at which machine learning is effective, constructing the state of an event that does not exist as accurately as possible with limited data. 2015. Therefore, many studies have tried to apply machine learning methods to causal inference problems, especially in the counterfactual construction process and extensions of the selection model, Green and Kern 2012, 2014, and 2013. For example, after the first stage regression of the linear instrumental variable model, the endogenous explanatory variable x should be predicted, and the predicted value should be included in the main model. 2011. The prediction process can be replaced by machine learning methods. Application cases include lasso regression, AL. 2012, ridge regression, 2012, and neural network methods, Hartford AL. 2016. Other examples are the prediction of propensity values in propensity score matching, PSM, and the logistic model used in the standard methods, 2012. With machine learning methods, the model hypotheses and restrictions are reduced, and the causal effect estimation is stabilized. Existing application cases include the boosting method, AL. 2004, the neural network method, AL. 2010, and the regression tree method, Diamond, and 2013. For another example, regarding the heterogeneity in causal effect, AL. 2012, the machine learning method can also greatly improve the accuracy of the estimation, which demonstrates that we can make more accurate predictions of the counterfactual state of treated or untreated individuals, without excessive hypotheses and constraints in the estimation process of the parameter model. 2018 predicted that, in general, machine learning technology would draw increasing attention to causal inference problems. In the context of causal inference in social science, the vast majority of counterfactual constructions can be completed by machine learning methods, and the difference between a counterfactual construction and an actual occurrence can be tested quantitatively. In the process of constructing counterfactuals, the results of prediction with machine learning ought to be reported as well, which was mentioned by the Review of Machine Learning published in the Annual Review of Sociology, and 2019. Fourth, data proliferation can be realized by prediction. In empirical social surveys, randomly incomplete or missing sample data is a common but aggravating problem. The traditional processing methods are either deleting samples or supplementing data. Deleting data would not only reduce the sample size, but also destroy the original sampling design. The method of supplementing data relies on subjective factors, mean values, or the prediction of traditional regression models with comprehensive information, though this method is well developed. 2009. However, quantitative models are not good at making accurate predictions, while machine learning can undertake this task. For instance, some scholars have tested the supplemental performance of different machine learning methods based on 15 datasets and found that the performances of support vector machines and Bayesian methods were relatively optimal. Al. 2008. Other scholars have tried to use a mixture model to estimate the potential contribution of data and supplement data through an extreme learning machine method, a single-layer neural network method. Al. 2016. Study evaluated 6 different datasets and found that the accuracy of supplementing values through machine learning is higher than the accuracy of traditional methods. Based on existing research, the estimation of missing data values should adopt an appropriate machine learning method to achieve the best fitting effect, or at least report the fitting effect of machine learning estimation and other methods, among which the optimal result would be chosen. Fifth, the prediction could promote theoretical innovation. Machine learning can provide powerful methods and new perspectives for scholars, helping them expand their theoretical horizons and generate new academic knowledge. In the current research of machine learning in the field of social science, whereas the results given by the algorithm are not the goal of the research, they are a source of discovery that inspires scholars to develop and innovate at the theoretical level, to promote existing theories, and to put forward new hypotheses. For example, al. used the machine learning method to study the case texts of New York State courts. Al. 2017. They first trained the regression tree model to predict the decision of bail or release in New York State court cases and explained the contradiction between the model prediction results and the actual judgments through quasi-random experiments. The research shows that the results of recent cases significantly influence the judge, leading to more severe punishment for minor offenses. This discovery reveals potential factors affecting the judge's decision-making behavior from a new perspective, and thus promotes the theoretical development of the social psychological process of judicial judgment. 4.2. The governance significance of social prediction. It is one of the most traditional and basic topics of social science to predict economic and social processes and guide practice through research. However, neither an early prediction nor covariance research relying on traditional quantitative models can meet the real demands of economic and social prediction. At the forefront of contemporary social science, other disciplines have begun to explore the issue of social prediction. Among these disciplines, algorithm optimization and even prediction competition, to establish an open-source platform for different teams to participate and contribute algorithms to find the optimal machine learning model, have been applied in social governance, which is worthy of attention from policymakers and social scientists. Here are 3 cases closely related to social science. First, this practice could benefit socially disadvantaged groups. Professor, a sociologist at Princeton University, and his colleagues used the big data of the Fragile Families Challenge project of Princeton University. The project tracks 5,000 American children and obtains 54 million data points of their physical and mental health, cognitive ability, social-emotional ability, education and living conditions, family composition, family stability, and family economic status, to conduct an open platform algorithm competition of machine learning with 6 aspects of the social results of children's performances, personalities, and life difficulties. More than 150 teams from 68 universities and scientific research institutes in 7 countries have submitted prediction algorithms. In addition to applying the results of machine learning models to community services, these teams conduct in-depth analysis of special case data on outstanding children growing up in disadvantaged families to provide a decision-making basis for improving the living standards of children in these groups 3. Second, we have research on social inequality. Scholars from Imperial College of Technology published a paper in Scientific Reports in which they used in-depth learning of street image data to present and analyze social, economic, environmental, and health inequalities in urban areas. Al. 2019. The team focused on 4 British cities, including London, Manchester, and used 525,860 pictures of London, corresponding to 156,581 postal codes, as the training set. Using the government statistics on housing conditions, average income, mortality, and morbidity, these researchers made relatively accurate predictions of social stratification in the other 3 cities. This work's significance lies in training computer programs with visual signal tags in images of some characteristics of urban life, such as the housing quality and living environment, to predict inequality in cities without relevant data. Third, we consider public health governance. In 2016, American Economic Review published a paper on improving urban governance by algorithmic competition. Al. 2016. The authors cooperated with the Boston municipal government, Yelp, the largest review website in the U.S., and a well-known machine learning and data science competition platform in the US that is similar to and Topcoder, to train algorithms with comment text data on Yelp to predict the possibility of violations of hygiene and health regulations of restaurants in the Boston area. The authors conducted out-of-sample tests of 23 submitted and complete algorithms and compared the predicted results with the actual results of 364 restaurants. Their results show that the efficiency of health inspections can be greatly improved by using the winning algorithm and machine learning to determine which restaurants are most likely to violate regulations and require inspection. In many other fields, such as international politics, criminology, and public health, social prediction based on machine learning has also been employed. For example, Perry, 2013, used the random forest method to predict the occurrence of violent conflicts in Africa. Burke, 2012, used machine learning to predict the risk of crime in several studies. Ald, 2015, used the Lasso regression model to predict which patients with medical insurance can obtain the most benefit from joint replacement surgery. To a large extent, these studies have opened up new areas of social exploration and provided important references and data templates for improving social governance. 5. The paradigm significance of social prediction. In the development of natural science, scholars in the scientific community use different paradigms in different stages. 1962. In social science disciplines, an orthodoxy is similar to a paradigm in different historical stages. Therefore, social science has also the development and evolution of its paradigm, which appears as a spiral rising from the conventional stage, through the crisis stage, and to the revolutionary stage, ultimately culminating in a new conventional stage. When the development of social science steps into a specific stage and encounters problems that cannot be solved by the original methods, or new methods and information materials appear, a new paradigm will appear and gradually be accepted and recognized by the academic community. Certainly, the paradigm shift in social science research does not correspond to the kind of paradigm revolution described by in the natural sciences, such as the subversion of Newtonian statics by relativity and the overthrow of Euclidean geometry by geometry. Instead, social science presents a complex coexistence of the new and the old, as well as multiple dialogues. Defined the paradigm more clearly at the end of his research career, and summarized its content as 3 nested logical levels. Suggested that a paradigm refers to a prescriptive consensus of ontology and epistemology, a set of general rules of a theory or model, and a specific problem domain of a symbolic nature. 1977. The 3 basic paradigms of contemporary social research are the empirical paradigm, the paradigm, and the critical paradigm, founded by Weber and Marx, respectively. In the past 100 years, the social sciences, especially sociology, have evolved from speculation to a coexistence of speculative and empirical work. This transformation reflects the central position of 2 fundamental paradigms, interpretation and positivism, as well as the complementary role of the logical and objective perspective of social realism in relation to the individual reality and subjective differentiation emphasized by social nominalism. Within the empirical paradigm, qualitative interviews based on the field and quantitative analysis based on data complement each other, but there are significant differences in the epistemology, research rules, and problem domains. For example, qualitative analysis focuses on the depth of individual experience and theoretical refinement, while quantitative research focuses on sample size, causal mechanisms, theoretical verification, and falsification, and emphasizes scientific attributes. Popper, 1962. Therefore, qualitative work and quantitative work, in essence, constitute the within the empirical paradigm. With the rapid development of social prediction based on machine learning, the basic paradigm of empirical work will be split into 3 pieces from the original dual peaks of qualitative and quantitative work to a trilogy of qualitative work, and quantitative prediction. Compared with the traditional quantitative mechanism, correlation, and causality, the paradigmatic differences in social prediction are evident in the following aspects. First, in terms of epistemology, the black box mechanism is introduced into prediction. Compared with traditional quantitative research that pursues explicit, clear, and theoretical explanations, the epistemological absolutism of prediction is weakened. Second, in terms of the problem domain, the prediction does not focus on the correlation and causal mechanisms of the cause and result, but rather takes the accurate estimation of the target variables as the goal. Third, in terms of the research method, the prediction reduces the dependence on theory and the focus on the counterfactual framework, and instead relies on algorithms and data to train and test models. Fourth, in terms of the general rule, the prediction does not rely on the traditional hypothesis test rules and model identification techniques, such as the significance level of the regression coefficient. Instead, a series of new standards focusing on prediction accuracy are adopted, such as the F-score of accuracy and precision, the receiver operating characteristic, ROC curve with the true positive rate, TPR, and false positive rate, FPR, as axes and the area under the curve, AUC, enclosed by the lower part of the curve. Of course, if we adopt a more cautious attitude toward the understanding of a paradigm, it can be emphasized that the paradigm significance of social prediction lies in the fact that it has contributed to the evolution of empirical research. In other words, the social prediction has experienced from qualitative work to qualitative plus quantitative work, and then to a trilogy of qualitative work, quantitative correlation, and quantitative prediction. 6. The ethical implications of social prediction. The rise of social prediction has opened new frontiers for social science, but it also brings serious ethical challenges. These challenges do not only accompany technical progress, but shape the very legitimacy of predictive research in social science. 3 aspects are particularly important: privacy, bias, and the boundary between research and governance. The first issue concerns privacy and consent. Predictive models in social research often rely on digital traces that contain sensitive personal information. The study using search queries to predict the regional distribution of AIDS in China illustrates both the promise and the risk, et al. 2018. Search data provide timely signals of public health concerns, yet they also involve highly private queries that individuals never intended to share beyond the search engine. Even if such data are aggregated, the possibility of re-identification remains, raising doubts about whether participants retain meaningful control over their information. These dilemmas make clear that prediction cannot rely on technical efficiency alone. Protocols of informed consent, data minimization, and secure handling are essential to preserve autonomy and trust. The second issue is bias and inequality in predictive outcomes. Models trained on existing data inevitably mirror structural disparities. Nguyen al. 2019 used street-level images to predict socioeconomic inequality across British cities. The approach highlighted contrasts in urban living conditions, but it also risked fixing neighborhood reputations in ways that could stigmatize entire communities. Similar problems appear in crime and conflict prediction, where reliance on past records may reproduce earlier biases in policing or surveillance. These examples reveal that prediction is not a neutral reflection of society, but an intervention that may reinforce disadvantage, unless fairness tests and corrective measures are built into the research design. The third issue concerns the boundary between academic research and governance applications. Work such as al. 2016, use of Yelp reviews to predict restaurant hygiene violations, demonstrates how predictive models can improve efficiency in public administration. At the same time, the transfer of such tools into governance raises questions about transparency, accountability, and the risk of over-reliance on algorithmic decision-making. Once models influence decisions with moral consequences, the line between technical guidance and normative judgment becomes blurred. In these contexts, social science must uphold its dual role as a provider of empirical tools and a critic of their use, ensuring that predictions are open to scrutiny and applied under conditions that respect social values. In sum, the ethical implications of social prediction are inseparable from its scientific development. Protecting privacy, mitigating bias, and clarifying the boundary between research and governance are not optional concerns, but necessary foundations for prediction to become a legitimate social science paradigm. By embedding these principles in both methodology and practice, social prediction can contribute to academic innovation and social welfare without compromising the trust on which the social sciences ultimately depend. 7. Conclusion. Prediction has always been an indispensable element of scientific methods. A prediction can verify and evaluate the applicability and effectiveness of existing theories. Although the process in which prediction drives interpretation has been widely used in physics and other natural sciences, it has not been widely used in social science. Indeed, the complexity of human society is much greater than that of nature, and the available data and computing tools in traditional social sciences are relatively lacking. In the past 2 decades, the rapid expansion of information and data in the network era has presented unprecedented opportunities for social science. As early as 2009, Al. predicted in Science that the era of computing social science would dawn, Al. 2009, and Jason 2017. In the past 10 years, the network has significant development, and research has accumulated rapidly. In accordance with its original expectation, a new wave is surging. Machine learning, which enables computers to process data in new ways, has been widely adopted. In summary, there is an urgent need for current academia to embrace machine learning and other trends, and this article intends to point out its future use. Machine learning provides new assistance for the prediction research of social science and creates conditions for the formation of new paradigms in social science. This article first reviews the historical development of social prediction, discusses the current path of social prediction in relation to the principles and methods of machine learning, and provides theoretical considerations and empirical cases to demonstrate the value of prediction in social science. Machine learning is helpful in expanding the research horizon of social science, as it can obtain latent indicators, inspire theoretical hypotheses, generate causal inferences, realize data proliferation, and promote theoretical innovation. It presents a new paradigm in quantitative research for contemporary social research. We fully realize that the data mining method on which social prediction relies cannot be perfect, and machine learning-based social prediction faces several fundamental limitations that must be acknowledged. A primary challenge lies in the black box problem, whereby the internal mechanisms of algorithms such as deep neural networks remain opaque to both researchers and the public. This lack of interpretability may hinder social explanation, since understanding why a prediction occurs is as important as the prediction itself. Of course, the black box does not mean the model is completely unexplainable. An increasing number of interpretable machine learning algorithms are maturing, which can help us produce new theories from data and deepen the connection between causality, and as detailed in chapters 6 and 7 of this book. Equally critical is the sensitivity of machine learning models to data quality and bias. Unlike data generated in controlled laboratory settings, most social data arise from institutional processes, platform architectures, or self-reporting, which may neither be neutral nor random. For example, digital trace data may disproportionately represent younger, urban, or more affluent populations. Marginalized groups are often underrepresented or misclassified, making them particularly vulnerable to algorithmic. These imperfections can reproduce or even amplify existing social inequalities when fed into predictive systems. This sensitivity to the source data also points to a broader challenge: the issues of and weak generalizability. Models that perform well on historical or local data may fail when applied to new social contexts, undermining their reliability for long-term or cross-societal predictions. To training data often yields deceptively high accuracy but poor real-world performance, limiting their value for long-term forecasting or cross-societal comparison. For social research, predictive models must therefore be contextualized and complemented by theory and qualitative insights rather than treated as universally portable tools. Every method has its premises, assumptions, and limitations. The mission of social scientists is to ensure that these hypotheses are as close as possible to the specific research situation in a transparent, reasonable, and effective way, and to make continuous progress on diminishing limitations. Therefore, Grimmer 2015 pointed out that data scientists should not only be computer scientists, but also social scientists. Social prediction based on the black box mechanisms of machine learning does not imply abandoning theoretical thinking and empirical knowledge. Rather, these resources are essential for interpreting algorithmic results and dismantling opacity. In the process of dismantling the black box, the conclusions drawn from the black box mechanism can and should be interpreted from the theoretical perspective and further by empirical methods. To address data quality and bias, social scientists should ask, who created these records and for what purpose? Which groups are overrepresented or absent? How do institutional practices shape what is observed? Such questions shift the focus from technical debiasing to a deeper understanding of how data reflects and distorts the social world. Likewise, the problem of weak generalizability underscores the value of contextual knowledge. When a model that performs well in one setting fails elsewhere, this is not simply a statistical error, but an insight from social science, revealing the boundaries of social processes and the significance of local conditions. The task of social science, therefore, is not to search for a universally perfect model, but to use theory to explain when and why models succeed or fail, turning limitations into opportunities for theoretical refinement. New methods and paradigms will give rise to new problems and puzzles. In particular, the introduction of social prediction and machine learning may affect the theoretical depth and saturation of social science. Similarly, the social sciences could potentially lose their humanistic feelings and theoretical concerns, or even become a pure data mining game. Such concerns are understandable, but they do not constitute grounds for rejection and exclusion. Excessive worry often derives from the lack of a comprehensive understanding of new methods and new paradigms, and the lack of confidence in the strong theoretical tradition of social science and the expression of the humanistic spirit. Since its establishment a century ago, the social sciences have maintained their strong vitality and attraction with their open vision, tolerant mind, and interdisciplinary spirit. However, these worries and doubts are not baseless. It is exactly this kind of vigilance rooted in the hearts of social scientists that has enabled the leaders of disciplines, advocates of paradigms, reformers of thinking, and innovators of methods to always maintain the spirit of academic reflection, respect, and perseverance of the theoretical tradition at every critical historical juncture. In this sense, excellent social science research must exemplify the rational use of advanced methods, combined with humanistic feelings and theoretical concerns. Humanistic feelings, theoretical concerns, and methods of the times are indispensable to the academic background, historical heritage, and contemporary pulse of social science. Research without human feelings and theoretical concerns cannot obtain historical respect and academic depth, even if it uses powerful methods and data. Furthermore, research without scientific research methods cannot reach a real historical height regardless of how strong its theoretical consciousness and humanistic spirit are. Therefore, like the introduction and emergence of every new thing and new field in the history of a discipline's development, the introduction and emergence of machine learning and social prediction into the toolbox and thinking mode of social scientists will neither change the research merit of social science nor dim the traditional social research paradigms and methods. Causal inference in correlation research, big data, and computational social science, represented by machine learning, constitute three frontier quantitative research areas. Social scientists' constant inquiry into causal mechanisms, continuous pursuit of the breadth and depth of social information, and unremitting exploration of social processes and the certainty of social phenomena together, constitute the historical drive and endogenous power of these three frontier areas. Some of these three frontier areas have elaborated their research themes, while others have just emerged. As new branches of the social sciences, these fields will be nourished by the historical tradition of the discipline and thrive. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: D. 2009. Missing Data. In the Sage Handbook of Quantitative Methods in Psychology, ed. Roger E. and 7289. London, Sage. Susan. 2015. Machine Learning and Causal Inference for Policy Evaluation. In proceedings of the 21st ACM SIGKDD International Conference on Knowledge Discovery and Data Mining, Sydney, NSW, Australia, 10-13 August. Susan. 2018. The Impact of Machine Learning on Economics. In the Economics of Artificial Intelligence, an Agenda, ed. Joshua and Avi, 507-547. University of Chicago Press. Susan and Guido. 2016. Recursive Partitioning for Heterogeneous Causal Effects. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, 113, 27, 7353-7360 MathNet. ADVNC. 2012. Sparse Models and Methods for Optimal Instruments with an Application to Eminent Domain. 86, 2369-2429 MathNet. Burke, Richard. 2012. Criminal Justice Forecasts of Risk, a Machine Learning Approach, 2741. New York, Springer. Brand, E. and 2007. Identification and Estimation of Causal Effects with Time-Varying Treatments and Time-Varying Outcomes. Sociological Methodology 37, 1, 393-434. Marine. 2012. A Regularization Approach to the Many Instruments Problem. Journal of Econometrics 17, 2, 383-398 MathNet. Castle, Jennifer L., Chin, and W. Robert Reed. 2009. How to Pick the Best Regression Equation, a Review and Comparison of Model Selection Algorithms. Working Papers in Economics 913, University of Canterbury, Department of Economics and Finance. 2011. The Causal Effect of Social Capital in the Labor Market, Identification Challenges and Strategies. Chinese Sociological Review 44-2, 76-100. 2017. Out-of's Paradox, The Dispute of Methodology in Sociology. Sociological Review 7. 2009. The Dictionary of Sociology, 513. Shanghai Press in Chinese. Diamond, Alexis and S. 2013. Genetic matching for estimating causal effects, a general multivariate matching method for achieving balance in observational studies. Review of Economics and Statistics 95 3, 932-945. Dave and Adam. 2016. The View from Above, Applications of Satellite Data in Economics. Journal of Economic Perspectives 30, 4, 171-198. Corgan and Jennifer. 2008. Impact of imputation of missing values on classification error for discrete data. Pattern Recognition 41-12, 3692-3705. Edward L. al. 2016. Crowdsourcing City Government, Using Tournaments to Improve Inspection Accuracy. American Economic Review 106-5, 114-118. Goodman Nelson. 1983. Fact Fiction and Forecast, 114-118. Cambridge, University Press. Greens P. and Elkern. 2012. Modeling Heterogeneous Treatment, Effects in Survey Experiments with Bayesian Additive Regression Trees. Public Opinion Quarterly 76, 3, 491-511. Grimmer, Justin. 2015. We are all social scientists now. How big data, machine learning, and causal inference work together. Political Science and Politics 48-1, 80-83. Hartford, Jason Al. 2016. Counterfactual Prediction with Deep Instrumental Variables Networks. 1612.09596. Ijad. 2014. Kernel Balancing, KBAL, a balancing method to equalize multivariate distance densities and reduce bias without a specification search. MIT Unpublished Manuscript. Hees al. 2018. Using the Search Index to predict the incidence of HIV/AIDS in China. Scientific Reports 8-1, 9038. Carl G. and 1948. Studies in the Logic of Explanation. Philosophy of Science 15-2, 135-175. Jake M. and J. Watts. 2017. Prediction and Explanation in Social Systems. Science 355, 6324, 486-488. Anning. 2012. Propensity Score Matching and Causal Inference, a Review. Sociological Studies 27, 1, 221-242 plus 246 in Chinese. Denmark. 2013. Estimating Treatment, Affect Heterogeneity in Randomized Program Evaluation. Annals of Applied Statistics 7-1, 443-470 MathNet. Barbara R. and Richard Stone. 2017. Prediction and Its Limits. Science 355, 6324, 468-469. Oscar. 1940. Prediction in the Social Sciences. Philosophy of Science 7-4, 492-498. Al. 2015. Prediction Policy Problems. American Economic Review 105-5, 491-495. And 2017. The theory is predictive, but is it complete? An application to human perception of randomness. In proceedings of the 2017 ACM Conference on Economics and Computation, 125-126. Thomas S. 1962. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Chicago, The University of Chicago Press. Thomas S. 1977. The Essential Tension. Chicago, The University of Chicago Press. David Al. 2009. Social Science, Computational Social Science. Science 323, 5915, 721 723. David and Jason. 2017. DataX, Introduction to Big Data. Annual Review of Sociology 43, 1, 1939. Lees. 2012. Statistical Learning Methods. Beijing, University Press in Chinese. Luo Yang and 2018. Reintroducing Theory into the Triangle Dialogue of Big Data, Theory and Prediction Model. Sociological Studies 5, 119. Charles F. 2007. Partial Identification of Counterfactual Choice Probabilities. International Economic Review 48 4, 1393, 1410 MathNet. Martin et al. 2016. Exploring Limits to Prediction in Complex Social Systems. In Proceedings of the 25th International Conference on World Wide Web, 683-694. Daniel F. Greg Ridgway and R. 2004. Propensity Score Estimation with Boosted Regression for Evaluating Causal Effects in Observational Studies. Psychological Methods 9, 4, 403-425. Daniel A. al. 2013. Differentiating Language, Usage Through Topic Models. Poetics 41, 6 SI, 119. Mitchell, Tom. 1997. Machine Learning. New York and London, Hill. John W. Robin L. and 2013. Graphing the Grammar of Motives in National Security Strategies, Cultural Interpretation, Automated Text Analysis, and the Drama of Global Politics. Poetics 41, 67700. Mario and 2019. Machine Learning for Sociology. Annual Review of Sociology 45, 2745. Morgan, Stephen L. and Christopher. 2007. Counterfactuals and Causal Inference, Methods and Principles for Social Research, 1531. New York, Cambridge University Press. Pearls. 2000. Causality, Models, Reasoning and Inference, 4161. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Perry, Chris. 2013. Machine Learning and Conflict Prediction, a Use Case. Stability, International Journal of Security and Development 2, 3, 118. Poppers. 1962. Conjectures and Refutations, The Growth of Scientific Knowledge. New York, Basic Books. B. 1974. Estimating Causal Effects of Treatments in Randomized and Studies. Journal of Educational Psychology, 66 5, 688 701. Al. 2016. Extreme Learning Machine for Missing Data Using Multiple Imputations. 174, 222 31. Al. 2019. Measuring Social, Environmental and Health Inequalities Using Deep Learning and Street Imagery. Scientific Reports 9, 1, 6229. Hal R. 2014. Big Data, New Tricks for Econometrics. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 28 2, 328. Watts, J. 2014. Common Sense and Sociological Explanations. American Journal of Sociology, 122, 313-35, 1 MathNet. Weber, Max. 1968, 1921. Economy and Society. Translated and edited by G&C. New York, Press. Daniel, Justin and Funk. 2010. Propensity Score Estimation. Neural Networks, Support Vector Machines, Decision Trees, CART, and Metaclassifiers as Alternatives to Logistic Regression. Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, 63-8, 826-833. C. Brand and Ben. 2012. Estimating Heterogeneous Treatment, Effects with Observational Data. Sociological Methodology 42, 1, 314-347. 1986. On Social Science and Social Prediction. In Social Science and Contemporary Society, ed. 2157. Shenyang, Liaoning People's Publishing House. 2005. Basic Principles of Social Prediction, 1533. Beijing, Social Science Academic Press. For example, the transformations in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe are called the Black Friday of social science. These historical events are such extremely rare cases that it is impossible to establish a dataset with sufficient historical samples. Therefore, scientific prediction based on data cannot be carried out. Numerous algorithms have been developed by machine learning. This article focuses on the regularized regression method based on a linear model, since this method is the most similar to the traditional linear regression in social science. The method of exchanging deviation for precision can demonstrate the different functional orientations of machine learning and traditional quantitative models of sociology, economics, and political science, and the predictive advantages of machine learning. See more at org. 3. Modeling Massive, Discovering Structure Using Unsupervised Machine Learning. 1. Introduction. The social sciences, engagement with culture dates back to the work of Max Weber and. Yet under the influence of Enlightenment rationalism, culture was long treated as subordinate to social structure and lacked the status of an independent explanatory variable. The cultural turn that began in sociology in the late 1970s and 1980s reshaped this view within sociology and beyond. As a branch of sociology, cultural sociology explored art, literature, popular culture, and media, while extending to issues such as social stratification and politics, reframing culture as a social force shaping the real world. Its influence also extended to anthropology, political science, communication studies, and other branches of the social sciences. In the context of the linguistic turn, globalization, and the rise of new media, language, meaning, and individual agency have gained new importance. Globalization disrupted traditional understandings of culture, and digital media transformed how culture is created and circulated. Poster 2010. These changes have prompted social scientists to adopt computational approaches to capture the spatial and temporal dynamics of culture, and to analyze large-scale patterns that earlier methods could not address. In recent years, social computing technologies have created important opportunities for a paradigm shift in the study of culture across the social sciences. Quantitative research has evolved from descriptive statistics and the revelation of correlations between variables to the exploration of causal relationships among social phenomena, responding to social scientists' calls for the return of causality. Al. 2021. With advances in machine learning, computer algorithms can now classify large-scale data and detect patterns that were previously difficult to observe. They enable the clustering of massive textual datasets, the analysis of themes and sentiments, and the identification of cultural explanatory variables that extend beyond traditional frameworks. In the era of big data, the use of diverse models and machine learning techniques has made culture both a subject of study and a source of theoretical insight. This development also gives new life to the cultural turn, which reaffirms the centrality of culture while moving beyond the limitations of extreme subjectivism and relativism. This chapter begins with a historical overview of social science research on culture and introduces the classical methods of cultural study, represented by ethnography and qualitative content analysis. Then, with a contemporary focus, it introduces the application of emerging social computing methods in this field, using research from several important journals as examples. Finally, it introduces 4 methods for textual analysis through machine learning: LDA topic model, word-to-algorithm, named entity recognition, and sentiment analysis. 2 traditional cultural research methods. As early as 1958, Williams, 1958, 25, one of the founders of cultural studies, stated, "Culture is one of the 2 or 3 most complicated words in the English language." The scope of culture is extremely broad. It is as ubiquitous and relevant as the air, but when it comes to defining the concept of culture, it will be blurred like in the mist. The academic debate on this concept has never stopped. Under the influence of the cultural turn, numerous disciplines are involved in cultural studies, e.g., anthropology, linguistics, history, etc. And no broad consensus has been reached until now. However, William, 2005, 156-157, argues that the basic categories of culture can be identified. Culture exists either as a defining aspect of theoretical concepts in social life or as people's concrete practices and behaviors. The former is a system of symbols and meanings, denoted as culture due to its abstract nature. The latter refers to the social practices of particular groups, denoted as cultures due to their actuality and their distinctions between groups. 1973, 2005, 164-165. However, the 2 categories are not contradictory, and the dialectical relationship between them counts for much in the research of cultural theory. Many definitions of culture include these 2 categories. For example, one of the definitions of the word culture in the Oxford English Dictionary is the customs and beliefs, art, way of life and social organization of a particular country or group. 2010. Although different disciplines approach these 2 categories in their own ways, social scientists share a concern with social reality and do not see culture only as an abstract system of symbols. They seek to understand how culture takes shape and functions in concrete contexts. The relationship between culture and structure has long been a central question in the social sciences. Pioneers such as Marx, Max Weber, and all grappled with this relationship, though each understood it in markedly different ways. Marx saw consciousness as inseparable from material existence, arguing that it reflects the real conditions of life. 1971-19. Culture, despite its creative potential, is ultimately subordinate to structure. Weber, in contrast, stressed the role of ideas, beliefs, and values alongside material interests in explaining historical change. He described his approach as meaning cultural studies in English, 2016. For Weber, meaning formation is tied to power and domination. Culture is a meaningful form of social action, and sociology is the study of this reality, giving culture and structure equal standing. Differed from both. Early in his work, he viewed culture as a product of social structure. Later, he recognized the independent force of belief and ritual in shaping social life. Alexander, 2003. He treated culture as a collective representation capable of transcending individual behavior and linked it to the organization of society and the division of labor. Cultural studies within the social sciences have continued to draw on the theories and methodologies of early pioneers. For instance, the structural functionalism that dominated American sociology after World War II until the 1960s was influenced by Marx, and giving the values representing culture a functional status subordinate to structure without further elaboration of their meaning. The Chicago School in the late 1960s, represented by theory of symbolic interaction, not only highlighted the constructive role of symbols for individual action, but also achieved a revival of the paradigm. Another contribution of the Chicago School is the development of grounded theory, GT, which informs its empirical research. As a qualitative research method, it runs counter to traditional positivism and does not approach empirical facts by set research methods, but rather induces theories based on empirical facts, opening up another path for sociologists and anthropologists to study culture, and Strauss, 2017. After structural functionalism lost its dominance, Weber's theory is back in the limelight. His approach to interpreting the meaning-making process and his formulation of how meaning affects actions, practices, and institutions fit the new horizons of social science research, and have even influenced a part of post-structuralist and postmodernist theories, including the cultural turn in sociology. Although culture was an important research object in sociology at the very beginning, it was not until the cultural turn occurred that cultural sociology was formally established as a new branch of sociology. The real appeal of establishing cultural sociology lies in making necessary corrections to the long-standing marginal role of culture in sociology, breaking the grand narrative of structural functionalism, and adjusting value judgments based on scientific rationality. Influenced by semiotics, phenomenology, and linguistics, the autonomy of culture was elevated to an unprecedented level in the early stage of the discipline's establishment, and some scholars even believed that all social phenomena are composed of culture. 2010, 97-108. Although the notion of cultural autonomy has since been reframed as a relative concept, the recognition of culture as a constitutive social force has been increasingly shared across the social sciences. 2010, 99. As the interpretation of abstract cultural meaning becomes our focus, understanding culture in terms of other tangible things loses its meaning and is replaced by the study of how culture itself constantly reshapes the behavior of the real world. 1993. After the cultural turn, culture came to be viewed not as a static element serving structural functions, but as a dynamic process in constant transformation. Consequently, space and time emerged as core dimensions of cultural analysis in the social sciences. At the theoretical level, the enduring question of culture is the relationship between the symbols, practices, and social structures that culture contains. How to strike a balance between structuralism and subjectivism is the constant goal of theorists such as Peer and. In the early years of cultural sociology's emergence, its purpose and features determined its rejection of scientism and macro theory, as well as its special emphasis on experience. So far, qualitative research methods, primarily based on field research, including participant observation and unstructured interviews, remain the mainstream approach in cultural sociology research. Among them, the ethnographic approach of anthropology is undoubtedly the best choice for cultural researchers when they aim to describe a certain kind of cultural practice. Both the Chicago School and the school have made extensive use of ethnography, such as the fieldwork represented by the Chicago School. This trend is even more pronounced in the school, which specializes in cultural studies. For example, Williams applies historical ethnography to combine rural experiences in a series of literary works with his own experiences in the country and the city, 1973, adding life experiences to the images of rural and urban culture and giving culture a social significance. Similarly, In Learning to 1977, used participatory ethnography, including listening, observing, and describing, to show how working-class youth reproduced structures of subordination through everyday acts of resistance. These studies illustrate how and experiential methods have shaped both cultural sociology and the broader social sciences in understanding culture as a lived and socially embedded process. Ethnography has long been central to the study of cultural practices, from everyday interaction to artistic production and consumption. When attention shifts from the process of production to the cultural object itself, experience becomes crucial to understanding its social meaning. Methods such as qualitative content analysis and discourse analysis, drawing on traditions in literature and art studies, allow researchers to examine how meanings are constructed through language, imagery, and form. When content analysis directly engages with the object, causality gives way to participation, and the observer's perception becomes part of the process, revealing the internal logic and social meaning of the cultural form. 2007. By engaging directly with cultural texts and artworks, these approaches reveal how aesthetic experience connects to broader social structures and values. They also extend the tradition of cultural research, treating art and literature not merely as representations, but as social facts with emotional and symbolic power. 1993, 2007, Law 2007. From the above review, it is clear that cultural research in the social sciences combines both subjective and objective dimensions. It values interpretation and understanding, while maintaining the empirical spirit of scientific inquiry. Methods such as ethnography, content analysis, and discourse analysis examine how cultural practices interact with social life. These qualitative approaches have at times been questioned for relying too heavily on interpretation, for offering limited causal explanation, and for struggling to capture how culture changes over time. In response, newer forms of quantitative cultural research have begun to address these limits. Rather than describing culture mainly in the manner of traditional anthropology or focusing on textual meaning, as in literary studies, they treat culture as something that can be measured, modeled, and used to explain social outcomes. Social computing is central to this development. It makes it possible to move from local and small-scale observation to large-scale analysis of structure and stratification, opening new possibilities for the study of culture across the social sciences. 3 computational approaches in cultural research. Quantitative methods have advanced cultural research within the social sciences in 2 key ways: through innovations in statistical modeling and the emergence of computer algorithms capable of processing big data. With the introduction of advanced econometric models such as hierarchical linear models, nonlinear approaches including logistic regression, and methods for causal identification, simple correlation analysis has evolved into causal inference, enabling clearer identification of relationships between social indicators. Al. 2021. Yet for cultural research, the expansion of analytical tools alone is insufficient to transform its paradigm. When facing hard-to-capture cultural phenomena, algorithms are more objective tools than personal feelings, as they can transform the phenomena into data and models, allowing culture to be causally analyzed together with other social phenomena and novel possibilities of cultural structural interaction to be explored. With the help of cloud computing and cloud storage technologies, the data resources available to social scientists have expanded dramatically. For example, the 2019 version of Google Books has digitized more than 15 million books published between 1500 and 2019, forming a corpus of over 600 billion words, which is estimated to account for about 15% of all books ever published in human history. 1. By analyzing it in comparison with realistic behavioral data, the impact of cultural meanings on social reality can be from a macro-diachronic perspective. Bridging the gaps in traditional methods. In L. 2020 study, examining the relationship between the frequency of suicide terms in books and actual suicide rates deepens understanding of the role of cultural and media autonomy. Beyond classical causal inference, cultural research in the social sciences increasingly adopts mixed methods. The complexity of culture demands approaches that combine close interpretation with empirical analysis, connecting culture with society, subjectivity with objectivity, and micro-behavior with macro-structure. Distinction 1984 remains a foundational example. It integrates textual description, interviews, and participatory observation with the analysis of large-scale survey data using multiple correspondence analysis, MCA, to map social space and lifestyle. The richness of data and his use of non-traditional statistical tools provide a lasting model for cultural social science. Holt 1997. Later scholars have extended this view, arguing that no single method or dataset can claim full objectivity and that the binary divide between qualitative and quantitative methods should be replaced with more integrated, multidimensional approaches, and more 2009. While concerns persist about the reduction of cultural complexity through coding, researchers increasingly recognize that humanistic interpretation is not the only legitimate mode of cultural analysis. Lee and Martin, 2015. The potential of computational and quantitative methods can therefore no longer be ignored. The blurring of qualitative and quantitative boundaries has also driven the development of non-traditional descriptive analysis. Social computing, through big data and algorithms, allows culture to be measured and analyzed at scale. Interdisciplinary studies now use big data to explore social reality in cultural products. For example, researchers have compiled datasets of fiction across languages and periods to analyze gendered language, finding that collective terms such as person or people more often reference men than women. Bailey al. 2022. Others have used probabilistic models to trace the evolution of love narratives in fiction, revealing that higher economic development correlates with more frequent representations of love. Al. 2022. In a study published in the journal Cultural Sociology, 2009, applied a 3D digital city model of Manchester that combined quantitative data, imagery, and statistics to reconstruct the city's social geography, showing how digital visualization can generate new cultural narratives. At the macro level, machine learning has further expanded the analytic horizon. Machine learning algorithms were born for how to learn to solve problems without explicit programming. They can automatically update and upgrade empirical features of sample data to cluster or predict the data. Among the related to machine learning, data mining and clustering are related to unsupervised machine learning, which can mine and cluster a large number of texts and images, helping us quickly understand the themes and features of these cultural objects without understanding and reading them one by one and greatly shortening the research time. Although some scholars worry that such methods overlook the aesthetic and dimensions of art, they provide a necessary complement to traditional close reading. As a form of distant reading, they help reveal long-term trajectories and recurrent patterns in cultural production that remain inaccessible through conventional methods. Alongside innovations in macro-level text analysis, Jockers 2013, Poetics, a leading journal of cultural studies, launched a special issue in 2013 that introduced topic models based on machine learning. The studies clustered textual themes and linked them to social factors such as author gender, nationality, and publication date, demonstrating how topics become measurable variables. Jockers, and 2013. Another study compared the conceptual vocabularies of two academic communities to reveal how each constructs its understanding of the world. Marshall, 2013. As scholars increasingly analyze large-scale datasets from the internet, social media, and digitized archives, the capacity to work with data at scale becomes indispensable. And 2013. Such approaches enable both macro-level analyses of cultural patterns and focused examinations of smaller cultural domains, extending the reach of traditional methods. The emergence of social computing methods has brought culture and society closer together. In the era of big data, it is possible to accurately measure cultural behaviors, images, and texts, allowing them to be correlated with other traditional social indicators as an independent variable and tested for causality. These novel techniques help achieve the goal of the cultural turn in the new period, that is, to observe traditional social issues such as social stratification and social networks from the perspective of culture and through the approaches of culture, as well as to bridge the individual social behavior and the macro-social structure. In this way, new theories can emerge from systematic data analysis, continuing the original spirit of grounded theory in exploring how meaning, action, and structure intertwine. For introduction of unsupervised machine learning methods. Text is a vital carrier of views, values, social activities, and historical traces of human society, and textual content analysis has long been a crucial method in cultural research. As archaeologists apply fossils to interpret history, textual content analysis researchers often collect and analyze various forms of written materials, such as books, newspapers, and poems, to explore social behaviors, cultural trends, and historical phenomena. Using machine learning methods to analyze textual materials can help social scientists avoid the challenges of subjectivism and relativism. Textual content analysis often requires systematic, objective, and quantitative analysis. Traditional content analysis methods often require researchers to start from specific research questions. Then, they need to sample from the documents and quantify the document features by reading them manually according to a pre-drafted coding system. The limitations of this approach are as follows. First, the sheer size of the textual material makes manual reading impractical, and the errors that accompany sampling are equally difficult to avoid. Second, the researcher must determine the research question and coding method in advance, which means that the researcher's awareness and experience could have a great impact. Along with more digitized information and more accurate and automated natural language processing algorithms, we can identify the latent cultural structure of massive amounts of texts from the historical perspective and explore cultural development at a macro level. Text analysis based on machine learning is achieved through unsupervised machine learning, as it is suitable for unstructured data sets without labels. When the covariate matrix is available and the explained variable is not, the algorithm will calculate the distance between different samples based on the given covariate information and cluster the samples. This section introduces 4 unsupervised machine learning methods for textual analysis: LDA topic model, word-to-algorithm, named entity recognition, and sentiment analysis. They can all be used to analyze the structure and contents to obtain further information about the deep connotation of the text, while each has its advantages. In addition to the case of Chinese poems presented in the section of the LDA, cases of other methods are in chapters 10-13 of this book. 4.1 Topic Model. In this formula, 1. K represents all topics and represents the distribution of the words for the topic. 1 represents all documents, is the proportion of the topic in the document, and K reflects the proportion of the topic in the document. All of the topics of the document are Z'd, and Z'd, N is the topic of the nth word in the document. Furthermore, all of the words in the document constitute W'd, and W'd, N is the nth word in the document. Compared with a simple co-occurrence analysis, the LDA topic model reveals the underlying semantic relationships between words, even if the words never appear together in a document. Unlike other topic cluster models, the LDA topic model uses a distinct mixed membership approach that allows a document to span various topics, ensuring the accuracy of the analysis. The temporal trend of poetry topics in Tang Dynasty 2. For example, poems with the topic of rites and music to praise were most prosperous in the height of the Tang Dynasty, around 700 AD, when the political, diplomatic, and economic development of this dynasty was at its peak. The trends of pilgrimages from various countries also gave rise to a culture of poems, music, and rituals in praise of the monarch. In contrast, during the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty, the topic of rites and music to praise gradually declined, replaced by the flourishing of women's love and bitterness, since poets needed to express their worries. Moreover, the topic of Zen born from the forest and wind can be linked to the prevailing Buddhism in the Tang Dynasty as a proxy for measuring religious culture. Thus, combining the cultural characteristics discovered by the topic model with indicators of the social and historical context can make up for the lack of a macroscopic view in cultural research and accurately quantify the relationship between culture and society. The relevant research is further presented in chapters 10-13 of this book. 4.2 Word to Algorithm. Word2 is Google's open-source algorithm toolkit. It transforms unstructured text data into high-dimensional vector data, measures the similarity between words, and predicts the context. Yao al. 2017. Word2 includes continuous bag of words, CBOW, and skip-gram algorithms, both of which are generated by a shallow neural network model, calculating and normalizing the cosine similarity between the input vector of the input word, the current word, and the output vector of the target word, the context of the current word. After the word segmentation, stemming, and stop words removal, the two algorithms transform each word into a high-dimensional vector. The CBOW model takes the context of a certain word as the training input, the keyword itself as the training label, and predicts the central word through the context. On the contrary, the skip-gram model takes a certain word in the sentence as the training input, and its context as the training label, and applies the input keyword to predict its context. Al. 2013. This section illustrates the application of the CBOW algorithm in the Word2 model, using the social concept polarization phenomenon in the pseudo-environment of the Internet as an example. The topic, which is more effective between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, has been controversial in China's Internet community. We analyzed this topic based on two data sources, one from China's largest Internet Q&A community, an equivalent to the website, and the other from China's largest instant social media, WeChat, whose functions are equivalent to WhatsApp. First, we crawled all the answers under the questions containing both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine on, with a total of 8162 answers under 44 questions obtained, totaling more than 2.08 million words, with a time span from 2012 to 2021. Then, 735 articles related to traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine were obtained from the official account of WeChat, a mini-program for publishing long articles, totaling more than 2.34 million words, spanning from 2014 to 2021. Word vector polarization in, from 2012 to 2021. Word vector polarization in WeChat, from 2014 to 2021. Spatial distribution of word vector of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, in. Spatial distribution of word vector of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, in WeChat. For skip-gram model, it is worth mentioning that, in addition to calculating the similarity between the input vector of the input word and the output vector of the target word, there is another way to conduct this algorithm, calculating the cosine similarity between the input vector of the input word, the current word, and the input vector of the target word, the word similar to the current word. This NIN vector produces words with similar functions as the target word, while the IN out vector gives words that often co-occur with the target word in the context. Al. 2016. The research using skip-gram in out vector algorithm is further presented in chapters 10, 12, and 13 of this book. 4.3. Named Entity Recognition. Named Entity Recognition, NER, is the tool for locating and categorizing important and proper nouns in a text, mainly including names of people, places, organizations, and time. As a fundamental technique for the automatic extraction of text information, NER, although simple, can accurately identify the subject, object, or adverbial in a sentence, and these entities often contain the most important information, such as time, place, and person. The tool used for this analysis is the Named Entity Recognizer, developed by the Natural Language Processing Group at university, which uses linear chain conditional random field, CRF, sequence models, Finkel al. 2005. This Java-based system uses CoNLL, MUC6, MUC7, ACE, and other named entity corpora for mixed model training. By utilizing one or more machine learning sequence models to label entities, it can automatically identify names of people, places, and organizations in sentences in a given corpus, and achieves outstanding performance in many applications too. The relevant research is further presented in Chapter 11 of this book. 4.4 Sentiment Analysis. Sentiment analysis involves analyzing, processing, drawing conclusions, and reasoning about sentiments in subjective texts. The text suggests various emotional tendencies among different people, which researchers can use to analyze the public's views or evaluations of a specific issue. We conducted the sentiment analysis via Google's Cloud Natural Language Platform, which employs machine learning algorithms to reveal the emotional meaning of the text. The platform allows users to run sentiment analysis on uploaded texts through its Application Programming Interface, API. After inputting text information, the model can determine the overall attitude expressed in the text, represented by a tone between 10 negative and +10 positive. Scores in the negative range signify negative sentiments, while positive numbers denote positive sentiments. The greater the absolute value, the stronger the sentiment. The closer the number gets to 0, the more neutral the sentiment is, and 2020. The relevant research is further presented in chapters 12 and 13 of this book. 5. Conclusion. Culture has long been a central concern across the social sciences. Since the cultural turn, two distinct approaches have shaped cultural research. On the one hand, qualitative researchers who focus on the hermeneutic approach emphasize the understanding and interpretation of cultural meanings, hoping to present the interaction between society and culture in depth through fieldwork and literature analysis, but are inevitably challenged by relativism. On the other hand, quantitative researchers who believe in the positivism of social science are committed to data analysis to ensure the objectivity of cultural research, but they are limited to small samples and individual-level analysis, ignoring the magnitude and continuity of culture. The reason for this phenomenon is that the abstract culture at the macro level cannot be observed and analyzed through microscopic investigations. In addition, the vast number of cultural forms that have emerged as material entities, such as fiction, historical archives, media, government documents, academic journals, etc., only allows the researcher to scan a limited amount of material in a short amount of time. In this case, the contribution of big data and machine learning technology is to provide indicators of cultural volumes that are difficult to be exhausted by traditional qualitative research and cultural characteristics that are difficult to be measured by quantitative research. Thus, researchers can extract topic structures or cultural information from cultural histories or databases spanning a huge time, space scale, construct measurable indicators of cultural meaning, and explore how explicit social structures influence implicit cultural features in a macro-distant reading. This chapter does not reject traditional methods in cultural research, but rather emphasizes the importance of big data and machine learning in opening new directions for the social sciences. Given the unstructured nature of vast amounts of cultural data, big data computing, which specializes in text mining, has a natural fit with cultural research. We call for a synthesis of traditional qualitative methods and emerging machine learning technologies for analysis, a data-driven approach that draws on the visualization tools and indicator descriptions of big data to generalize and discover sociocultural patterns in texts and form theories, or a quantitative calculation of unstructured text to realize the of cultural hidden indicators and empirical tests. Nonetheless, big data and machine learning pose substantial and epistemological challenges for social scientists. Although algorithms operate autonomously, every stage of the analytical process remains shaped by human decisions. Critical decisions such as the selection and curation of the corpus, the specifics of data preprocessing, the choice of a particular model, and the tuning of its, like the number of topics, are all subject to the researcher's discretion. Each of these choices can alter the results to some extent. Furthermore, the outputs of unsupervised models, such as topic clusters or word embeddings, represent statistical patterns that require informed interpretation. Assigning meaningful social labels to abstract clusters of words is a fundamentally hermeneutic act that reintroduces a significant degree of subjectivity. Also, the lack of a ground truth makes model validation a profound challenge. Unlike supervised machine learning, where a model's predictive accuracy can be tested against known outcomes, there is no single correct thematic structure for a corpus. This makes it difficult to assess whether the result genuinely corresponds to meaningful, real-world cultural categories, or are simply artifacts of the algorithm's statistical assumptions. Computational approaches also raise ethical and political concerns. The large-scale use of digital traces and cultural archives involves issues of privacy and consent, as individuals may not expect their expressions to be permanently stored or analyzed. Algorithms may further reproduce structural biases already present in the data. For instance, when topic modeling is applied to the Tang poetry corpus, the dominance of male literati and the scarcity of women's voices and folk traditions mean that the results reproduce an already partial cultural record. When cultural models are extended beyond academia, they may also shape governance or platform practices in ways that constrain openness and diversity. These challenges do not diminish the value of computational approaches, but highlight that innovation must be accompanied by sustained ethical reflection and responsibility. In an era of unprecedented cultural production and digital transformation, social computing offers significant potential to expand the scope of social scientific inquiry, reconstruct disciplinary discourse, and foster paradigm shifts. Yet its legitimacy depends not only on technical advancement, but also on the social sciences' capacity to uphold ethical standards, address bias, and remain critically engaged with the cultures and societies they seek to understand. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source. Provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 2007. Against Narrative, A Preface to Lyrical Sociology. Sociological Theory 25, 1, 6799. Alexander, Jeffrey C. 2003. The Meanings of Social Life. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Bailey, April H. Williams, and 2022. Based on billions of words on the Internet, People Men. Science Advances 8, 13, 2463. End. 2022. The Cultural Evolution of Love in Literary History. Nature Human 6 4, 506 522. David M. Y. and Michael I. Jordan. 2003. Latent Allocation. Journal of Machine Learning Research 3, 993 1022. Peer 1984. Distinction, A Social Critique of the Judgment of Taste. Trans. Richard Nice, London, and Peer. 1993. The Field of Cultural Production. Essays on Art and Literature, edited and introduced by Randall Johnson. New York, Columbia University Press. He and Way. 2020. The Effect Revisited. Do Suicides in Books Predict Actual Suicides? Poetics 81, 101,441. He and 2021. Understanding China Through Big Data. Applications of Theory-Oriented Quantitative Approaches. In New York. Law 2007. The New Sociology of Art, Putting Art Back into Social Science Approaches to the Arts. Cultural Sociology 1, 3, 409-425. Thomas S. 2016. Qualitative Cultural Sociology. In the Sage Handbook of Cultural Sociology, ed. David, Al. 230, 7-254. London, Sage Publications. Finkel, Jenny R. Trond and Christopher Manning. 2005. Incorporating Non-Local Information into Information Extraction Systems by Sampling. In proceedings of the 43rd Annual Meeting of the Association for Computational Linguistics, ACL 05, 363-370. 1971. Marx's Concept of Man. New York, Frederick. Collin and Chandler. 2020. Sentiment analysis of the news media on artificial intelligence does not support claims of negative bias against artificial intelligence. NY 286-299. Clifford. 1973. The Interpretation of Cultures, Selected Essays. New York, Basic Books. Barney G. and L. Strauss. 2017. The Discovery of Grounded Theory, Strategies for Qualitative Research. New York, Aldine. Penny. 2009. Between Narrative and Number, The Case of ARUP's 3D Digital City Model. Cultural Sociology 3, 2, 257-276 MathNet. Holt, B. 1997. Distinction in America. Recovering's Theory of Tastes from His Critics. Poetics 25-2, 3-120. Jockers, L. 2013. Digital Methods and Literary History. Baltimore, University of Illinois Press. Jockers, L. and David. 2013. Significant Themes in 19th Century Literature. Poetics 41-6, 757-69. Lee Monica and John Levi Martin. 2015. Coding, Counting, and Cultural Cartography. American Journal of Cultural Sociology 3, 1, 133. And more. 2009. Introduction, Rethinking Qualitative and Quantitative Methods. Cultural Sociology 3, 2, 203-216. Marshall, A. 2013. Defining Population Problems, Using Topic Models for Cross-National Comparison of Disciplinary Development. Poetics 41-6, 701-724. Al. 2013. Efficient Estimation of Word Representations in Vector Space. 130-13781. John W. and 2013. Introduction Topic Models, What They Are and Why They Matter. Poetics 41-6, 545-569. Al. 2016. Improving Document Ranking with Dual Word Embeddings. In Proceedings of the 25th International Conference Companion. Jeffrey K. 2010. What is the Relative Autonomy of Culture? In Handbook of Cultural Sociology, ed. John R. Hull, Al. 97-108. London's Poster Mark. 2010. The Cultural Turn, Language, Globalization, and Media. In Handbook of Cultural Sociology, ed. John R. Hull, Al. 45-46. London's William H. 2005. Logics of History, Social Theory and Social Transformation. Chicago, London, University of Chicago Press. Stephen J. 1993. The British Are Coming, Again. The Hidden Agenda of Cultural Studies. Contemporary Sociology 22, 3, 373-75. 2010. Oxford Dictionary of English. Oxford University Press. Tang. 2011. Complete Poetry Collection of Tang Dynasty. Beijing Book Company in Chinese. Williams. 1958. Culture and Society, 1781-950. New York, Columbia University Press. Williams. 1973. The Country and the City. London and E. 1977. Learning to How Working-Class Kids Get Working-Class Jobs. Hans Saxon House. Yo-Yo Al. 2017. Sensing Spatial Distribution of Urban Land Use by Integrating Points of Interest and Google Word to Model. International Journal of Geographical Information, Science 31, 4, 825-848. See Books Google.com info for an introduction to Google Books. See Software CRF-NER for details of this tool. 4. Unspeakable Violence, Predicting the Incidence of Intimate Partner Violence. 1. Introduction. Domestic violence refers to violence or other abusive behaviors that occur within the household and includes violence against partners, children, teenagers, and the elderly. Recently, increasing worldwide research attention has been focused on a type of domestic violence known as intimate partner violence, IPV. Al. 2006, Adams al. 2012. IPV is typically defined as any behavior, such as physical attacks, sexual coercion, psychological abuse, or controlling behavior, that causes physical, psychological, or sexual harm to others in an intimate relationship, which is usually a marital relationship. Al. 2002, Stewart and 2017. Research has shown that women are more likely than men to suffer from domestic violence, most often perpetrated by their male partners. Swan al. 2008. According to the World Health Organization, in 2018, approximately 30% of women worldwide had experienced physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband in the previous 12 months. World Health Organization 2021. In addition, the stress and anxiety caused by lockdowns during the coronavirus disease 2019 pandemic have led to an impending crisis of domestic violence. Al. 2020. In China, studies using local samples have estimated that the incidence rate of IPV ranges from 20 to 25%. Su al. 2005, yet a nationwide estimate has not been determined. A crucial problem faced by researchers aiming to empirically analyze IPV is the large amount of missing data. This problem is particularly pronounced in Asian societies, such as China, where traditional and patriarchal norms mean that women tend to conceal their partners' violence toward them and are reluctant to report IPV experiences. This is consistent with feminist theory, which posits that domestic violence is the result of a patriarchal system that enables men to control women and thus strengthen their dominant position in society. Al. 2017, Al. 2017. Thus, if a culture overemphasizes aggressive masculinity and patriarchal norms, there is an increased probability that domestic violence that occurs within this society will not be reported, especially violence experienced by women. 2020. Previous research has determined that there are several reasons why domestic violence is not reported, such as concerns about privacy, a fear of reprisal or stigmatization, or a desire to protect the offenders. Consequently, substantial portions of data on certain types of domestic violence remain missing, which means that data analyses yield systematic underestimates of the number of domestic violence cases. Thus, it is challenging for researchers and policymakers to determine the real incidence rate of domestic violence. Thus far, only survey-based analyses have been used to estimate domestic violence. Al. 2012 with missing data problems addressed by the use of deletion or various imputation methods, such as mean imputation and multiple imputation. However, deletion and mean imputation have been criticized as leading to biased or less accurate estimates. For example, the multiple imputation method, which has been widely used, is based on a missing at random MAR assumption that may not hold for domestic violence data, as victims may be too ashamed to admit having suffered from domestic violence. Al. 2002. To solve this problem, the current study used advanced machine learning methods to interpolate missing data and thereby obtained accurate estimates of the percentages of Chinese women who have suffered from domestic violence. Machine learning methods have been proven to be more powerful than other methods for obtaining missing data, as the flexibility and complexity of these methods enable them to capture higher-order interactions between data and thus generate better predictions. And 2009. Jerez al. 2010. He al. 2013. Thus, this chapter used 6 machine learning algorithms to analyze data from the Third Wave Survey on the Social Status of Women in China, TWSSCW 2010, and to estimate the incidence rates of 3 types of IPV: physical violence, verbal violence, and cold violence. 2 Method. 2.1 Survey and Sample. The data were obtained from the TWSSCW 2010, the most recent nationally representative survey conducted by the All China Women's Federation and the National Bureau of Statistics of China. It included a wide range of questions on family, gender relations, health and well-being, and domestic violence, including IPV. The TWSSCW 2010 used multi-stage random stratified probability proportional to size sampling to ensure that its sample was representative of the general population at the province, municipality, street, and neighborhood levels. The survey comprised a sample of 26,166 respondents, but due to the research question of our study, we limited our sample to women and men who were married. Thus, the sample we used in our analysis comprised 23,597 married women and men. 2.2 Measures. Descriptive statistics of IPV and missing cases. All sample. Men. Women's. Physical violence %. No. 95.95. 46.57. 49.38. Yes. 4.05. 1.22. 2.83. Verbal violence %. No. 88.79. 42.9. 45.9. Yes. 11.21. 4.88. 6.32. Cold violence %. No. 82.05. 39.34. 42.71. Yes. 17.95. 8.46. 9.49. Proportion of missing cases %. 6.95. 2.41. 4.54. Observations N. 23,597. 11,063. 12,534. Social and demographic distributions of cases with missing IPV data. To estimate the missing values, we analyzed the values of 611 variables from the dataset that covered a wide range of topics related to aspects such as respondents' health, educational levels, employment status, family backgrounds, gender ideology, leisure activities, political participation, religious affiliation, housework hours, and insurance enrollment status. 2.3 Imbalanced Data Problem. As shown in Table 1, the dataset was highly imbalanced, as only a small proportion of respondents reported having experienced IPV. For instance, in the case of physical IPV, there are 21,067 Class 0 samples, indicating that individuals were never beaten by their spouses. But the Class 1 samples, which represent those who were beaten, total only 889, accounting for approximately 4% of the Class 0 samples. Similar imbalances were observed for verbal and psychological abuse. In the machine learning process, the majority class often dominates the learning process, making classifiers difficult to recognize minority classes. For example, if a learning algorithm were to adopt a simple approach and predict all 21,956 samples as Class 0, indicating no spousal abuse, it would achieve an accuracy of 96%. However, this contradicts our goal of identifying genuine cases of IPV. Therefore, although ignoring the minority class is economical and efficient in algorithm processing of data imbalances, the resulting model bias in practical applications is immeasurable. It is necessary to use strategies before applying machine learning algorithms to mitigate the degree of data imbalance, generally in two main directions. 1. Increasing the number of minority class samples through oversampling, and 2. Reducing the majority class samples through undersampling. Since each method has its advantages and disadvantages depending on different application scenarios and data structures, we chose typical methods such as random oversampler and SMOTE for oversampling, random undersampler ensemble and k-means for undersampling, and SMO-TNN, which combines both oversampling and undersampling for model training. We then compared the performance of each model. The 21,956 non-missing samples were split into a training set and a validation set in a 70%-30% ratio, maintaining the original dataset's distribution of two categories of IPV in both the validation set and training set. The training set was then resampled, and a random forest algorithm was used to train the classifier, with the validation set used to measure the classifier's generalization effect. Fitness statistics for the dependent variable physical violence in various sampling methods. T, V, Trec, Vrec, Tn, Fn, Fp, Tp, ROS 0.88, 0.85, 0.95, 0.53, 5457, 863, 126, 141, SMOTE 0.96, 0.95, 0.33, 0.16, 6229, 91, 224, 43, RUS Ensemble 0.72, 0.71, 0.95, 0.77, 4499, 1821, 62, 205, K-means 0.28, 0.27, 1, 0.96, 1543, 4777, 11, 256, SMO-TNN 0.95, 0.94, 0.47, 0.25, 6096, 224, 200, 67. Note T accuracy in training set, V accuracy in validation set, T rec recall in training set, V rec recall in validation set. Tn true negative, Fn false negative, Fp false positive, Tp true positive, ROS random oversampling method, SMOTE synthetic minority oversampling technique, RUS ensemble random undersampling ensemble method, SMOTE ENN SMOTE edited nearest neighbor method. Regarding accuracy, the SMOTE algorithm performed the best, achieving accuracies of 0.96 and 0.95 in the test and validation sets, respectively. SMO-TNN followed closely, but also showed good results with 0.95 in the training set and 0.94 in the validation set. However, the recall of SMOT was only 0.33 in the training set and 0.16 in the validation set, and SMO-TNN also underperformed, as evidenced in the confusion matrix, where these two algorithms frequently misclassified Class 1 samples as Class 0. This suggests that although these sampling models addressed the issue of sample balance, the trained models still tended to neglect minority class samples and erroneously categorize cases into the majority class. In terms of recall, the k-means method exhibited the highest recall, reaching 1 and 0.96 in the test and training sets, respectively, but its accuracy was only 0.28. The confusion matrix also indicated that this classifier erroneously predicted a large number of Class 0 samples as Class 1. ROS sampling showed good accuracy and recall in the training set, but the validation set recall was not satisfactory. Overall, the classifier under RUS ensemble sampling exhibited the best overall performance, with an accuracy of 0.72 and a recall of 0.95 in the training set, and accuracies of 0.71 and recalls of 0.77 in the validation set, showing a relatively even prediction performance across categories in the confusion matrix. ROC and DET curves for different sampling methods for the dependent variable physical violence. 2.4 Algorithm and parameter selection. Fitness statistics for the dependent variable physical violence in various algorithms. T, V, TREC, VREC, AUC. Proportions. Random forest. 0.75. 0.71. 1. 0.75. 0.81. 7.1%. AdaBoost. 0.8. 0.79. 0.81. 0.63. 0.8. 5.38%. NB. 0.58. 0.58. 0.86. 0.72. 0.71. 7%. SVM. 0.82. 0.8. 0.88. 0.58. 0.81. 7.73%. Logistic. 0.79. 0.77. 0.86. 0.59. 0.78. 6.45%. Neural network. 0.82. 0.78. 1. 0.58. 0.79. 10.59%. Note T accuracy in training set, V accuracy in validation set, T rec recall in training set, V rec recall in validation set, AUC area under the ROC curve, proportions physical violence rate in full data. ROC and DET curves for different algorithms for the dependent variable, physical violence. Random forest achieved an accuracy of 0.75 and a recall of 1 on the training set, and an accuracy of 0.71 and a recall of 0.75 on the validation set. It also exhibited greater explanatory power and a lower error rate on the ROC and DET curves compared to the other models, demonstrating generally better performance. The SVM algorithm's AUC was equivalent to that of random forest at 0.81, and it also showed a higher accuracy. However, its recall on the validation set was only 0.58, indicating that the combination of this algorithm and the resampling method did not resolve the algorithmic bias caused by data imbalance. AdaBoost was close to random forest, with a slightly higher accuracy and a slightly lower recall, and its AUC value under the ROC curve was marginally lower than that of random forest. NB was the least satisfactory among the 6 algorithms. The confusion matrix showed that it incorrectly predicted nearly half of the Class 1 samples as Class 0, yielding the lowest AUC value at 0.71 and the highest error rate under the DET curve. Both logistic regression and neural network had generally lower recall rates in the validation set, at 0.59 and 0.58 respectively, with average AUC values of 0.78 and 0.79. Taken together, considering all evaluation metrics comprehensively, we propose to employ the random forest algorithm for the final prediction of missing values. Constructing a random forest classifier involves tuning numerous. Although Learn provides default settings for this classifier, tailoring training specifically for the dataset can significantly enhance model performance. The objective of tuning is to balance the bias and variance of the classifier ensemble within reasonable limits. For random forest, increasing the number of decision trees, N estimators, can substantially reduce the overall model variance without affecting the bias and variance of individual submodels, although there is a ceiling effect on performance improvements. Considering computational efficiency, we increased the number of submodels from the default value of 100 to 500. For each subdecision tree within the random forest, reducing the maximum number of features considered during splits, max features, introduces additional randomness into the model, which decreases the correlation between submodels and enhances generalization capability, although too few features can increase the model's bias. Furthermore, a deeper maximum tree depth, max depth, results in more complex submodels, lowering the overall model bias but potentially increasing the variance among submodels or leading to. Thus, we employed a grid search method to identify the optimal settings within a specific range. We set the maximum number of features between 20 and 45 and maximum tree depth between 5 and 30, training a model at every 5-unit interval, producing 36 different combinations. To avoid the randomness inherent in proportional division of test and validation sets, we applied a more rigorous 10-fold cross-validation approach. The selection criterion for the optimal model was based on the composite evaluation metric, the AUC value. AUC metrics for different settings of the random forest algorithm. 3 results. Fitness statistics and predicted outcomes of the random forest algorithm. Physical violence. Verbal violence. Cold violence. D. 0.75. 0.77. 0.86. V. 0.71. 0.68. 0.63. T-Rec. 1. 1. 1. VREC. 0.75. 0.72. 0.68. AUC. 0.81. 0.78. 0.72. Predicted frequencies. No. 854. 860. 546. Yes. 787. 783. 1099. Proportions in non-missing data. 4.05%. 11.21%. 17.95%. Proportions in predicted missing data. 47.96%. 47.65%. 66.81%. Proportions in full data. 7.1%. 13.74%. 21.35%. Note T accuracy in training set, V accuracy in validation set, T rec recall in training set, V rec recall in validation set, AUC area under the ROC curve. Joint probability distributions of sex and IPV. 4. Robustness and heterogeneity analyses. Results from the random forest algorithm processing of different training sets. Training data. Training sample. Physical violence. Verbal violence. Cold violence. Men. Women's. Total. Men. Women's. Total. Men. Women's. Total. Original incomplete data. 1.22%. 2.83%. 4.05%. 4.88%. 6.32%. 11.21%. 8.46%. 9.49%. 17.95%. Complete data with imputations. 21,956. 2.11%. 4.99%. 7.1%. 5.69%. 8.05%. 13.74%. 9.43%. 11.92%. 21.35%. Complete data, excluding respondents with patriarchal gender ideology. 18,290. 2.23%. 5.31%. 7.54%. 5.8%. 8.38%. 14.18%. 9.31%. 11.82%. 21.13%. 5. Conclusion. In recent years, the problem of domestic violence, especially IPV, has received increasing attention from academics and policymakers worldwide, as it is regarded as an important predictor of couples' health, well-being, and quality of life. However, missing data on certain types of domestic violence presents a substantial challenge for researchers performing IPV studies. The pattern of these missing data is missing not at random, because these missing data are largely related to IPV. For example, people may fail to disclose having suffered IPV due to concerns about privacy, a fear of reprisal or stigmatization, or a desire to protect the offenders. Therefore, the traditional methods used to deal with datasets that are missing data, such as deletion and multiple imputation, are not suitable for dealing with datasets that are missing IPV data, because these methods are based on missing completely at random or missing at random assumptions. Indeed, we found that the incidence rates of physical, verbal, and cold violence were underestimated if we performed deletion of cases with missing values prior to analysis. Thus, we used innovative machine learning methods to predict the missing data on the incidence rates of 3 types of IPV: physical violence, verbal violence, and cold violence. We therefore compared the performance of various machine learning methods and selected the optimal method, the random forest algorithm, to impute missing data. We found that analysis of datasets containing imputed data led to increased incidence rates of physical violence, 7.1%, verbal violence, 13.74%, and cold violence, 21.35%, compared to those obtained from datasets without imputed data, 4.05%, 11.21%, and 17.95%, respectively. These results highlight the necessity and advantages of using machine learning methods to address the missing data problem in IPV research. This chapter reveals that more effective tools must be designed to enable the accurate estimation of incidence rates of domestic violence and demonstrates the need for more empirical research to further advance the understanding of IPV, using machine learning to obtain missing data. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END 40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Adams et al. 2012. The Impact of Intimate Partner Violence on Low-Income Women's Economic Well-Being, the Mediating Role of Job Stability. Violence Against Women 18, 12, 1345-1367. Elio. 2001. Random Forests. Machine Learning 45, 532. Edward R. and Mike. 2017. The Handbook of Homicide. Ising al. 2020. COVID-19. A public health approach to manage domestic violence is needed. The Lancet Public Health 5, 6, E309. Al. 2006. Prevalence of Intimate Partner Violence. Findings from the WHO Multi-Country Study on Women's Health and Domestic Violence. The Lancet 368, 9543, 1261-269. Al. 2012. A Current Situation Survey and Influential Factors of Domestic Violence in 7 Provinces and Cities of China. Chinese Journal of Clinical Psychology 23, 363-62. Richard B. al. 2002. Reasons for reporting and not reporting domestic violence to the police. Criminology 40, 3, 617-648. Els. Ease and Amy. 2017. Coercive Control in Intimate Partner Violence. Aggression and Violent Behavior 37, 111. He's Yuan Yis and Wen. 2013. Ensemble Learning for Wind Profile Prediction with Missing Values. Neural Computing and Applications, 22 2, 287-294. Jerez M. al. 2010. Missing Data Imputation Using Statistical and Machine Learning Methods in a Real Breast Cancer Problem. Artificial Intelligence in Medicine 52, 105-115. Ig. al. 2002. The World Report on Violence in Health. The Lancet 360, 9339, 1083-1088. 2020. Understanding Domestic Violence, Masculinity, Culture, Traditions. 610, E05334. Adam and 2009. Missing Data Imputation through the use of the Random Forest Algorithm. In Advances in Computational Intelligence, 5362. Berlin Heidelberg, Springer. Stewart, Donna E. and S. 2017. WPA International-Based Curriculum for Mental Health Providers on Intimate Partner Violence and Sexual Violence Against Women. World Psychiatry 16, 2, 223. Swan C. al. 2008. A Review of Research on Women's Use of Violence with Male Intimate Partners. Violence and Victims 23-3, 301-314. World Health Organization. 2021. Violence Against Women Prevalence Estimates, 2018. Global, Regional, and National Prevalence Estimates for Intimate Partner Violence Against Women and Global and Regional Prevalence Estimates for Non-Partner Sexual Violence Against Women. Su al. 2005. Prevalence of and risk factors for intimate partner violence in China. American Journal of Public Health 95, 1, 7885. 5. Hidden Identities, Predicting Sexual Minority Orientation Among Youth. 1. Introduction. Across the globe, rights movements for sexual minorities have advanced at an unprecedented pace over the past few decades in Western countries and many other regions. Al. 2016. Despite this, individuals with sexual minority identities in most cultures are relegated to lower status and even marginalized as a distinct social group. Compared to sexual majorities, members of sexual minorities are segregated geographically, Gross 2012, socially and psychologically, and are constantly exposed to the discriminatory tastes of the heterosexual majority, USAID 2014. Lee al. 2016, al. 2019. While most of the existing literature on sexual minorities has been conducted in the Western world, research focusing on sexual minorities in China is relatively scarce. UNDP 2016. Owing to negative stereotypes and devaluation, sexual minority identities often result in antipathy, i.e., disgust, and even blame attributions and justification of unfair social treatment, UD, and 1993, USAID 2014, UNDP 2016. Such long-standing stigmas and moral condemnation make individuals with sexual minority orientation reluctant to disclose their inherent sexual orientation, leading to a high percentage of missing values and downward biased estimates in information obtained from traditional social surveys. For example, in the U.S., the relevant statistics from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, have shown that an estimated 4% of adults identify as members of a sexual minority. However, if we look at items relevant to same-sex sexual behavior and same-sex attraction, the number of individuals who reported having same-sex sexual behavior experience and same-sex attraction has increased to about 8.2% and 11%, respectively, Gates 2011. This, to some degree, implies that the question relevant to sexual minority orientation may suffer from severe underestimation. A report from the American College Health Association showed that in 2006, 10% out of 33,000 undergraduates were identified as sexual minorities in the U.S. National Policy Institute, 2018. In China, the paucity of reliable data that can identify the sexual minority group and its associated needs contributes significantly to the invisibility of the sexual minority population in the eyes of academia as well as critical social programs. And 2014. 2016. Su al. 2017. To address the challenges of estimating the size of China's sexual minority population, this research, based on the Beijing College Students Panel Survey, BCSPS, aims to estimate the genuine percentage of sexual minorities among Chinese youth in Beijing using machine learning methods. We used random forest, an ensemble learning approach for classification and regression, to predict the sexual orientation of those who didn't respond to the survey question. Given that the size of sexual minorities is considerably smaller than that of heterosexual people, the standard random forest classifier tends to be biased toward the majority class. To mitigate the bias, we adopted repeated random subsampling methods, al. 2011. To evaluate model performance, we compared the results of bagging, boosting, Bayes support vector machine, SVM, and logistic regression classifiers. Results from multiple machine learning classifiers and different sets of covariates generally show that the actual percentage of sexual minorities among Beijing college students is nearly twice as large as that obtained from traditional social survey data, such as the BCSPS. Through our research, we paid particular attention to protecting individuals' information security. All results that are presented in the paper reflect the group trend rather than personal traits. 2 Materials and methods. 2.1 Data. the frequency and percentage for sexual orientation in the BCSBS. Frequency. Percentage %. Sexual minority rate %. Heterosexual. 3684. 91.12. Homosexual. 49. 1.21. 3.03 and 3799. Bisexual. 66. 1.63. Not sure. 88. 2.18. Missing value. Refuse to answer. 156. 3.85. Some. N4043. 100. Descriptive analysis of major demographic factors. Sex biological. Percent. University tier. Percent. Male. 21-24. 52.54. Top 3 universities. 1150. 28.44. Female. 1919. 47.46. Project 985 universities. 750. 18.55. Ethnic group. Percent. Project 211 universities. 686. 16.97. Han Chinese. 3588. 88.99. Others. 1457. 36.04. Manchu. 133. 3.3. Current age. Percent. Hui. 94. 2.33. 20 min 19. 24. 0.59. Mongols. 48. 1.19. 21-23. 2198. 54.37. Others. 180. 4.45. 2426. 1793. 44.35. Party affiliation. Percent. 27 max 29. 28. 0.69. Communist Party of China. 1490. 37.05. Hukou. Percent. Communist Youth League of China. 22-23. 55.27. Urban Hukou. 2894. 71.58. Others. 4. 0.1. Rural Hukou. 1128. 27.9. No party affiliation. 305. 7.58. Unspecified Hukou. 21. 0.52. 2.2 Imbalanced problem. As shown, the dataset is highly imbalanced with respect to sexual orientation, which is unsurprising because the percentage of sexual minorities is much smaller than that of heterosexual people worldwide. In our data, the imbalance ratio is approximately 132, 115.3684, and the percentage of sexual minorities is 3.03%, 115.3799. If one is using a standard prediction algorithm, the highly imbalanced data may lead to underprediction of the minority group because most classifiers assume that training and testing data are drawn from the same distribution. In this vein, it is not easy to prepare appropriate data for training and testing, which leads to a biased prediction, Provost 2000. Taking sexual orientation as an example, if 99% of people declare themselves to be heterosexual, a standard machine learning algorithm, such as a Bayes classifier or a decision tree, can hardly do better than the 99% accuracy achieved by a trivial classifier that labels everyone as heterosexual. That is, when applying machine learning on highly imbalanced datasets, the built-in goal to maximize the accuracy of the learning algorithm will inevitably underpredict the minority class, as this is the intelligent solution for the algorithm. To address this, a common practice is to rebalance the training sets by resampling, boosting, bagging, or conducting repeated random subsampling, and Stephen 2002. In this chapter, we applied the repeated random subsampling approach to address the imbalanced data problem. That is, we partitioned the training data into subsamples using 6-split, 12-split, 24-split, and 32-split of the original sexual majority respondents, respectively. By doing so, each subsample ends up containing a less imbalanced data set than the original one, the one with an imbalance ratio of around 132. For the 6-split subsample, the number of sexual majority participants is 614, the original number 36846. As a result, the imbalance rate is 1534, 115.36846. Similarly, for the 12-split subsample, the number of sexual majority participants is 307, and the imbalance ratio is 1267, 115.36812. For the 24-split subsample, the number of sexual majority participants is 153, and the imbalance ratio is 1133, 115.36824. Finally, the 32-split subsample contains an equal number of instances from the sexual minority and sexual majority, 115-115, with the imbalance ratio being 1. Note that the 32-split approach is 1-1 resampling, following and al. 2011, by partitioning the training data into subsamples with each subsample containing half the sexual minority and half the sexual majority, except for the last subsample in some cases. We also experimented with repeated random subsampling by replicating sexual minority cases 6, 12, and 24 times. This approach reduced the imbalance in each subsample compared with the original dataset. However, due to the introduced repeated samples, the problem emerged, so we did not present the relevant results in this chapter. Random forest has the reputation of being insensitive to the training, Palmer al. 2007. To choose the maximum number of features for a split, we followed standard practice by taking the square root of the number of our variables, 18,337, for each individual tree. We followed the rule of thumb to set 50 as the number of trees for the random forest algorithm. 2.3 Sample splitting. In this chapter, we developed an n-fold cross-validation using the whole available BCSPS data. We chose 6, 12, 24, and 32, 1-1 as split times t, to create an upgrade trend for the sexual minority rate. For each splitting turn, we first separated the samples for learning, 3799, and the samples for predicting, 244. And then, the learning sample was further divided into sexual majority set, 03684, and sexual minority set, 1115. For the sexual majority set, we randomly sorted the 0 set and partitioned it into t subsamples. Every 0 subsample has an equal number of unrepeated samples, except the last 0 subsamples of 24 and 32 splits. They contain 165 and 119 samples respectively. For the sexual minority set, the data points are sampled without replacement. To generate subsamples for prediction, we combined each subsample from 0 with 1. By doing this, each subsample of the sexual majority sample was selected once, while the sexual minority sample was selected t times. For each subsampling set, we randomly sorted the data and took 30% as the validation set, and the remaining 70% as the training set, where the 30-70 ratio was chosen by trial and error. Missing value imputation, of sexual minority orientation. As mentioned before, we do two sets of predictions with RF, one using 337 predictors obtained from Lasso, and the other using all 910 predictors. To evaluate the performance of the random forest model, we compared the results of 24 split subsampling with the other 5 algorithms. We used the default for bagging, boosting, Bayes, and logistic regression. For SVM, the linear kernel was used. We performed machine learning classification using the Learn toolkit driven by Python. Considering that sexual minorities are more likely to experience victimization and bullying and mental health difficulties globally due to the heavy stigma that surrounds them, Al. 2014, students with sexual minority orientation may also have higher levels of psychological distress if compared to students with heterosexual orientation. Based on the newly imputed data, we then examined the psychological well-being and gender attitudes between college students with sexual majority orientation and sexual minority orientation. 3 results. 3.1 Primary results. Results from random forest predictors using different splitting strategies, 337 control variables. Random forest. Min. Majority 0. N3684. Minority 1. N115. Vacancy. N244. Min. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. No split. 3684 115. 3684. 0. 34. 81. 223. 21. 6 splits. 614 115. 610. 4. 26. 89. 201. 43. 12 splits. 307 115. 301. 6. 14. 101. 166. 78. 24 splits. 153 115. 145. 8. 8. 107. 128. 116. 32 splits 11. 115 115. 107. 8. 9. 106. 113. 131. Random forest. Train. Val. Train F1. Val F1. IUC. No split. 0.9947. 0.9763. 0.9537. 0.494. 0.9568. 6 splits. 0.9902. 0.8322. 0.981. 0.5647. 0.9735. 12 splits. 0.9968. 0.7843. 0.996. 0.6327. 0.9788. 24 splits. 0.9954. 0.7134. 0.9953. 0.6865. 0.9858. 32 splits 11. 0.9985. 0.6334. 0.9985. 0.6276. 0.9822. According to the metrics, the random forest predictors tend to obtain higher accuracy for the sexual majority samples in the presence of highly imbalanced data. For example, the validation accuracy is above 0.976 when fitting the random forest model onto the original dataset, while its counterpart of the 32-split subsample is merely 0.633. Meanwhile, the failed prediction of sexual orientation for the sexual minority group decreased as the split number increased. When it comes to the no-split experiment, the ratio of mistakenly predicting sexual minority people as sexual majority people is as high as 29.6%, 34:115. In contrast, the ratio decreased to 7.9%, 9:115 when using the 32-split data. Considering that many sexual minorities were most likely to withhold their sexual orientation, and that the random forest algorithm relies more on the information of control variables rather than adjusting strategy to make accurate predictions when the data are more balanced in terms of sexual orientation, we adopt the results obtained from 24 splits. This choice is further supported by key validation statistics, including a higher AUC and F1 score. In this vein, the corresponding estimated percentage of sexual minorities among Beijing college students is 5.71%, 115 plus 116.4043, rather than 3.03%. Therefore, the original estimation of the rate of sexual minorities among Beijing college students based on traditional surveys is nearly half of the actual value, which is substantially downward biased. 3.2 Robustness check. Results from random forest predictors using different splitting strategies, 910 control variables. Random forest. Min. Majority 0. N3684. Minority 1. N115. Vacancy. N244. Min. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. No split. 3684 115. 3684. 0. 37. 78. 244. 0. 6 splits. 614 115. 614. 0. 28. 87. 218. 26. 12 splits. 307 115. 305. 2. 18. 97. 190. 54. 24 splits. 153 115. 145. 8. 10. 105. 136. 108. 32 splits 11. 115 115. 145. 8. 10. 105. 116. 128. Random forest. Train. Val. Train F1. Val F1. AUC. No split. 0.9967. 0.9645. 0.969. 0.491. 0.9305. 6 splits. 0.992. 0.8379. 0.9845. 0.4818. 0.9723. 12 splits. 0.9953. 0.7824. 0.9942. 0.5536. 0.9824. 24 splits. 0.998, 0.6611, 0.998, 0.6177, 0.9809, 32 splits 11, 0.9997, 0.6076, 0.9997, 0.6032, 0.9787. In terms of validation accuracy of the random forest model and the ratio of the false positive of heterosexual people, we observe that the validation accuracy of the random forest predictors using the entire variable set on the original dataset is 0.965, which is lower compared with the random forest using 337 variables. Correspondingly, the ratio of mistakenly predicting suspected sexual minorities as sexual majorities is a bit higher and reaches 0.322 37.115. Furthermore, looking at the random forest results on the 32 split subsamples, these two numbers are 0.661 and 0.08710115, respectively. By comparing the AUC and VAL-F1 results across different splits of subsamples, the 24 split is still preferred. Although the AUC of 24 split is slightly smaller than the 12 split, the difference, 0.0015, is negligible. Moreover, AUC is problematic in highly imbalanced data, this circumstance. So F1 score should be given more weight. Therefore, based on the random forest results obtained from the 24 split, the corresponding percentage of suspected sexual minorities among Beijing college students is 5.52%, 115 plus 1084043. Comparing bagging, boosting, NB, and SVM, 24 splits subsample 337 control variables. Algorithms. Amin. Majority 0. N3684. Minority 1. N115. Vacancy. N244. Min. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. Random forest. 153, 115. 145. 8. 8. 107. 128. 116. Baggings. 153, 115. 145. 8. 9. 106. 128. 116. Ada boost. 153, 115. 131. 22. 24. 91. 118. 126. NB. 153, 115. 138. 15. 99. 16. 218. 26. SVM. 153, 115. 153. 0. 19. 96. 244. 0. Logistic. 153, 115. 129. 24. 68. 47. 176. 68. Algorithms. Train. Val. Train F1. Val F1. AUC. Random forest. 0.9954. 0.7134. 0.9953. 0.6865. 0.9858. Baggings. 0.9954. 0.7134, 0.9953, 0.6865, 0.9829. ADA boost 0.872, 0.6555, 0.8697, 0.6391, 0.9087. NB 0.568, 0.6101, 0.4254, 0.3836, 0.556. SVM 1, 0.6494, 1, 0.3937, 0.9812. Logistic 0.6049, 0.5786, 0.5832, 0.5183, 0.6243. ROC curves of random forest with different split strategies and different algorithms. Furthermore, considering that some sexual minorities may deliberately report they are heterosexual people, we excluded samples who declared themselves as heterosexual people but were predicted as sexual minorities in the validation set during the first round. Note that this doesn't necessarily indicate that these samples are sexual minorities who provide fake answers, but only suggests they have a higher probability of being sexual minorities compared to others. We then took the remaining samples to make the prediction on the missing samples. The 24-split random forest model with 337 variables shows that the percentage of sexual minorities becomes 5.61% 1, which changed little compared to our general finding. The convergent trend remains consistent. For conclusion, in the past decade, profound social transformations have caused the emergence of a broad socio-political climate that is gradually more accepting of sexual minorities in many countries. Lane 2007. Despite the overall shift toward reduced discrimination and greater acceptance, it would be premature to claim the imminent demise of societal stigma and individual prejudice against the sexual minority population. Being invisible in mainstream society becomes a living strategy for many sexual minorities in China. The perceived stigma may drive biased responses, particularly when using traditional survey methods, as sexual minorities often feel reluctant to disclose their sexual orientation, leading to a high percentage of missing values. To overcome such barriers, we adopt random forest imputation, a machine learning approach to infer the sexual orientation of non-respondents based on survey questions from BCSBS. After filling out those missing values, the percentage of college students with sexual minority orientation increased from 3.03% to 5.71%, which is a bit higher than the official estimation, 4%, based on the first nationwide survey of sexual behavior in China conducted in 1998-99. 2015. The results remain consistent if alternative classifiers are adopted. Regarding our result, one doubt may arise as we didn't distinguish not sure and refused to answer, but simply took them as missing value. While different implications may link to these answers too, this doesn't challenge our findings. First, as respondents in the fourth wave BCSBS are all senior-year college students, people who don't understand the meaning of terms are rare. Second, and most importantly, our models are trained to give the best prediction for samples, sexual orientation, without predefining their sexual preferences. If based on the training set, these models get the ability to predict an individual's sexual orientation, then ideally, they can figure out whether an individual is a sexual gender majority or minority in any cases within the dataset. A valid prediction model independently predicts individuals' sexual orientations without researchers' influence. Still, there are some limitations worth discussing. First, this analysis only provides a crude estimation of the percentage of college students with a sexual minority orientation without further differentiating specific types, especially it does not capture gender minorities, e.g., transgender and some subtypes of sexual minorities, namely pansexual or asexual, and 2020. Our coding scheme, which only contains two values, 1 yes, 0 no, ensures that we still could capture those people but with lower precision. Considering the sensitivity of the sexual orientation issue, the data that involves sexual orientation is rare in China. Besides, most of the survey data relevant to sexual minorities are collected using the snowball sampling strategy. The data created are a non-probability sample which has no societal representativeness. BCSPS data is actually the only publicly available and regional representative dataset that has information about sexual orientation. It is one of the few data that has the potential to provide an accurate inferring of the sexual minority community, though the measurement of sexual orientation is far from ideal. Second, extrapolating the sexual minority proportion in this analysis is based on the assumption that respondents reported their real sexual orientation. Note that due to the stigmatized social status of sexual minorities, respondents' answers might be biased toward prevalent social norms, which are more acceptable to mainstream society. This means there may be some sexual minorities who deliberately hide their true sexual orientation by intentionally giving inaccurate responses. It is therefore likely that our estimation of the percentage of sexual minorities is still underestimated. In other words, our results provide a conservative estimation of the sexual minority of college students in Beijing. Nevertheless, as the BCSPS is a large-scale social survey with stratified random sampling and a clear commitment to protect respondents' information security, sexual minorities generally have little need to deliberately pretend they are heterosexual people in an anonymous questionnaire. Furthermore, our robustness check by expelling samples who declared heterosexual preference but were predicted as sexual minorities in the first round shows little change occurred compared with the general findings. Third, as the results show, the training accuracy is much higher than the validation accuracy, which implies that our random forest classifier may suffer from a problem. However, 2001 claimed that the random forest algorithm does not, as it can generate an internal unbiased estimate of generalization error when more trees are added to the model. There is significant controversy surrounding this subject. Some other scholars have shown that as the forest building progresses, it is the generalization error variance rather than the bias itself that would decrease to zero in the random forest, Tang, and 2017. In this research, by adopting a lasso regression algorithm, we largely reduce the size of the variable sets for estimation, which, to some degree, has downweighted bias arising due to a problem. Finally, another potential source that may lead to biased estimation is the fact that our assessment is based on a one-item question: what is your sexual orientation? Considering the sensitivity of this question, substantial inaccuracies may occur. A more accurate estimate might be achieved by incorporating prevalent sexual orientation tests, including the scale test, the Sexual Orientation Inventory, ESOI, Storm's sexual orientation test with quadrants, and even list experience into our approach. It is also worth noting that this study is limited to assessing the sexual orientation of college students in Beijing, but does not seek to estimate the number of gender minorities. In spite of some deficiencies, the methods we use to predict the potential sexual minorities have undoubtedly been a breakthrough. Our effort helps increase the visibility of sexual minorities, which in turn will enhance the health and well-being of the sexual minorities and serve to protect their rights, which are so important in achieving equality in society and before the law. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Elio, 2001. Random Forests. Machine Learning 45, 532. Jin and 2014. A Preliminary Exploration of the Gay Movement in Mainland China. Legacy, Transition, Opportunity, and the New Media. Science 39, 4, 848-48. Gates, Gary J. 2011. How Many People Are Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender? Retrieved from UCLA School of Law. E-Law Content Uploads. Gates, How Many People, LGBT 2011. Taylor and Amy Stone. 2016. Cycles of Sameness and Difference in LGBT Social Movements. Annual Review of Sociology 42, 1, 165-183. Gross. 2012. Up from Invisibility: Lesbians, Gay Men, and the Media in America. Columbia University Press. Yang. 2016. Sex Ideologies in China: Examining Differences. Journal of Sex Research 53, 9, 11-18-1130. And Stephen. 2002. The Class Imbalance Problem: A Systematic Study. Intelligent Data Analysis 6, 5, 429-449. And 2011. Predicting Disease Risks from Highly Imbalanced Data Using Random Forest. BMC Medical Informatics and Decision Making 11, 1, 51. Lane. 2007. A New Cultural Cleavage in Postmodern Society. Brazilian Journal of Political Economy, 27, 3, 375-393. 2015. Machine Learning with R, Publishing. Lees al. 2016. Discrimination, Mental Health, and Substance Use Disorders Among Sexual Minority Populations. LGBT Health 3, 4, 258-265. Ud William and E. 1993. Homophobia, Conceptual, Definitional, and Value Issues. Journal of Psychopathology and Behavioral Assessment, 15, 3, 177-195. Palmer, David S. al. 2007. Random Forest Models to Predict Aqueous Solubility. Journal of Chemical Information and Modeling 47, 1, 151-58. Leanne. And Burned. 2019. Importance of Machine Learning Algorithms. Journal of Machine Learning Research 20, 132 MathNet. Provost Foster. 2000. Machine Learning from Imbalanced Data Sets 101. AAAI Technical Report. Org Papers Workshops 2000 WS000 5 WS000 5001. National Policy Institute. 2018. LGBTQ Students in Higher Education. Retrieved from National Policy Institute. Org Content Uploads 202-105H Education, PNPI May 2021. R. Wendy F. and T. 2014. An exploratory study of bullying involvement for sexual minority youth. Bully-only, victim-only, and bully-victim roles. Society for Social Work and Research 5, 321-337. In Randolph Ho. 2020. A nationwide cross-sectional study of 15,611 lesbian, gay, and bisexual people in China. Disclosure of sexual orientation and experiences of negative treatment in healthcare. International Journal for Equity in Health 19, 1, 46. Tangs and 2017. Random Forest Missing Data Algorithms. Statistical Analysis and Data Mining 10, 6, 363-377. Org 10-1002, SAM 11348 MathNet. Robert. 1996. Regression, Shrinkage, and Selection via the Lasso. Journal of the Royal Statistical Society Series, B58, 1, 267-288 MathNet. UNDP. 2016. Being LGBTI in China, a national survey on social attitudes towards sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Asia Pacific Org Content, N-Home Library Democratic Governance AIDS Being in China, a national survey on social attitudes. USAID. 2014. Being LGBT in Asia, China Country Report. Documents 1861, Being Asia China Country Report. L. 2019. Discrimination against LGBT populations in China. The Lancet Public Health 4-9, E440, E441. A Day. 2015. Sexual Minorities in China. In International Encyclopedia of Social and Behavioral Sciences, 2nd ed. Yid. James D. Wright, 734-739. Oxford. Sue L. 2017. Internalized Homophobia, Mental Health, Sexual Behaviors, and Outness of Gay Bisexual Men from Southwest China. International Journal for Equity in Health 16, 1, 36. We only took a one-round test as a robust check to back up our major results. Although refused to answer clearly belongs to missing value, people choose, not sure, can also result from their unfamiliarity with the meaning of terms including heterosexual, homosexual, and bisexual. 6. Computing Grounded Theory, Algorithm-Based Approach to Deriving Theories. 1. Introduction. Quantitative analysis was previously a general designation for the analysis and research of numerical data, and Marshall 2009, 538. But it has been increasingly framed in a single dimension with the deductive method, as logic, theoretical hypothesis, verification, as purpose, statistical inference as the paradigm, especially the binary separation of qualitative and quantitative studies. Undoubtedly, the method of hypothesis testing has shattered the pure philosophical speculation involving unsocial phenomena. But it seems to gradually lose the initiative of theory production and development. To be specific, new concepts and theories are constantly observed, discovered, and refined by qualitative researchers, thus forming the precursor of the theoretical development frontier. On the contrary, quantitative researchers can only conduct post-statistical tests on existing theories or hypotheses derived from the literature and from researchers' own assumptions. Quantitative researchers, focusing on Popper 2005's definition of science, tend to overlook the value of data and models for directly enlightening theory and the application possibility of inductive logic for quantitative research, since they get indulged in self-appreciation of the importance of falsification testing in most cases. Is there a new path through which quantitative researchers can, like their qualitative counterparts, directly contribute to the development of theoretical hypotheses rather than merely performing post-statistical tests? Large quantities of unsubstantiated or even absurd hypotheses may be produced from brainstorming variable lists, randomly, or even via the pairwise correlations of n-1 variables in ergodic form. Moreover, problems such as quantitative restriction, selective combination, and of control variables cannot be addressed through the implementation of the cyclical tests for various x, y combinations based on the traditional regression model. As a result, the direct application of data and models in the direct midwifery of theory has been considered impossible among quantitative scholars for quite a long period of time. However, with the abundance of social survey data on a large scale and the application of methods such as machine learning in social science research, possibilities have been discovered. In this chapter, a generation method for quantitative theory was proposed based on large amounts of data and machine learning models, algorithm model. In practical terms, quantitative analysis was conducted on a series of X to Y predicting capabilities through supervised machine learning for the given Y, and a large number of explanatory variables, X many factors with strong predictability, can be explored and filtered using the logical correlation between causality and predictability, which is directly referential for the theoretical hypothesis. In addition, Y attempts to be prepared with one or more new factors that have potential theoretical value, further helpful for social scientists to generate, develop, and revise theories. As a typical method for computational social science, its logical foundation has achieved the same result by the core principle of grounded theory (GT), a famous method for qualitative research. Data were coded and interpreted by breaking the preconception of theory, and without any theoretical hypothesis, so that the generation path from empirical to theoretical research can be opened by breaking the logic of deduction verification. It is named the Computing Grounded Theory, CGT. 2. Limit of falsification. 2.1 Hypothesis testing and scientific ring. The development of quantitative social science research has expanded a century from the initial simple data description to contingency tables, and from various regression models to causal inference methods. In the past 4 decades, the fundamental model for quantitative social science research was built on the basis of questionnaire data, and the multiple linear regression was adopted to statistically infer whether explanatory variables are correlated or causal with the explained variables. This development process from formation to maturity is a process during which research paths are constantly, and the traditional quantitative study is fast developed. That is, the relatively standardized template format has been adopted by mainstream social science journals at home and abroad. A traditional quantitative article that conforms to the standard should be composed of problems, references, assumptions, measurements, data, methods, analyses, and conclusions, with these closely interlocked parts forming a connecting link between what comes before and what goes after. In fact, Wells and 1981 also made similar conclusions regarding the hypothesis testing model upon analyzing the contents of the American Sociological Review, 1936-1979. Furthermore, the conventional paradigm of quantitative research is not unique to sociology, but is also widely applied across other social sciences, such as economics, political science, and psychology. In these fields, quantitative analysis typically follows the principle of statistically testing theoretical propositions by falsifying their corresponding null hypotheses. Testing existing theories is not the entirety of theoretical work in the social sciences. In Scientific Logic in Sociology, Walter L. 1971, 1823 proposed the concept of the scientific ring, arguing that social research advances through a continuous reciprocal cycle of theory construction and empirical testing. Fig. 1. Although the traditional quantitative paradigms of hypothesis testing apparently center on the right half of the scientific ring, the process of theoretical construction to testing is a complete path followed by social science research institutes. And theoretical construction has seemingly become an exclusive mission of qualitative research, while theoretical verification is taken as a pattern by quantitative research due to the distinction formed between quantitative and qualitative research. Therefore, qualitative research is utilized for the proposal of theories as it is considered inductive, understanding humanistic and historical context, whereas quantitative research featuring deductive, objective, positivist, and of natural law are for theoretical verification. Quantitative research, however, tends to be assumed under the limitation of existing common senses of theories and research, leaving it challenged by the verification of common senses with complex methods and the mediocrity of research topics in most cases. Two logics of scientific ring. 2.2 Historical origin of the hypothesis testing objective. The paradigm of hypothesis testing, which was derived from the tradition of optimistic methodology, was strengthened after the normative institutionalization movement of quantitative research by the Columbian School. Bothe and Samuel advocated the purpose orientation and scientific movement of theory should be with empirical materials. Social research to test ideas, written by, is a drive for popularizing the method of validating theory with data in the quantitative study community. This tradition is aimed at the traditional theoretical discourse, featuring a lot of metaphysical speculation and untested assertions. In addition, it is seen as an empty statement, unable to improve the reliable judgment about social facts. Therefore, it is excluded from accurate scientific knowledge. A positive personality has been formed gradually among quantitative social scientists in academic edification and method training. They require themselves to constantly revise their minds about society and view research as a work constantly approaching reality through theoretical construction. Besides, they are devoted to upgrading the research on social science and its effectiveness in answering substantive questions. 2000. The hypothesis testing quantitative paradigm is a disciplinary consensus, collectively formed across academic disciplines, by which the gap between theory and experience can be bridged to secure the scientific conclusion. Beyond all questions, there is solid cognitive and support behind it that plays a decisive role in scientific and standardized quantitative research. On the other hand, there may be varied subjective preferences for interpretation. However, any form of interpretation can be placed above another for no scientific basis. 1999. If the analysis path of theory-first data validation is taken for granted without reflection, the methodology that was once a power for knowledge liberation can easily be translated into a restraint impeding theoretical production creativity. The hypothesis testing paradigm should have consisted of first theory proposing and then testing. Note that these two parts are equally important. The depth and comprehensibility of qualitative data are more conducive to the actual process of research in social science. Based on this, theoretical hypotheses were proposed directly using C. Wright Mills' concept of sociological imagination. Quantitative data features high simplification as a numerical index, and its mathematical statistics that are inherently associated cannot be discovered directly by humans through the combination of vision and brain functions. Therefore, in-depth development has been achieved in both qualitative and quantitative paradigms in their respective fields of expertise. Qualitative researchers are indeed becoming more skillful at proposing theoretical hypotheses, while quantitative researchers are becoming more skillful at conducting complex statistical testing and even causal inference. But in fact, the most original interpretation of the laws between data indicators can be achieved with the help of simple quantitative logic tools, such as statistical software. By doing so, a possible theoretical direction or potential causal mechanism can be acquired, which then can be used for more stringent statistical tests. This is the actual process of theory production for traditional quantitative research. For instance, advocated that the strict quantitative program should be relaxed for data analysis. Undiscovered results should be searched for, and possible assumptions should be looked for in simple distribution of variables. And Deering, 1979, also emphasized multiple times that the two principles of suspicion and openness should be insisted on, that is to say, we should be open to unexpected patterns of data categories. Moreover, data information should be used to the maximum extent, criticizing the non-openness of quantitative studies. Simply, new findings, obtained from the data, will not be expressed by many researchers based on the real research process. On the contrary, new theories are proposed through literature review and plain related statements from existing theories. In this way, their theories are often dressed up as theoretical assumptions that have existed, as though these assumptions had been made before data analyses. After that, they are affirmed in line with the logic of the hypothesis test, 2008-15. Such great emphasis has been put on the standardized paradigm of theory verification by the academic community, as if the assumption must be located in the existing theory. Only in this way can the author's understanding of the field be highly manifested, making the article reasonable. 2.3 Consequences of hypothesis testing. 1. Absence of theoretical production in quantitative study. Social science covers the entire process from the generation to the verification of theories. A fine division of labor has been formed gradually in the academic community for a long time due to the imbalance of quantitative study in the generation and verification of theories. Furthermore, a common impression is formed between practitioners and onlookers, that is, empirical research cannot generate theories and is used for theoretical verification. The theory, instead, shall be obtained from the researchers' imaginations, and Barber 2011. In turn, the division of labor is further strengthened by this impression, that is, theoretical verification is what social scientists engaging in empirical research shall do, with the theory provided by specialized theoretical workers. Besides, theory creation and hypothesis inspiration are regarded as the exclusive mission of qualitative research for some scholars. Possible explanations are proposed in qualitative research through exploratory work, while quantitative research is to verify the universality and scientific validity of explanations. Due to these impressions and actual orientations of scientific research, common prosperity has been promoted among different research paradigms, resulting in the postposition and even absence of quantitative study in the journey of scientific discovery. To be concrete, the assumptions which are deduced from existing theories have been logically by quantitative researchers. Based on this, the existing theories have been made more refined, with the rare production of new theoretical constructions. In other words, it is more difficult for those fewer and fewer quantitative researchers to propose theories and concepts. Absence of theoretical production in quantitative study. Social science covers the entire process from the generation to the verification of theories. A fine division of labor has been formed gradually in the academic community for a long time due to the imbalance of quantitative study in the generation and verification of theories. Furthermore, a common impression is formed between practitioners and onlookers, that is, empirical research cannot generate theories and is used for theoretical verification. The theory, instead, shall be obtained from the researchers' imaginations, and Barber 2011. In turn, the division of labor is further strengthened by this impression, that is, theoretical verification is what social scientists engaging in empirical research shall do, with the theory provided by specialized theoretical workers. Besides, theory creation and hypothesis inspiration are regarded as the exclusive mission of qualitative research for some scholars. Possible explanations are proposed in qualitative research through exploratory work, while quantitative research is to verify the universality and scientific validity of explanations. Due to these impressions and actual orientations of scientific research, common prosperity has been promoted among different research paradigms, resulting in the postposition and even absence of quantitative study in the journey of scientific discovery. To be concrete, the assumptions which are deduced from existing theories have been logically by quantitative researchers. Based on this, the existing theories have been made more refined, with the rare production of new theoretical constructions. In other words, it is more difficult for those fewer and fewer quantitative researchers to propose theories and concepts. 2. Losing insight in quantitative research due to its dependence on common sense. The theories or assumptions, which are by quantitative study, basically stem from the simple derivation of existing theories or the basic knowledge and inspiration of social scientists. Some scholars, such as Popper 1962, advocated free imagination superior to empirical observation. By doing so, bold hypotheses are encouraged with rigorous verification. In fact, the problems of quantitative study are still mostly confined to the elaboration of existing theories, or verifying social common sense with the use of complex methods, slowly spawning bonsai-style research. Watts directly targeted the paradigm crisis of the current social science research for its too much reliance on common sense. Watts 2014. As the possibility is taken to consider possible future events, preference will be shown for those explanations of known results while overlooking other possibilities. The paradox lying in common sense is its ability to help us understand the world on the one hand, but to weaken our ability to understand as well. Watts 2011. Whether common sense is scientific, on the one hand, needs to be challenged and affirmed by social scientists with the mission of breaking away from common sense. Becker 2008. But on the other hand, possible explanatory variables have to be selected from the stereotypes and data channels of existing common sense, while seeking data with the establishment of assumptions. Conservative common sense and mainstream theories are unconsciously reproduced by scientists who are dedicated to theoretical verification. Therefore, they will lose insight in the face of the rapidly changing social structure in China and social order across the world. Losing insight in quantitative research due to its dependence on common sense. The theories or assumptions, which are by quantitative study, basically stem from the simple derivation of existing theories or the basic knowledge and inspiration of social scientists. Some scholars, such as Popper 1962, advocated free imagination superior to empirical observation. By doing so, bold hypotheses are encouraged with rigorous verification. In fact, the problems of quantitative study are still mostly confined to the elaboration of existing theories, or verifying social common sense with the use of complex methods, slowly spawning bonsai-style research. Watts directly targeted the paradigm crisis of the current social science research for its too much reliance on common sense. Watts 2014. As the possibility is taken to consider possible future events, preference will be shown for those explanations of known results while overlooking other possibilities. The paradox lying in common sense is its ability to help us understand the world on the one hand, but to weaken our ability to understand as well. Watts 2011. Whether common sense is scientific, on the one hand, needs to be challenged and affirmed by social scientists with the mission of breaking away from common sense. Becker 2008. But on the other hand, possible explanatory variables have to be selected from the stereotypes and data channels of existing common sense, while seeking data with the establishment of assumptions. Conservative common sense and mainstream theories are unconsciously reproduced by scientists who are dedicated to theoretical verification. Therefore, they will lose insight in the face of the rapidly changing social structure in China and social order across the world. 3. Computing grounded theory. 3.1. Developing theory using proposed CGT. 1. Data preparation. Possessing sufficient data of sufficient quality is the basis of CGT because machine learning models depend on high-quality training data. Otherwise, even the most performant algorithms can be rendered useless, and the resulting model may perform poorly. Rich secondary data, especially large survey data, are obviously an effective choice. Note that we can also use text data to perform CGT. However, to implement this, we must treat each word in a document as a feature. Data preparation. Possessing sufficient data of sufficient quality is the basis of CGT because machine learning models depend on high-quality training data. Otherwise, even the most performant algorithms can be rendered useless, and the resulting model may perform poorly. Rich secondary data, especially large survey data, are obviously an effective choice. Note that we can also use text data to perform CGT. However, to implement this, we must treat each word in a document as a feature. 2. Model training. A machine learning model must be trained to predict the target variable. Here, any complex algorithm is acceptable regardless of whether the algorithm itself is interpretable, and a good model can make the results more scientific. Model training. A machine learning model must be trained to predict the target variable. Here, any complex algorithm is acceptable regardless of whether the algorithm itself is interpretable, and a good model can make the results more scientific. 3. Predictability comparison. Model-agnostic methods can be used to interpret black box models to uncover potentially important variables. These variables frequently have a relatively significant impact on the prediction outcome or accuracy. Predictability comparison. Model-agnostic methods can be used to interpret black box models to uncover potentially important variables. These variables frequently have a relatively significant impact on the prediction outcome or accuracy. 4. Robustness test. Here, we use different data sets and machine learning algorithms to determine whether the analysis results are stable. Robustness test. Here, we use different data sets and machine learning algorithms to determine whether the analysis results are stable. 5. Theory induction. In this step, we convert empirical variables to more abstract theoretical propositions. The proposed CGT can be used to create, develop, and correct theories. Note that the entire process can be both iterative and interactive, where each step can be repeated by adjusting and adding data. Theory induction. In this step, we convert empirical variables to more abstract theoretical propositions. The proposed CGT can be used to create, develop, and correct theories. Note that the entire process can be both iterative and interactive, where each step can be repeated by adjusting and adding data. Framework of proposed CGT. The reason we describe the proposed method as a special form of GT is primarily related to the fact that the logic of developing theory with the proposed CGT can be traced back to the origins of traditional GT. The proposed CGT differs from traditional GT in that machine learning is used to process data, rather than managing documents manually. Similar to traditional GT, the strategy of the proposed CGT is also data-led and is free of pre-existing theoretical assumptions. Unlike traditional GT, where text is coded manually to generate theories, CGT method seeks new and strong predictors of Y to inspire a hypothesis using a machine learning model. In this regard, algorithm-based computing in CGT plays a similar role in laying the foundation to inspire new theories as the manual text coding process in the traditional GT. The former is a black box machine learning process, and the latter depends on one's intellectual capacity and academic formation. 3.2. Logical premise of computing grounded theory. 1. Inductive logic rooted in the grounded theory. Inductive logic rooted in the grounded theory. Since the GT was developed based on a reflection of empirical research on the paradigm of testing quantitative hypotheses, one of its founders pointed out that social research overemphasized theoretical verification rather than the previous step of concept discovery and assumptions associated with the research field. In such a context, more efforts in closing the gap between theoretical and empirical research can be seen in improving the method of testing theory, whereas narrowing the gap from the theoretical level has hardly been studied. 2008. 7. Advocated that the theoretical energy frozen by overemphasis on verification theory should be released from theories among data. 2008. 8. Based on this, and Strauss established the fundamental principle of GT, directly creating a theory from empirical materials through step-by-step induction, and then comparing it with existing theories and research references. Apparently, avoiding preconceived ideas or guesses before the research is essential for ensuring the effectiveness of rooting. In fact, opening the generation path from empirical research to theoretical research by breaking the logic of deduction verification is the core principle of the grounded theory. This is also the reason why the method of directly generating theories from quantitative data proposed is called computing grounded theory. Theories are created from processing data with computational social science methods, such as machine learning. Emphasized that the GT is a universal methodology, applicable to both qualitative and quantitative data. Quantitative and qualitative data without fundamental conflicts in purpose and ability can be a benefit to the generation and verification of theories, since even believed that all is data. 2008, 17. But people found that the GT is more suitable for qualitative research with its practical development. Strauss, another proposer, even regarded the theory as the exclusive tool of qualitative research, Strauss, in 1994. It's easy to understand the reason behind. First, qualitative research collects data that is more systematic and detailed than that from quantitative research, as it is directly oriented to the empirical reality featuring complex and changing, which was also recognized by 2008. 18. Second, humans cannot directly encode quantitative data without appropriate algorithm models due to the highly concise expression of numerical indicators. And the traditional regression model for quantitative research cannot handle the above task due to the high requirements of appropriateness for the algorithm model. 2. Predictable logic of causality. Predictable logic of causality. The predictability and causal mechanism between social phenomena are two different but highly related categories. The confirmation of causality has long been regarded as a foundational principle across the social sciences. Max Weber, one of the pioneers of modern social science, defined sociology as a science that provides causal explanations of social processes and outcomes, Weber 1968. 4. His definition laid the groundwork for a causal analytic tradition that continues to shape research across the social sciences. Within this framework, theory building can be understood as the formulation of hypotheses about causal relations among social indicators. By deductive reasoning, dependent variables in such models must be predictable for independent variables, since predictability is necessary but not sufficient for the establishment of causality and can also be seen as the most basic means to verify underlying mechanisms. Watts 2014 and 1948, 2007. Most social scientists, however, pay little attention to prediction because of the constraints of mathematical statistics and traditional regression models. In fact, the use of prediction and the application of predictive results to generate knowledge have received limited attention even at the forefront of contemporary quantitative research. Instead, social scientists focus more on endogenous issues in an attempt to push quantitative research from traditional statistical correlation to causal inference. This is a crucial step, yet it remains focused on testing existing theoretical hypotheses rather than directly generating theory from data and reasoning. Social scientists normally use evasive words or emphasize that prediction is not equal to cause and effect, while ignoring the logic that cause and effect must be predictable in discussing the concepts of cause and effect, correlation and prediction. Or they highlight the complex regression model with too many independent variables, or criticize that the algorithm model that can predict data cannot be explained because of its black box process. In response to the above points of view, Watts summarized and severely criticized these arguments one by one. Watts 2014. Fully utilizing the important relationship between prediction and causality is one of the logical foundations of CGT. In other words, causality is a sufficient rather than a necessary condition for prediction, indicating that X is a strong candidate for being a cause of Y. If an X can well predict Y, the probability of forming a cause and effect is always far higher than that without predictability, although the relationship is only possible rather than inevitable. With the direct prediction relationship of X and Y, It is possible to propose a hypothesis that X affects Y. Moreover, if we have some existing research on the causes of Y that are contained in these causes, it is possible to propose a new theory XY for the predictability between X, Y. This possibility of being tends to be high if there are some intuitive mechanisms. Social scientists gradually cut the academic purport to the analysis of the relationship between two variables while discarding social prediction. Al. 2017-2018. In such a context, it is of great significance for quantitative research to push forward the direct production of theories with the predictive ability of machine learning. But the premise that cause and effect must be predictable forms the basic logic of reverse thinking. In that case, we should first explore the predictive relationship between all possible and actually influencing factors X and Y variables, rather than simply deriving a seemingly understandable possible explanation chain from existing theories or personal inspiration, while explaining the dependent variable Y to discover hypotheses and theories. 3.3 Machine Learning for Prediction. Here, we discuss why we focus on machine learning models rather than regression models. 2001 divided statistical modeling techniques into data models and algorithmic models. With data models, social sciences ask whether a particular coefficient in an idealized model is statistically significant rather than asking whether a given theory can predict some outcomes in the real world. Al. 2021. However, algorithmic models represented by machine learning provide a better alternative to obtaining effective predictions. The implicit epistemological assumption behind machine learning is that the intrinsic mechanism of data is unknown, and the key point is to develop a pattern that can predict Y by X. Algorithmic models tend to adopt nonlinear, non-parametric methods that adjust model complexity through one or more, and this flexibility often results in good predictive performance. Al. 2020. Machine learning allows data to be distributed in any shape without satisfying any assumptions. Thus, we expect that this freedom from usage limits will improve the ability to gather data in at least two ways. First, the complex relationships of models are more in line with real social situations. Real situations are far less straightforward than simple ideal models. 1940. However, machine learning is driven by the real data distribution. Thus, it can break limitations imposed by preset assumptions and ideal models. We should predict at first, then understand at second. 2001. Second, machine learning algorithms can consider thousands of unique variables in a single model simultaneously. Al. 2019. Including more explanatory variables can potentially help us gain more comprehensive and complex information from the models. Using machine learning models, we can strengthen our theoretical reasoning and empirical judgment by identifying new explanatory variables and dimensions. Al. 2020. Note that algorithm models are imperfect. Scholars tend to question the limited explanatory power of algorithm models. However, a growing body of evidence in machine learning literature suggests that an increasing number of methods to disassemble the black box have been developed in order to improve the interpretability and explanatory power of algorithm models. Al. 2016. These techniques enable the large-scale application of machine learning to social science research. Due to the difficulty of calculating in the above equation with classical SHAP values, and Lee, 2017, recently proposed a tree SHAP value algorithm for GBT models as a measure of feature attribution value based on game theory. SHAP is also used to interpret the results of a machine learning model. In the interpretability of a machine learning model, the participant is the feature value used for prediction. The general benefit is the difference between the predicted result of each sample and the overall mean, and the purpose of the explanation is to explore the contribution of each feature to the difference in the predicted result and the overall mean, which can be positive or negative. Here, assume we have two n subsets S and must train two N models for N features, because machine learning involves a large number of features. To improve computational efficiency, data scientists have developed SHAP algorithms, e.g., the kernel SHAP method and the tree SHAP method. Additional details about the tree SHAP algorithm can be found in the literature in Lee 2017, al. 2020. The SHAP value is a powerful explanation tool for developing theory using a data-grounded approach. It satisfies efficiency, symmetry, dummy, and simultaneously by fully considering the interactions among variables. Winter 2002. The SHAP value also satisfies three desirable properties, i.e., local accuracy and consistency, and Lee 2017. It can also provide explanations for comprehensible tree models and more complex ensemble models, and can reflect the direction, magnitude, and specific mode of the effect of each feature as al. 2021. Thus, in this chapter, the SHAP value model is used as the explanatory tool. 3.4 Recommended Technical Standards for Computing. Supervised machine learning and attribution algorithms are involved in the technical process of CGT. But there is no unified standard for machine learning, especially for the machine learning training methods used in social science. Therefore, the top 60 highly cited papers in social science were selected as machine learning keywords from the core collection of Web of Science. To be concrete, machine learning was first taken as the theme word with retrieval research direction as papers in business economics, society, education, educational research, social issues, government law, social sciences, and other topics. On this basis, papers of the core collection of Web of Science were limited to ensure the quality of the papers before ranking them according to the number of papers cited. Then, 60 empirical studies involving machine learning for detailed statistics were selected through manual reading. In general, problems predicted in the 60 papers involve a variety of economic, demographic, and cultural issues such as financial stocks, bond ratings, poverty, credit, suicide, depression, employment, population, personality, academic performance, and court decisions. Detailed statistical methods for empirical research on machine learning. Minimums. Maximum. Average. Median. Standard. Sample size. 30. 32,959,773. 680, 2,660. 1888. 4,390, 4,722.67. Number of features. 6. 1821. 148.12. 22.5. 361.36. Model prediction effect. 0.36. 0.97. 0.78. 0.79. 0.12. Algorithms. Random forest. 29%. Target variables. Binaries. 70%. Support vector. 26%. Neural network. 17%. 3 to 10 classes. 20%. Gradient boosting trees. 15%. Others. 14%. More than 10 classes or continuous. 10%. One sample size. More training samples indicate more information and a greater contribution to the improvement of the accuracy of model recognition. In theory, it is sufficient when the model prediction performance is not improved with the rising sample size. According to the statistical results in the literature, the maximum number of samples used can reach up to 30 million, with a median of 1888. Among them, the median of literature samples was 11,196 after 2015. The author suggested that the sample size for exploratory analysis should be no less than 2,000, with the sample size for empirical calibration no less than 10,000, according to the sample size of the current mainstream social survey questionnaire data, on the premise of ensuring the availability of numerous survey data and the prediction accuracy. CGT is an exploratory analysis with a not high prediction accuracy, so the sample size should be no less than 2,000. Sample size. More training samples indicate more information and a greater contribution to the improvement of the accuracy of model recognition. In theory, it is sufficient when the model prediction performance is not improved with the rising sample size. According to the statistical results in the literature, the maximum number of samples used can reach up to 30 million, with a median of 1888. Among them, the median of literature samples was 11,196 after 2015. The author suggested that the sample size for exploratory analysis should be no less than 2,000, with the sample size for empirical calibration no less than 10,000, according to the sample size of the current mainstream social survey questionnaire data, on the premise of ensuring the availability of numerous survey data and the prediction accuracy. CGT is an exploratory analysis with a not high prediction accuracy, so the sample size should be no less than 2,000. Two-sample balance. The sample size should be adjusted according to the number of categories and the difficulty of the variables to be predicted. Of particular note is that the sample size for rare categories shall not be too small. In a machine learning task with 10% as Class 1 samples and 90% as Class 0 samples, for instance, the algorithm will prefer to assign 0 to avoid making mistakes as much as possible in the prediction process. Imbalanced samples should be resampled to balance all kinds of samples. For specific methods, please refer to the discount and proliferation method proposed by scholars to predict sexual minorities. Al. 2022. The Y-object involved in CGT may be either a balanced sample or an imbalanced sample, which should be processed as per the actual situation. Sample balance. The sample size should be adjusted according to the number of categories and the difficulty of the variables to be predicted. Of particular note is that the sample size for rare categories shall not be too small. In a machine learning task with 10% as Class 1 samples and 90% as Class 0 samples, for instance, the algorithm will prefer to assign 0 to avoid making mistakes as much as possible in the prediction process. Imbalanced samples should be resampled to balance all kinds of samples. For specific methods, please refer to the discount and proliferation method proposed by scholars to predict sexual minorities. Al. 2022. The Y-object involved in CGT may be either a balanced sample or an imbalanced sample, which should be processed as per the actual situation. 3. Number of features. The number of model characteristics is the number of X variables for training. 1821 variables were used at most, with a median of 22.5, according to the statistical results. On the one hand, more abundant X variables will bring better training results. On the other hand, features with high dimensions may lead to excessive data noise, with reductions in the training efficiency and prediction effectiveness of the model. For CGT, few X values are obviously not conducive to finding a new potential theory, whereas hundreds or more variables can be obtained from large social questionnaires. Therefore, we recommend that the number of model characteristics should be higher than 100 on the basis of not affecting the performance of the model, being roughly 10 times that of traditional regression models. Number of features. The number of model characteristics is the number of X variables for training. 1821 variables were used at most, with a median of 22.5, according to the statistical results. On the one hand, more abundant X variables will bring better training results. On the other hand, features with high dimensions may lead to excessive data noise, with reductions in the training efficiency and prediction effectiveness of the model. For CGT, few X values are obviously not conducive to finding a new potential theory, whereas hundreds or more variables can be obtained from large social questionnaires. Therefore, we recommend that the number of model characteristics should be higher than 100 on the basis of not affecting the performance of the model, being roughly 10 times that of traditional regression models. 4. Algorithm model selection. Random forest is the most used algorithm among the 60 papers, accounting for 29%, followed by support vector machine, accounting for 26%. And neural network and gradient lifting algorithms account for 17% and 15%, respectively. It is worth noting that more than one algorithm has been adopted in most of the papers, with the model performance results compared. Therefore, it is recommended to compare the prediction performance and grounded results of various algorithms and test the robustness of the model's interpretability by comparing the root results of different models based on the best model selected as far as possible during grounded computation. Algorithm model selection. Random forest is the most used algorithm among the 60 papers, accounting for 29%, followed by support vector machine, accounting for 26%. And neural network and gradient lifting algorithms account for 17% and 15%, respectively. It is worth noting that more than one algorithm has been adopted in most of the papers, with the model performance results compared. Therefore, it is recommended to compare the prediction performance and grounded results of various algorithms and test the robustness of the model's interpretability by comparing the root results of different models based on the best model selected as far as possible during grounded computation. 5. Model prediction effect. The highest prediction effect is approximately 0.97 in the literature collected, with a median accuracy of 0.79. Note that the accuracy of model prediction is affected by many factors, such as whether social problems can be predicted, whether the predicted variables are continuous variables or categorical variables, the number of categories, whether the relationship between data and dependent variables is sufficient to support prediction, whether the distribution of different types of data is balanced, data noise, and whether model selection and setting are appropriate. The accuracy of the model prediction is the premise of the effectiveness of CGT. Thus, it is suggested that, considering that the prediction variables, dependent variables, in the existing papers are binary in most cases, the accuracy rate of the model for grounded computation should be greater than 0.8 if it is binary variables, and can be appropriately reduced if it is a continuous variable. Model prediction effect. The highest prediction effect is approximately 0.97 in the literature collected, with a median accuracy of 0.79. Note that the accuracy of model prediction is affected by many factors, such as whether social problems can be predicted, whether the predicted variables are continuous variables or categorical variables, the number of categories, whether the relationship between data and dependent variables is sufficient to support prediction, whether the distribution of different types of data is balanced, data noise, and whether model selection and setting are appropriate. The accuracy of the model prediction is the premise of the effectiveness of CGT. Thus, it is suggested that, considering that the prediction variables, dependent variables, in the existing papers are binary in most cases, the accuracy rate of the model for grounded computation should be greater than 0.8 if it is binary variables, and can be appropriately reduced if it is a continuous variable. For conclusion, explanatory analysis and accurate prediction of social phenomena have long been central concerns of the social sciences. In a 2021 Nature article, Jake Watts al. once again called for the integration of explanation and prediction within computational social science. They proposed a conceptual framework consisting of 4 quadrants: descriptive modeling, explanatory modeling, Predictive Modeling and Integrative Modeling, al. 2017. They argued that research combining explanation and prediction approaches in the fourth quadrant remains limited, despite its considerable theoretical potential. Building on this framework, CGT represents a new attempt to integrate explanation and prediction within the integrated modeling quadrant. It offers an alternative path for quantitative research in the social sciences and serves as a valuable complement to Mill's concept of the sociological imagination. While sociological imagination emphasizes shifting and deepening perspective through personal experience, CGT provides a data-driven capacity to generate theory by algorithmically processing data at a scale and complexity beyond individual cognition. In this sense, rather than viewing the black box process of machine learning as a limitation, it should be understood as a necessary means of translating complexity into analyzable forms. Through data and algorithm-based operations, machine learning produces representations of the immense complexity of social life. These forms allow researchers to deconstruct and compare intricate social mechanisms through attribution algorithms, thereby generating new theoretical insights and expanding the capacity for reasoning beyond traditional data models. Scientific research, assisted by machine learning, has advanced to the forefront of multiple disciplines. Nature once highlighted the significance of artificial intelligence, AI, based on the algorithmic model, in Science with a cover story titled AI-Guided Intuition. Researchers have identified potential relationships among the mathematical components of machine learning models and sought to interpret them through attribution techniques, aiming to propose concrete pathways for guiding scientific intuition and hypothesis formation. This process parallels, in some sense, the logic of computational grounding discussed in this chapter. Unlike the natural sciences, where such algorithmic insights often refine existing theories, the grounded approach introduced here represents one of the first systematic attempts to assist the theoretical production of quantitative social science through machine learning. However, data generated from social phenomena are far more complex and voluminous, posing greater challenges for explanation and interpretation. While recognizing that algorithms and data can contribute to the development of theory, this chapter does not deny the value of traditional quantitative methods in social science. The toolkit of quantitative research has become increasingly refined, progressing from association analysis to causal inference, and from social prediction to algorithmic attribution. Each method represents an important part of quantitative inquiry, with its own assumptions, advantages, limitations, and appropriate research contexts. CGT seeks to generate new hypotheses by moving beyond long-established theoretical frameworks and conventional reasoning, rather than replacing existing theories. It regards theory derived from data as a scientific intermediary that precedes empirical testing by quantitative researchers. This position emphasizes complementarity rather than opposition between data-driven insights and theoretical validation. We accept the view that everything can be treated as data, but we reject the extreme claim that data alone constitute knowledge. As pointed out, empirical findings do not contribute to the accumulation of knowledge unless they are incorporated into general theoretical propositions. CGT should therefore serve as a method for theoretical dialogue, knowledge production, disciplinary development, sociological imagination, and reflection on public affairs. 1. Limits of data scope. We can never fully capture the dynamics of social life, as many variables remain unobserved. Although broadening the data dimension of analysis is one of CGT's key goals, this effort is like dancing with the shackles of data availability. The insights and discoveries generated by CGT are inevitably confined by the information already contained in the data. Broadening data coverage is possible, but identifying the point of saturation requires both accumulation and continuous exploration. Limits of data scope. We can never fully capture the dynamics of social life, as many variables remain unobserved. Although broadening the data dimension of analysis is one of CGT's key goals, this effort is like dancing with the shackles of data availability. The insights and discoveries generated by CGT are inevitably confined by the information already contained in the data. Broadening data coverage is possible, but identifying the point of saturation requires both accumulation and continuous exploration. 2 limits of social prediction. Social prediction forms the foundation of CGT, yet there has always been criticism that doubts the predictability of complex social phenomena. 1998, 2010. CGT may not apply to all research scenarios, especially those dominated by randomness or affected by the absence of adequate data and models. The inherent unpredictability of complex social systems makes this limitation inevitable. Limits of social prediction. Social prediction forms the foundation of CGT, yet there has always been criticism that doubts the predictability of complex social phenomena. 1998, 2010. CGT may not apply to all research scenarios, especially those dominated by randomness or affected by the absence of adequate data and models. The inherent unpredictability of complex social systems makes this limitation inevitable. 3 challenges of model attribution. Researchers often ignore information inconsistent with their prior knowledge because confirmation bias is difficult to avoid in the process of learning. The variable relationship found by CGT may contradict prior knowledge or resist interpretation due to the complex interactions and emergent mechanisms among models. This may result in explanations that are less satisfying yet remain scientifically valid. Challenges of model attribution. Researchers often ignore information inconsistent with their prior knowledge because confirmation bias is difficult to avoid in the process of learning. The variable relationship found by CGT may contradict prior knowledge or resist interpretation due to the complex interactions and emergent mechanisms among models. This may result in explanations that are less satisfying yet remain scientifically valid. 4 heterogeneity within CGT. The researcher's position in knowledge production has shifted from the front end to the back end of the research, while data and models have assumed a central role. For example, the effect exemplifies this challenge. Different results may arise not only from distinct prediction algorithms, but also from variations in attribution methods applied to machine learning models. Such heterogeneity calls for careful cross-verification. Heterogeneity within CGT. The researcher's position in knowledge production has shifted from the front end to the back end of the research, while data and models have assumed a central role. For example, the effect exemplifies this challenge. Different results may arise not only from distinct prediction algorithms, but also from variations in attribution methods applied to machine learning models. Such heterogeneity calls for careful cross-verification. 5 correlation without causality. The relationships between grounded variables identified by CGT indicate their relative contribution to prediction, but not necessarily causal links. Therefore, future research should deepen the analysis of causal mechanisms and the underlying chains of influence. Correlation without causality. The relationships between grounded variables identified by CGT indicate their relative contribution to prediction, but not necessarily causal links. Therefore, future research should deepen the analysis of causal mechanisms and the underlying chains of influence. However, the maturity of any scientific approach requires a long process of continuous testing, refinement, and validation by both practice and the scholarly community. Similarly, the computing-grounded approach still has much to be explored and improved. Future work should focus on developing clearer standards and guidelines, expanding its range of applications, strengthening its reliability with unstructured data, establishing closer dialogue with statistical and causal inference methods, and advancing its degree of programmatic automation. As an emerging paradigm that integrates the reasoning and logic of qualitative inquiry into quantitative research, CGT deserves greater attention, openness, and sustained practice. More empirical studies are needed to test, refine, and extend its applicability in contemporary social research. Only when this approach contributes to generating new concepts and theories for modern social science can its full potential and inherent limitations be properly understood. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Oaz, Martin and 2021. Explaining individual predictions when features are dependent, more accurate approximations to values. Artificial Intelligence 298, 103502 MathNet. Susan. 2018. The Impact of Machine Learning on Economics. In Joshua and Avi, The Economics of Artificial Intelligence, An Agenda. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Becker, S. 2008. Tricks of the Trade, How to Think About Your Research While You're Doing It. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Elio. 2001. Random Forests. Machine Learning 45, 532. In Carlos. 2016. A Scalable Tree Boosting System. In proceedings of the 22nd ACM SIGKDD International Conference on Knowledge Discovery and Data Mining, San Francisco, CA, USA, 785-794. He and Wei. 2020. The Effect Revisited. Do Suicides in Books Predict Actual Suicides? Poetics 81, 101,441. He and 2022. The Hidden Sexual Minorities. Machine Learning Approaches to Estimate the Sexual Minority Orientation among Beijing College Students. Journal of Social Computing 3-2. 1999. The Role of SRASER in Knowledge Discovery. Data Mining and Knowledge Discovery 3-4. Finale and Bin. 2017. Towards a Rigorous Science of Interpretable Machine Learning. Preprint 1702.08608. Barney G. 2008. Doing Quantitative Grounded Theory. Mill Valley, Sociology Press. Frederick and E. Deering. 1979. Exploratory Data Analysis. USA Sage. Carl G. and 1948. Studies in the Logic of Explanation. Philosophy of Science 15-2, 135-175. Sabine al. 2021. The Multiplicity of Analysis Strategies Jeopardizes Replicability. Lessons Learned Across Disciplines. Royal Society, Open Science 8-4, 201,925. Jake M. and J. Watts. 2017. Prediction and Explanation in Social Systems. Science 355, 6324, 480-6488. Oscar. 1940. Prediction in the Social Sciences. Philosophy of Science 7-4, 492-498. Pia and Jessica D. 2019. Machine Learning in Suicide Science, Applications and Ethics. Behavioral Sciences and the Law 37-3, 214-222. Zheng and N. Li. 2017. A Unified Approach to Interpreting Model Predictions. In 31st Conference on Neural Information Processing Systems, NIPS 2017, Long Beach, CA, USA. Zheng al. 2020. From Local Explanations to Global Understanding with Explainable AI for Trees. Nature Machine Intelligence 2, 1, 5667. Charles F. 2007. Partial Identification of Counterfactual Choice Probabilities. International Economic Review 48-4, 1393, 1410 MathNet. Robert K. 1968. Social Theory and Social Structure. New York and Robert K. and Barber. 2011. The Travels and Adventures of Serendipity. USA, Princeton University Press. And Burned. 2020. Interpretable Machine Learning, A Brief History, State-of-the-Art and Challenges. Joint European Conference on Machine Learning and Knowledge, Discovery in Databases. Cam Springer. Ray. 2000. Middle Range Realism. European Journal of Sociology 41-2, 283-325. Poppers. 1962. Conjectures and Refutations, The Growth of Scientific Knowledge. New York, Basic Books. Poppers. 2005. The Logic of Scientific Discovery. New York. Marco, Singh and Carlos. 2016. Why Should I Trust You? Explaining the Predictions of Any Classifier. In proceedings of the 22nd ACM SIGKDD International Conference on Knowledge Discovery and Data Mining, 1135-1144. John and Marshall. 2009. A Dictionary of Sociology. USA, Oxford University Press. William A. 1998. The Fortune Sellers, The Big Business of Buying and Selling Predictions. New York. Strauss and Juliet. 1994. Grounded Theory Methodology, An Overview. Handbook of Qualitative Research. USA, Sage. And Nicholas. 2010. The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable. New York, Random House. Walter L. 1971. The Logic of Science in Sociology. Chicago, Transaction Publishers. Watts, J. 2011. Everything is obvious, once you know the answer. Australia, Currency. Watts, J. 2014. Common Sense and Sociological Explanations. American Journal of Sociology 122, 313-35-1 MathNet. Weber, Max. 1968-1921. Economy and Society, Trans. And Ed. G&C. New York, Press. Wells, Richard H. and J. Stephen. 1981. American Sociology, Theoretical and Structure. USA, University Press of America. Winters. 2002. The Value. Handbook of Game Theory with Economic Applications 3, 2025-2054. 7. Applications of Computing Grounded Theory, Revisiting Subjective Well-Being. 1. Introduction. In the age of big data and algorithmic modeling, a fundamental question in the social sciences remains unresolved. How can we generate new theories directly from empirical data, especially when prior knowledge is limited or contested? This chapter applies the framework of computing grounded theory, CGT, which aims to bridge this gap by integrating machine learning algorithms with model-agnostic interpretability techniques, enabling the identification of potential explanatory variables and the theoretical interpretation of social patterns from large-scale survey data. Unlike traditional grounded theory, which relies primarily on qualitative coding and human interpretation, CGT leverages computational power to detect hidden structures in high-dimensional data and estimate the relative importance of each variable through additive explanations, SHAP. To demonstrate the practical utility of CGT, we focus on subjective well-being, SWB, as a case study. As a long-standing and richly studied domain in the social sciences, SWB offers an ideal testing ground for evaluating whether CGT can move beyond established predictors and uncover new explanatory factors. Using data from the 2017 China General Social Survey, CGSS 2017, we train machine learning models to predict SWB and estimate the SHAP values of all potential predictors. We then extend our analysis globally by applying the same framework to World Values Survey, WVS, data from over 80 countries, thereby exploring both universal and context-specific mechanisms shaping subjective well-being. By comparing findings across national and global contexts and testing the CGT method in diverse domains such as fertility intention and political satisfaction, this chapter illustrates not only the explanatory potential of data-driven theory generation, but also its scalability and adaptability. Our results indicate that CGT can enrich existing theoretical frameworks, e.g., U-shaped happiness theory, relative deprivation, while also producing novel propositions, e.g., family distance theory. Through this, we highlight the broader promise of CGT as a theory-generative methodology for the computational social sciences. 2. The subjective well-being of Chinese people. To verify the usefulness and potential of the proposed CGT in terms of developing theories, we consider subjective well-being, which is a widely and extensively researched topic in social science research, as an example-dependent variable to find its most powerful predictors that can be expected to serve as a pool where potential, new, explanatory variables for subjective well-being can be located. Subjective well-being has been a classic topic in social science research since the 1950s, 2000, Campbell 1976, and prior research has shown that the level of subjective well-being is closely related to a wide range of individual attributes, including wealth, 1973, al. 2010, Bride 2010, life satisfaction and 2004, al. 2018, health al. 2020, 2016, STEPTO 2019, and Education 2017. With the CGT method and the richness of CGSS data, we expect to locate new predictors for subjective well-being that have not been addressed in previous studies, which will allow us to propose new theories of subjective well-being. 2.1 Data and Variables. Our preliminary data comprise 12,582 samples collected by the National Survey Research Center, University of China, from the CGSS 2017. For each sample, we extracted the value of 783 variables from the CGSS 2017 survey questionnaire, including comprehensive information about the class identity, social status, and social network of the samples. The target Y variable in this study, i.e., subjective well-being, is based on survey question A36. In general, how happy would you say you are? The responses are on a 5-point scale. 1 very unhappy, 2 unhappy, 3 neutral, 4 happy, and 5 very happy. All other variables, other than the target variable, in the dataset are the predictor variables. To improve prediction accuracy while maintaining the ability to develop theories, we dichotomize the target variable, subjective well-being, by recoding very unhappy, unhappy, and neutral as class 0 and kept happy and very happy as class 1. We further converted categorical variables into the one-hot encoding format while removing the outliers of ordinal and interval variables. Note that we discarded variables with greater than 30% missing values, and we filled the remaining missing values with the median. In addition, the number of samples from class 1 was much greater than the number of samples from class 0, which may cause deviations in predictions. Thus, we employed the random oversampling method, and 2014, to increase the size of the sample set for class 0 such that it was equal to that of class 1. 2.2. Assessing the predictive power of a feature. We employed a gradient boosting tree algorithm, i.e., gradient boosting, for the modeling task. Here, the number of the subdecision trees was set to 1,000, and the other took default values in our model, i.e., learning rate 0,1, max depth 10, gamma 0, alpha 0, lambda 1. We randomly divided the data into training 70% and test 30% sets and considered precision, recall, and the F1 measure, also referred to as the F-score, to evaluate the quality of the model. The precision, recall, and F1 measure results are presented and discussed extensively in SECT. 4. In summary, the model's prediction accuracy was 0.92, the recall rate was 0.86, and the value of the F1 measure was 0.92. Thus, we consider that the model exhibited good overall performance. We employed SHAP, a feature attribution method, to analyze the interpretability of the model's predictions about subjective well-being and to identify the factors contributing most to the results. Here, for each sample, we calculated the SHAP value for each predictor variable. With these SHAP values, we can identify the marginal contributions of the predictor variables when predicting subjective well-being. Generally, if the SHAP value is positive, including it will lead to an increase in the result of the predicted value. In contrast, a negative SHAP value will lead to a decrease in the predicted result. Then for each predictor variable, we obtain the mean SHAP value. By directly comparing the mean SHAP values between predictor variables, we can identify the contributions of all predictor variables to the overall model and arrange the values in descending order. 2.3. Results of Chinese subjective well-being on CGT. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on subjective well-being. Figure 1 also shows that the sense of fairness has a SHAP value of 1.4. Thus, it contributes the most to the prediction of subjective well-being, followed by the health variable with a SHAP value of 0.8. Figure 1b further shows the changing trend in SHAP values for some typical variables through the scattered points. In fact, the identified 20 factors span a wide range of domains, including psychology, economics, sociology, and political science. These areas are to some extent considered key issues in the discussion of factors that affect subjective well-being in existing theoretical and empirical studies. 2009. Al. 2018. The results that are generally consistent with existing theories motivated us to propose a new theory. However, the results that contested existing theories cannot be ignored and should motivate us to reconsider previous studies. 2.4. Proposing a new theory. Figure 1b shows that the weekly working hours of a spouse, WHS, strongly predict subjective well-being. Its contribution to the prediction of subjective well-being is even higher than that of age, socioeconomic status, health, and a set of variables, gender, education, income, etc., that have long been known to influence subjective well-being, and 2005, 2017, and 2000. However, in the context of marriage and family, previous studies on subjective well-being have primarily focused on marital status, marriage matching, and family support, Stack and 1998, Chapman and 2016, Rogers and White 1998, North Al. 2008, and 1998, thereby generally neglecting the potential role of WHS. partial dependence plot of SHAP values for typical predictor features. In summary, we found that appropriate family distance can improve well-being. Instead, a distance too far or too close will impair the well-being. 2.5. Expanding existing theories. Many studies have demonstrated that age and socioeconomic status variables best characterize subjective well-being levels, e.g. Campbell 1976, Clark al. 2008, al. 1993, Fitzroy al. 2014, 1978, al. 2012. Our findings indicate that some of the CGT findings are in line with prior research. For example, as shown in Fig. 2a-e, higher socioeconomic status results in higher subjective well-being. Note that this result is consistent with classical research in the fields of economics, 2003, Frey and 2010, and Stone's 1983, and social status, Anderson al. 2012, 1975, 2015. Relevant studies into the theoretical perspectives of relative deprivation and tunnel effect have also confirmed that horizontal social comparison and subjective social mobility expectations have significant impacts on subjective well-being, 2009, and 1973. Beyond this consistency, our results are crucial to providing supplementary insights about pre-existing theories. Early studies regarding the interaction between age and subjective well-being concluded that age had little or no influence on subjective well-being, 2009. However, the results of an increasing number of studies are in alignment with the U-shaped subjective well-being theory, where higher levels of subjective well-being are experienced before our 20s and after our 50s, and 2008, Graham and 2017, and 2012, al. 2008, Swami al. 2009. As shown in Fig. 2i, our results also demonstrate a U-shaped relationship between a person's birth year and their subjective well-being. People born between 1955 and 1995 are less happy than people born before 1955 and after 1995. We suggest the postponement may result from the national circumstances of China, for example, modernization and market economy transformation, and the cohort effect, which deserve further investigation in the future. In addition, subjective socioeconomic status indicators, e.g., current class and class after 10 years, exhibit a Z-shaped ladder distribution, as shown in Fig. 2a and b. Followed by this distribution, the SHAP values are nearly fixed within a certain range, but change rapidly after reaching a turning point to finally become flat again. There are no significant internal disparities within the grades 1-3 current class group and the grades 5-10 current class group. However, conversion from the former to the latter leads to significant differences due to the key turning point that occurred in grades 4-5. A similar effect of the key also occurs between the class expectations of grades 1-5 and grades 6-10. Thus, we propose that turning points are the key issues for the conversion of subjective well-being. Classical relative deprivation theory about subjective well-being has established that subjective well-being results from the comparison, al. 2008, 1991, 2013. In our study, a significant finding is that the effects of comparisons appear to be discrete and separated by the turning points, through which individuals are classified into different hidden groups, and the comparisons between individuals from different groups have significant impacts on subjective well-being. The above examples demonstrate that the proposed CGT can draw conclusions that are consistent with existing research without a prior knowledge base, can make contributions to understanding social phenomena, and drive theoretical progress by identifying new evidence. 2.6 Complex relationships. To draw further information from the data-grounded approach, we explore the heterogeneity of prediction results. Many previous studies about subjective well-being that employed traditional quantitative methods were performed under linear assumptions, Frey and 2010, Stack and 1998, 2015. In other words, the models employed simply consider a one-way linear relationship and assume homogeneity while ignoring heterogeneity effects. For example, there are large differences in the effects on different individuals. However, our data-grounded approach allows us to recognize complex relationships in our models and identify the effects of heterogeneity. Traditional quantitative methods are primarily based on the comparison of the overall mean among different groups, and they do not consider the distribution of samples within a group. Here, a homogeneous effect means that well-being has the same effect on people of the same group, and the variance of the SHAP value is small. A heterogeneous effect means that the effect of well-being on the same group of people varies greatly, and the variance of the SHAP value is huge. Figure 2F, working hours per week, shows that the SHAP values of working hours, ranging from 0 to 40 hours, are between 0.5 and 0.5, following a relatively uniform distribution, which means that the effect of weekly working hours on well-being is homogeneous. However, the SHAP values for working hours ranging from 70 to 80 hours are between 1.5 and 0.1, which embodies a large heterogeneity effect on well-being. Generally, this suggests that people with shorter working hours are happier than those with longer working hours. However, longer working time can sometimes bring more subjective well-being. 2.7 Robustness Test. 1. Different datasets. Robust grounded methods do not vary greatly when the size and composition of the data change. Here, we employed the bootstrap sampling method to randomly select 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100% of the original data. Different datasets. Robust grounded methods do not vary greatly when the size and composition of the data change. Here, we employed the bootstrap sampling method to randomly select 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100% of the original data. 2. Different predictive algorithms. Data-grounded results should be similar when using different predictive machine learning algorithms. Here, we compared the data-grounded results generated by 5 algorithms, i.e. the CatBoost, LightGBM, gradient boosting, and random forest algorithms. Different predictive algorithms. Data-grounded results should be similar when using different predictive machine learning algorithms. Here, we compared the data-grounded results generated by 5 algorithms, i.e. the CatBoost, LightGBM, gradient boosting, and random forest algorithms. 3. Different algorithm. We replaced the original values of all in the algorithm with various other values and compared the results. These Fig. 3 included the maximum depth, regularization coefficient, learning rate, and subsample ratio. Fig. 3 Results of the robustness test. Results of the robustness test. First, we obtain the mean absolute SHAP values of all models under the conditions. We then calculated the correlation coefficients for each pair based on the mean absolute SHAP values. The results are shown in Fig. 3. Generally, the results of these models are highly similar, i.e. most correlation coefficients between any two models are greater than 0.95, and the significance of the correlation coefficients is 0. In particular, the heterogeneity of the data and internal heterogeneity of the algorithm parameters are minimal. Only the pairs that included the random forest algorithm showed small heterogeneity in the correlation coefficients, although the correlation coefficient was greater than 0.88. We also calculated the Spearman rank correlation coefficient according to the ordering of the importance of SHAP values under each condition. The results were very similar to those obtained in terms of the coefficient. Generalization error, including a researcher's degrees of freedom and the model's algorithmic constraints, is an inherent feature of the modeling process. Generally, simple models do not necessarily outperform complex ones in terms of generalizability. However, complex machine learning techniques can reduce generalization errors significantly using ensemble methods, e.g., bagging and boosting, and 2002. Here, our data-grounded method is a type of complex ensemble model with 1,000 decision trees. In addition, reviewing multiple models for cross-validation and ensuring normative standards for the training and interpretation processes of machine learning models, AL. 2020, is a feasible means to improve the reliability and validity of data-grounded methods. In summary, in the case of well-being, our data-grounded method is sufficiently robust. 3. The subjective well-being of people worldwide. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on subjective well-being, WVS. Globally, the top 3 factors influencing subjective well-being are satisfaction with financial situation, how much freedom of choice and control, and secure in neighborhood. This indicates that financial situation, freedom of choice, and a secure residential environment are common keys to subjective well-being worldwide. 1. Material and security. 1. Satisfaction with financial situation, ranking first. 2. Secure in neighborhood, ranking third. 3. Gone without a cash income, ranking 9th. 4. Gone without needed medicine or treatment, ranking 11th. 1. Satisfaction with financial situation, ranking first. Satisfaction with financial situation, ranking first. 2. Secure in neighborhood, ranking third. Secure in neighborhood, ranking third. 3. Gone without a cash income, ranking 9th. Gone without a cash income, ranking 9th. 4. Gone without needed medicine or treatment, ranking 11th. Gone without needed medicine or treatment, ranking 11th. 2. National and political. 1. How much freedom of choice and control, ranking 2nd. 2. National pride, ranking 7th. 3. ISO 31661 numeric country code, ranking 10th. 4. Language at home, ranking 13th. 5. Respect for individual human rights nowadays, ranking 14th. 6. Country of birth, mother of the respondent, ranking 16th. 7. Ethnic group, ranking 19th. 8. Confidence, the government, ranking 20th. 1. How much freedom of choice and control, ranking 2nd. How much freedom of choice and control, ranking 2nd. 2. National pride, ranking 7th. National pride, ranking 7th. 3. ISO 31661 numeric country code, ranking 10th. ISO 31661 numeric country code, ranking 10th. 4. Language at home, ranking 13th. Language at home, ranking 13th. 5. Respect for individual human rights nowadays, ranking 14th. Respect for individual human rights nowadays, ranking 14th. 6. Country of birth, mother of the respondent, ranking 16th. Country of birth, mother of the respondent, ranking 16th. 7. Ethnic group, ranking 19th. Ethnic group, ranking 19th. 8. Confidence, the government, ranking 20th. Confidence, the government, ranking 20th. 3. Family and social relationships. 1. Marital status, ranking 4th. 2. Trust, your family, ranking 8th. 3. Trust, your neighborhood, ranking 15th. 4. Problem if women have more income than husband, ranking 17th. 5. Important in life, friends, ranking 18th. 1. Marital status, ranking 4th. Marital status, ranking 4th. 2. Trust, your family, ranking 8th. Trust, your family, ranking 8th. 3. Trust, your neighborhood, ranking 15th. Trust, your neighborhood, ranking 15th. 4. Problem if women have more income than husband, ranking 17th. Problem if women have more income than husband, ranking 17th. 5. Important in life, friends, ranking 18th. Important in life, friends, ranking 18th. 4. Social comparison. 1. Intergenerational upward comparison, standard of living compared with parents, ranking 5th. 2. Horizontal social status comparison, social class subjective, ranking 12th. 1. Intergenerational upward comparison, standard of living compared with parents, ranking 5th. Intergenerational upward comparison, standard of living compared with parents, ranking 5th. 2. Horizontal social status comparison. Social class subjective, ranking 12th. Horizontal social status comparison. Social class subjective, ranking 12th. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on subjective well-being, 8 countries. According to Fig. 5. There are both similarities and differences in the factors influencing subjective well-being across countries, as follows. Satisfaction with financial situation is almost universally the most important factor influencing subjective well-being across all countries, except for Australia. In Russia, economic conditions are highly valued, with satisfaction with financial situation and income level ranking as the top 2 factors influencing subjective well-being, while gone without a cash income and gone without enough food to eat also appear among the top factors. In contrast, in Australia, how much freedom of choice and control is the most important factor influencing subjective well-being, with democracy and trust in the political system also ranking high, reflecting a high emphasis on individual autonomy and freedom of will in society. Also, confidence in environmental protection movements ranks 16th, which may reflect Australians' increasing concern for sustainable development and environmental protection. In the UK and the US, secure neighborhood is a critical factor influencing subjective well-being, ranking 2nd and 3rd, respectively. However, unlike the focus on family gender norms and employment in the UK, Americans' subjective well-being is more closely related to political and democratic values, such as how much freedom of choice and control, ranking 2nd. Feel close to your district, region, ranking 5th. Political actions online, signing an electronic petition, ranking 9th. Government has the right, keep people under video surveillance in public areas, ranking 11th. Democracy. Civil rights protect people's liberty against oppression, ranking 12th. Satisfaction with the political system performance, ranking 14th. Feel close to your village, town, or city, ranking 15th. Democracy, people receive state aid for unemployment, ranking 16th. And democracy, people obey their rulers, ranking 18th. For developing countries, distinctive features exist in the factors influencing subjective well-being. For example, in Nigeria, material and security needs occupy a crucial position, with secure in neighborhood ranking 2nd, gone without enough food to eat, and gone without needed medicine or treatment ranking 6th and 14th. Additionally, corruption, elections, and education are closely related to subjective well-being, such as perceptions of corruption in the country, confidence, elections, involved in corruption, business executives, confidence, universities. University is more important for a boy than for a girl, worries, not being able to give, and highest educational level, respondent's father. For Brazil, neighbors, heavy drinkers, and worries, a war involving my country are unique factors influencing subjective well-being. Furthermore, gender is a critical factor influencing subjective well-being in Japan, ranking 3rd, but not in other countries, which means women's subjective well-being is significantly higher than men's. Additionally, number of people in household and how many children do you have are closely related to subjective well-being, ranking 7th and 8th in Japan, with higher subjective well-being often associated with more cohabiting family members or children. 4-5 values of CGT. We tested other predictor variables and different datasets in a more abundant way, made a similar analysis of the fertility desire for the CGSS 2017 data, and variables such as government satisfaction, weight, and donation behavior for the CFPS 2018 data 1 under the corroboration and inspiration of plentiful empirical results. 5 application values of CGT were summarized. 4.1 Directional focusing. The traditional quantitative analysis emphasizes whether there is a statistically significant relationship between 2 variables, yet with less concern for the importance of such a relationship in the research problem. As Watts pointed out in the journal Nature, for any research theme, there exists a large number of competing interpretations in social sciences, and they always have inconsistencies and contradictions. Watts 2017. He also pointed out that this paradox is caused by the fact that social science is too concerned with theoretical progress, rather than starting from research issues. The data-grounded approach is a solution to such a contradiction with its research-oriented predictive logic. Hence, the variable's mind can be directly sorted according to the marginal effect of the impact. This means that the effect of variables can be directly compared among hundreds of possible factors, with a focus on the principal contradiction affecting the research question. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on fertility desire. 4.2 Inspired discoveries. Compared with traditional data models, the algorithm-oriented machine learning method can overcome limitations of model form and variable selection, with considerations of various interactions between variables. By breaking the limitation of the number of independent variables and the relationship, it is possible for us to completely think and expand the affecting factors of explanatory variables using a new method. Rich data can guide researchers to obtain inspiration for new theoretical hypotheses from the levels of discovering new explanatory variables and new explanatory dimensions. We stress that new research opportunities may arise if data are grounded with empirical results, which are unexpected or contradict prior theoretical or general knowledge. The proposed method can be called free imagination of data in comparison with researchers' subjective, free imagination for the hypothesis. Partial dependence graph of the SHAP value for heuristic discovery. 4.3 Details clarification. A simple but interesting classic case was cited by. The logistic model showed that age was nearly unrelated to rescue with a negative coefficient in an analysis of the rescued passengers on the Titanic. But the real social scenario is that the elderly and children are evacuated preferentially, causing a U-shaped relationship between age and whether they are rescued. 2014. Whether there exists a nonlinear relationship, in general, is identified in the traditional way through the scatter plot and the smooth line graph. Then independent variables are converted into a linear relationship upon squaring with polynomial regression. But it is worth noting that such a method is applicable only to preliminary exploration and hypothesis-first confirmatory analysis. The complex relationship between variables is fully expected by the data-grounded theory through fitting data with models. The SHAP value can meticulously reflect how the marginal effect varies with the characteristic value within a possible influence feature for its calculation of the marginal effect for each case and feature. By doing so, the linear shackles of the traditional econometric model can be completely broken to capture more detailed data. For instance, the more detailed mining is embodied concretely in the following 3 points. First, the nonlinear relationship. A sharp increase in subjective well-being is observed among the group born before 1955 and after 1995, from the perspective of the relationship between age and subjective well-being. Evidently, there is a clear depression among the group born between 1955 and 1995. This U-shaped distribution is consistent with the recent literature on age and well-being with major breakthroughs, and 2008 and 2012. And similar typical cases are shaped distribution between income and subjective well-being, and the latter shaped distribution between stratum and subjective well-being. Second, the homogeneity-heterogeneity effect between samples. Taking the impact of working hours per week on subjective well-being as an example, the SHAP values of cases with working hours of 0-40 hours are between 0.5 and 0.5, presenting a more uniform distribution. Working hours have more homogeneous impacts on subjective well-being. Whereas the SHAP value of the case with working hours of 70-80 hours is distributed between 1.5 and 0.1, exerting a great heterogeneous effect on subjective well-being. Evidently, people with shorter working hours are generally happier, whereas people with longer working hours may be happier or less fortunate. It can be observed that subjective well-being is affected by other important interaction variables, together with working hours. Third, the affective imbalance. The influence of a variable on subjective well-being is not distributed in equilibrium by the zero line of SHAP. Take the influence of the stratum 10 years ago on subjective well-being as an example. The case point and mean line are obviously unevenly distributed below the zero line of SHAP, indicating that there is an extremely limited positive effect of low stratum on subjective well-being 10 years ago, but a significantly negative effect of high stratum on subjective well-being 10 years ago. Variables with such imbalanced impacts should be highlighted in the study. 4.4 Theory verification. As a matter of fact, data-grounded and traditional quantitative analysis methods oriented to hypothesis testing can be mutually complemented, and if social scientists expect their interpretation to be scientifically legitimate, the interpretation must be evaluated as per scientific standards, and the prediction must be conducted. Watts, 2014. Among correlation, causation, and prediction, correlation is a prerequisite for judging causality and making predictions, and causality is a sufficient but not necessary condition for predicting. This means that it can be surely utilized to predict B if the regression model proved a significant correlation or causal relationship between variables A and B when put in the data grounded. A must also have a larger contribution value to the average marginal effect predicted by variable B. Otherwise, A can be reasonably believed to only have a weak correlation or causality with B, but in fact, it is of little significance. Conversely, it is reasonable to suspect that there may be a nonlinear relationship between the variables or a large heterogeneity between the samples, if the relationship between the two variables in the regression analysis is not significant, with a large contribution value in the prediction. In this way, the ideal linear relationship cannot be fitted. In that case, the data can be further processed and adjusted based on feasibility conditions, so as to reperform the regression or causal inference in the sense of the traditional model. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on weight. 4.5 Governance effectiveness. Social science is a practical science. Both the public and policymakers eagerly expect scholars to provide guidance from macro governance to personal destiny, rather than merely being satisfied with concept extraction, process interpretation, and statistical judgment. In such a context, the mission of quantitative social science research should be extended to identify the key possible intervention factors and make suggestions for serving a country's top priorities from theoretical verification. The machine learning algorithm, based on the problem orientation of social prediction, fully considers the emergence and interaction of multi-cause, common cause, and complex phenomena of social phenomena. Also, the interpretability algorithm fully guarantees the accuracy of the prediction, the possible results of the prediction, and the distribution of contributions between the various predictors. In the pursuit of the basic goal of social governance effectiveness, identifying the crucial intervention variables is practical for social governance through continuously simulating social phenomena that do not exist. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on satisfaction with the government. Top 20 factors of predicted marginal effects on donation. 5. Conclusion. In this part, we proposed CGT, an algorithm-based approach to identifying potential patterns of relationships among key variables from large survey data. CGT has addressed a fundamental issue in data-driven methods, i.e., how to generate theories using quantitative data when prior knowledge is limited or contested. Using machine learning methods, SHAP values, and a dataset about subjective well-being from the CGSS 2017 survey, we have demonstrated that the proposed CGT is valid and reliable in terms of extracting predictor variables that contribute the most to prediction and thereby inspire the proposal of new theories. Our results suggest that new hypotheses and theory revision and development can be derived directly from a dataset and algorithms. For example, the family distance theory states that the appropriate distance between couples can lead to positive impacts on subjective well-being. In addition, relative to subjective well-being research, in terms of demographics and socioeconomics, we have demonstrated that our results can add new thoughts to existing theories, e.g., supplementing the U-shaped subjective well-being theory, i.e., we found considerable age postponement in the Chinese context compared to the findings of previous Western studies, in which higher levels of subjective well-being are experienced before our 20s and after our 50s, and the relative deprivation theory. We found that the effects of comparisons for classical relative deprivation theory appear to be discrete and separated by turning points. In addition, through comparative analysis, our cross-national comparisons also revealed the differences in the importance ranking of the impact of different countries on subjective well-being. Taken together, the results of this chapter demonstrate the potential benefit of machine learning and model-agnostic methods to analyze socioeconomic issues and highlight the unlimited possibilities of the data-grounded approach to test and generate theories. Moreover, in the future, along with the increasing amount of data information and data dimensions available in the digital era, CGT will be of even greater value in developing relevant theories. Open access, this chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Anderson, Al. 2012. The Local Ladder Effect, Social Status and Subjective Well-Being. Psychological Science, 23, 7, 764-771. David G. and J. 2008. Is Well-Being U-Shaped Over the Life Cycle? Social Science and Medicine 66, 1733-1749. Elio. 2001. Statistical Modeling, The Two Cultures with Comments and a Rejoinder by the author. Statistical Science 16.3, 199-231. 1975. Mood as an Indicant of Subjective Well-Being, Age, Sex, Social Class, and Situational Differences. Journal of Gerontology 30, 2, 216-224. Campbell's. 1976. Subjective Measures of Well-Being. American Psychologist 31, 2, 117-124. Chapman and 2016. Revisiting the Relationship Between Marriage and Well-Being. Does Marriage Quality Matter? Journal of Subjective Well-Being Studies 17, 2, 533-551. Clark, E. and Michael A. Shields. 2008. Relative Income, Subjective Well-Being and Utility, An Explanation for the Paradox and Other Puzzles. Journal of Economic Literature 46, 1, 95-144. Alexander. 2021. Revisiting, A Comment on the Two Cultures. Observational Studies 7, 1, 59-63. Alexander, Al. 2020. Presents Challenges for Credibility in Modern Machine Learning. Journal of Machine Learning Research 23, 226, 161 MathNet. ed. 2009. Subjective Well-Being. The Science of Well-Being 95, 3, 542-575. Eid al. 1993. The relationship between income and subjective well-being, relative or absolute. Social Indicators Research 28, 3, 195-223. Eid and Louis Tay. 2018. Advances in Subjective Well-Being Research. Nature Human 2-4, 253-260. Richard A. 1973. Does Money Buy Subjective Well-Being? The Public Interest 30, 3. Richard A. 2003. Explaining Happiness. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 119, 11176, 11183. Fitzroy R. L. 2014. Testing the Tunnel Effect. Comparison, Age and Subjective Well-Being in UK and German Panels. IZA Journal of European Labour Studies 3, 1, 130 MathNet. Frey S. and 2010. Happiness and Economics. How the Economy and Institutions Affect Human Well-Being. Princeton University Press. Antoni. 2012. The Mystery of the U-Shaped Relationship Between Subjective Well-Being and Age. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 82, 23, 525-542. 2000. Happiness, Classic Theory in the Light of Current Research. Journal of Subjective Well-Being Studies 1-4, 501-511. Graham, Carol, and Julia. 2017. Subjective Well-Being, Stress, and Age. How the U-Curve Varies Across People and Places. Journal of Population Economics 30, 1, 225-264. Peter and 2004. Happiness and Life Satisfaction in Advanced European Countries. Cross-Cultural Research 38-4, 359-386. 2009. Dell 66, 2341. Albert O. and Michael. 1973. The Changing Tolerance for Income Inequality in the Course of Economic Development, with a Mathematical Appendix. The Quarterly Journal of Economics 87-4, 544-566. L. 2008. Development, Freedom, and Rising Subjective Well-Being. A Global Perspective, 1981-2007. Psychological Science 3, 264-285. 2016. The Factors Related to Subjective Well-Being Among Nursing Students. The Journal of Korean Academic Society of Nursing Education, 22-2, 182-190. Gundy, Al. 2008. Keeping Up with an Empirical Test of Relative Deprivation Theory in the Neighborhood Context. Journal of Contextual Economics, 1, 75-108. Albert and Michael J. Stones. 1983. Predictors of Happiness. Journal of Gerontology 38-5, 626-628. L. 2020. Does Subjective Well-Being Improve Health? Evidence from a Randomized Controlled Trial. Psychological Science 31, 7, 807-821. Read. 1978. 30 Years of Research on the Subjective Well-Being of Older Americans. Journal of Gerontology 33, 1, 109-125. Luo and Yis. 1998. Family Roles and Subjective Well-Being in Adulthood. Personality and Individual Differences 25, 2, 195-207. L. 2018. Factors associated with subjective well-being in the elderly persons living in the community. Archives of Gerontology and Geriatrics 74, 83-87. Bride, Michael. 2010. Money, Subjective Well-Being and Aspirations, an experimental study. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 74, 3, 262-276. Gland. 2014. Training and Assessing Classification Rules with Imbalanced Data. Data Mining and Knowledge Discovery 28, 1, 92122 MathNet. Alex C. 2017. Education, Subjective Well-Being and Well-Being. In Connecting the Quality of Life Theory to Health, Well-Being and Education, 277-299. Springer. Gland. 2005. Gender, Religion and Subjective Well-Being. The Journal of Socioeconomics 34 5, 674-685. North, J. Charles J. H. Moos and Ruth C. 2008. Family Support, Family Income and Subjective Well-Being, a 10-Year Perspective. Journal of Family Psychology, 22, 3, 475. L. 2010. Money Giveth, Money Taketh Away, The Dual Effect of Wealth on Subjective Well-Being. Psychological Science, 21, 6, 759-763. Rogers, J. and Lynn K. White. 1998. Satisfaction with Parenting, The Role of Marital Subjective Well-Being, Family Structure and Parents' Gender. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 293-308. 2009. Direct Evidence on Income Comparisons and Their Welfare Effects. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization 72, 1, 408-424. Marina and Robert P. W. 2002. Bagging, Boosting, and the Random Subspace Method for Linear Classifiers. Pattern Analysis and Applications, 5-2, 121-135 MathNet. Stack, Stephen and J. 1998. Marital Status and Subjective Well-Being, a 17-Nation Study. Journal of Marriage and the Family 527, 536. Steptoe. 2019. Happiness and Health. Annual Review of Public Health 40, 1, 339-359. Swami, Al. 2009. Psychometric Evaluation of the Tagalog and German Subjective Well-Being Scales, and a Cross-Cultural Comparison. Social Indicator Research 93, 393-406. Hal R. 2014. Big Data, New Tricks for Econometrics. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 28-2, 328. 1991. Is Subjective Well-Being Relative? Social Indicators Research 24, 1, 134. 2015. Social Conditions for Human Subjective Well-Being, a Review of Research. International Journal of Psychology 50, 5, 379-391. Pablo L. 2012. Money, Age, and Subjective Well-Being, Association of Subjective Well-Being with Socio-Demographic Variables. 44-2, 155. 2013. The Relative Income and Relative Deprivation Hypotheses, a Review of the Empirical Literature. World Bank Policy Research Working Paper, 6606. Watts, J. 2014. Common Sense and Sociological Explanations. American Journal of Sociology 122, 313-351 MathNet. Watts, J. 2017. Should social science be more solution-oriented? Nature Human 11-15. In the CGSS 2017 data, how many children would you like to have without policy restrictions? Is the question corresponding to fertility willingness, and the answer is a continuous variable. In the CFPS 2018 data, evaluation of the city and county government is the question corresponding to government satisfaction, and the answer is an ordinal variable ranging from 1, worse than before, to 5, great achievement. What is your weight? Is the question corresponding to weight, and the answer is a continuous variable. Have you donated money personally to any organization or individuals in the past 12 months? Is the question corresponding to the donation behavior, and the answer is yes/no. 8. Enhancing traditional methods of causal inference using machine learning, optimizing matching, instrumental variables, and quasi-experiments. 1. Introduction. Despite ongoing advancements in quantitative analysis methods, many empirical studies are limited by research design, data quality, and model setup. As a result, they often rely on regression analysis to explore relationships between variables, leaving causal relationships unclear. On the one hand, scholars such as Stephen Morgan and Christopher argue that social explanation must be grounded in a counterfactual framework, in which causal relationships are delineated through regression models, Morgan, and 2007. On the other hand, scholars such as A. Elster and Peter stress the importance of research design that integrates social mechanisms, social processes, and statistical inference, 2005-2008. Despite their differing emphases, these scholars share a consensus that understanding explanatory mechanisms or making causal inferences should be central to social science research. Causal inference provides a framework that transcends mere associations, allowing for a deeper understanding of the mechanisms underlying observed phenomena. Establishing causal relationships is critical for evaluating interventions, understanding behavior patterns, and predicting policy outcomes across disciplines such as economics, sociology, and political science. Random assignment is generally considered the gold standard for causal inference. However, due to its high costs and the ethical challenges associated with its implementation, this method is often difficult to apply in practical research. Most social science research relies on observational data, but such data, often the only available resource, are susceptible to endogeneity bias, where the explanatory variables are systematically related to the error term in the research model. This relationship can result in biased estimates of the true causal effect, 2011 and 2016. To address this challenge, researchers need to employ statistical analysis methods that minimize such biases. Common methods for causal inference include regression analysis, propensity score matching, PSM, instrumental variables, IVs, regression discontinuity, and difference in differences, DID, and 2014. Al. 2021-2022. Regression analysis adjusts for observable confounding variables using statistical control strategies, whereas PSM creates a quasi-experimental design by balancing covariate distributions between treatment and control groups. IVs leverage exogenous tools to isolate variation in explanatory variables, whereas regression discontinuity uses institutional thresholds to establish quasi-randomization conditions. Finally, DID eliminates time-invariant confounders by comparing changes over time. Collectively, these methods reconstruct counterfactual inference frameworks using various identification strategies, advancing the field of quantitative analysis in social science from simple association research to more rigorous causal inference. 1. Reliance on strong assumptions. Most causal inference methods depend on assumptions that are difficult to verify or satisfy, such as assumptions regarding relevance and of IVs, local randomization in regression discontinuity, parallel trends in DID, and conditional independence assumption in PSM. These assumptions limit the applicability of these methods. Reliance on strong assumptions. Most causal inference methods depend on assumptions that are difficult to verify or satisfy, such as assumptions regarding relevance and of IVs, local randomization in regression discontinuity, parallel trends in DID, and conditional independence assumption in PSM. These assumptions limit the applicability of these methods. 2. Covariate limitations. Traditional causal inference methods rely on precise control of covariates to accurately isolate causal effects. Missing key covariates can introduce confounding bias, negatively affecting the identification of causal effects. By contrast, including too many covariates can lead to the curse of dimensionality, increasing model complexity and resulting in unstable parameter estimates. Covariate limitations. Traditional causal inference methods rely on precise control of covariates to accurately isolate causal effects. Missing key covariates can introduce confounding bias, negatively affecting the identification of causal effects. By contrast, including too many covariates can lead to the curse of dimensionality, increasing model complexity and resulting in unstable parameter estimates. 3. Assumption of data relationships. Traditional causal inference methods often depend on pre-equations that define relationships between variables. For instance, linear regression assumes that causal relationships are linear and that error terms follow a normal distribution. In practice, these assumptions are frequently difficult to meet. Parametric models can make it challenging for researchers to accurately capture the functional forms of treatment, status, covariates, and their impact on outcomes. Deviations from these assumptions can result in biased and inconsistent estimates of causal effects. Assumption of data relationships. Traditional causal inference methods often depend on pre-equations that define relationships between variables. For instance, linear regression assumes that causal relationships are linear and that error terms follow a normal distribution. In practice, these assumptions are frequently difficult to meet. Parametric models can make it challenging for researchers to accurately capture the functional forms of treatment, status, covariates, and their impact on outcomes. Deviations from these assumptions can result in biased and inconsistent estimates of causal effects. 4. Heterogeneity analysis limitations. Traditional methods typically assume that causal effects are consistent across different groups, known as the average treatment effect, 8. Assumption. However, in reality, various groups may respond differently, leading to significant causal heterogeneity. Such heterogeneity is particularly evident in diverse populations, but traditional methods often struggle to effectively capture and analyze it, limiting their application in personalized and group-differentiated research. Heterogeneity analysis limitations. Traditional methods typically assume that causal effects are consistent across different groups, known as the average treatment effect, 8. Assumption. However, in reality, various groups may respond differently, leading to significant causal heterogeneity. Such heterogeneity is particularly evident in diverse populations, but traditional methods often struggle to effectively capture and analyze it, limiting their application in personalized and group-differentiated research. Premises, advantages, and disadvantages of common causal inference methods. Method. Premise. Advantages. Disadvantages. Randomized experiment. Random assignment of treatment variables. Gold standard for causal inference. High cost, ethical limitations. Linear regression. Model assumption, conditional independence. Simple and interpretable. Strong assumption dependence, difficult to incorporate many variables, struggles with non-linear complex interactions. Instrumental variables. And relevance assumptions of IV. Addresses unobserved confounders. Difficult to find instruments, weak instruments, local average treatment effect. Propensity score matching. Conditional independence assumption, accurate estimation of propensity scores. Suitable for handling high-dimensional confounders. Relies on accurate estimation of propensity scores, matching difficulties, struggles with unobserved confounders. Regression discontinuity. Local randomization assumption at threshold. Controls for unobserved confounders near the threshold. High data requirements, only applicable to samples near the threshold. Panel regression. No unobserved time-varying confounders. Controls for time-invariant confounders. High data requirements cannot control for time-varying confounders. Differences in differences. Parallel trend assumption. No time-varying unobserved confounders. Controls for time-invariant confounders. High data requirements, hard to satisfy verify assumptions. Synthetic control. Treatment group and synthetic control group are highly similar. Data-driven weighting reduces subjective selection bias in the control group. Requires a large control group for synthesis, requires long observation periods, weight settings are sensitive. Furthermore, machine learning algorithms have come under scrutiny. The challenges in interpreting and clearly identifying causal relationships using these algorithms. The primary goal of these algorithms is to achieve predictive accuracy, which can prioritize correlations over causal relationships. Consequently, establishing causal relationships between features and predicted variables becomes less important. An increasing amount of research indicates that errors in machine learning algorithms can entail significant risks, including unstable model predictions, biased decisions, and difficulties in implementing interventions, with spurious correlations between variables being a primary source of such risks. And 2022. In recent years, the integration of machine learning with causal inference has emerged as a prominent research focus. Al. 2020. Researchers have been examining the new opportunities and challenges that machine learning presents in identifying causal relationships. For example, posits that a crucial step in any causal analysis involves estimating counterfactuals, that is, predicting outcomes in the absence of treatment. The author suggests that the powerful techniques employed in machine learning may help better estimate counterfactuals, thereby strengthening causal inference. 2016. Brand al. Contend that machine learning can address potential biases in estimating causal effects and identify heterogeneous causal effects in 4 ways. General causal effect identification, heterogeneous causal effects, causal mediation, and spatiotemporal interference. Brand al. 2023. In this chapter, we discuss the fundamental principles and advantages of integrating machine learning algorithms into counterfactual causal inference. We also detail how various causal inference methods can be integrated with machine learning algorithms, highlighting their applicable scenarios, advantages, and disadvantages. To machine learning's contribution to causal inference. The introduction of machine learning has enabled the development of novel analytical tools for causal inference. In machine learning models, data are no longer used simply to fit predefined idealized models and estimate specific parameters. Instead, by leveraging datasets, machine learning modifies the model's complexity using nonlinear and nonparametric approaches with one or more to learn patterns and approximate inherent relationships within the data. This evolution enables machine learning to support causal inference research in several ways. 1. Breaking model and variable constraints, better control of confounding variables and fitting nonlinear relationships. Breaking model and variable constraints, better control of confounding variables and fitting nonlinear relationships. In causal inference, nonparametric machine learning methods can help researchers address biases stemming from model specification and variable selection. Researchers often lack knowledge about the functional form of how treatment status and covariates influence outcomes. Brand al. 2023. When a causal model fails to accurately represent the true data-generating process, the estimated causal effect may be inaccurate. Nonparametric machine learning methods do not make strict assumptions about the distribution of data. Instead, they learn directly from the data to identify relationships between variables. The advantage of this approach lies in its ability to adapt to complex data structures, including nonlinear relationships and complex interactions among variables. And 2017, rather than forcing the data to conform to a predetermined model form, and 2024. This flexibility in capturing variable relationships is particularly crucial when working with high-dimensional data, where variable relationships in high-dimensional space can be more complex and challenging to represent using simple parametric models. Consequently, traditional causal inference methods, which often rely on these simpler models, can be enhanced by using machine learning models, thereby improving the analytical power of causal inference methods, particularly in scenarios involving numerous confounding variables and unknown complex relationships among them. 2. Breaking interaction constraints. Heterogeneity of causal effects. Breaking interaction constraints. Heterogeneity of causal effects. Machine learning offers a novel approach for evaluating and validating treatment effect heterogeneity. First, machine learning can uncover sources of variation that may have been previously overlooked. Al. 2022 and Yi 2023. Using data-driven techniques, this method automatically selects covariates that significantly interact with the intervention variable. Second, certain machine learning algorithms can estimate treatment effects for each individual, providing flexible explanations for the variations in treatment effects across individuals. 3. Breaking assumption constraints. Data-driven discovery of better research findings. Breaking assumption constraints. Data-driven discovery of better research findings. 3. Machine learning and causal inference techniques. This section mainly discusses how machine learning can be effectively integrated with various causal inference techniques at 3 specific levels: matching, IV, and quasi-experimental. 3.1 Machine learning plus matching. 1. Propensity score matching. Propensity score matching. First, machine learning improves the estimation of propensity scores. Traditional methods for calculating propensity scores are generally parametric, relying on or probit models that estimate scores based on numerous confounding variables. However, several challenges arise in practice. First, researchers find it difficult to account for all relevant covariates that could influence the treatment effect. Due to data and model limitations in terms of the number of variables, researchers typically select potential confounding factors manually when estimating propensity scores. This approach raises concerns about reliability, where omitting a significant confounding variable can lead to omitted variable bias, similar to issues encountered in linear regression. A more reliable alternative is to use all available covariates for estimation, but this necessitates additional model fitting strategies to avoid sparse data bias and nonconvergence. Second, researchers often struggle to determine the functional relationship between covariates and the intervention variable. Once they identify the necessary covariates for estimating the propensity score, they must select an appropriate method for the estimation. Mainstream parametric methods generally assume a specific parameter equation between models, and researchers must make many decisions regarding the functional form of the variables, such as whether to incorporate quadratic, cubic, or higher-order terms for covariates, and whether to include interaction terms. Ideally, these model-setting decisions would be supported by robust theory. However, in most studies, this type of theoretical foundation is lacking. As a result, predictive models for propensity scores, similar to linear regression, are always at risk of model. The propensity score essentially predicts the likelihood of an intervention effect. Compared with traditional models, machine learning methods excel in prediction. Al. 2021. As a result, researchers have proposed leveraging machine learning methods to estimate propensity scores. Hill and 2013. When employing machine learning to predict the intervention variable, researchers are not bound by strict constraints regarding collinearity among independent variables. They can use complex black box models, such as random forest and gradient boosting, which significantly enhance modeling flexibility and predictive accuracy. Studies comparing logistic regression with all main effects to machine learning techniques including classification and regression trees, CART, pruned CART, and ensemble methods such as CART, random forest, and boosted CART, have shown that logistic regression often performs under conditions of moderate and nonlinearity. In contrast, ensemble methods significantly reduce bias, making them more effective in such scenarios. Li al. 2010, al. 2010. Second, machine learning improves the matching of control groups. Traditional matching methods calculate propensity scores and group samples based on their similarity to create balanced control and treatment groups, thereby eliminating selection bias and estimating causal effects. Common matching methods include nearest neighbor, radius, and kernel matching. However, these methods have certain limitations. If a significant difference in propensity score distributions exists between the treatment and control groups, e.g., a high proportion of individuals with extreme propensity scores, some samples may be excluded due to a lack of suitable matches. This exclusion reduces the effective sample size and introduces bias due to selective sample exclusion. Even if inverse probability weighting is applied to retain all samples, individuals with propensity scores close to 0 or 1 may receive large weights, leading to unstable estimates. Machine learning offers innovative solutions for PSM. For instance, some studies have suggested using generative adversarial networks (GANs) to enhance PSSAMGN. This method generates synthetic samples that can be paired with unmatched instances, creating artificial treatment matches and thus rebalancing the data. Al. 2021. The model optimizes both the generator, which generates synthetic data matching the distribution of real samples, and the discriminator, which differentiates between real and synthetic samples during adversarial training. This process effectively generates samples that fill the matching gaps in the original data, thereby reconstructing the overlap between treatment and control groups in the feature space. 2. Algorithmic matching. Algorithmic matching. A data splitting. First, the dataset is split into two independent parts, one for creating decision trees, training data, and the other for estimating treatment effects, estimation data. Known as the honesty principle, this separation ensures that the same data are not used for both fitting the model and estimating causal effects, thereby reducing bias. Data splitting. First, the dataset is split into two independent parts, one for creating decision trees, training data, and the other for estimating treatment effects, estimation data. Known as the honesty principle, this separation ensures that the same data are not used for both fitting the model and estimating causal effects, thereby reducing bias. B-tree construction. Numerous decision trees are constructed within the training subset. Each tree is constructed by recursively splitting the data into subsets based on covariate values that most effectively distinguish treatment effects based on treated and untreated observations. The splitting criterion is specifically designed to maximize heterogeneity in treatment effects rather than focusing on prediction accuracy, as in traditional random forest models. Tree construction. Numerous decision trees are constructed within the training subset. Each tree is constructed by recursively splitting the data into subsets based on covariate values that most effectively distinguish treatment effects based on treated and untreated observations. The splitting criterion is specifically designed to maximize heterogeneity in treatment effects rather than focusing on prediction accuracy, as in traditional random forest models. See variable selection. At each split in a tree, a random subset of covariates is selected for consideration for splitting. This randomness in variable selection enhances the diversity of trees in the forest and aids in exploring various causal pathways. Variable selection. At each split in a tree, a random subset of covariates is selected for consideration for splitting. This randomness in variable selection enhances the diversity of trees in the forest and aids in exploring various causal pathways. D-leaf estimation. For each leaf in the trees built from the training data, the age is estimated by comparing the outcomes of treated and untreated groups within that leaf. This localized estimation approach determines potential heterogeneity in treatment effects across subpopulations. Leaf estimation. For each leaf in the trees built from the training data, the age is estimated by comparing the outcomes of treated and untreated groups within that leaf. This localized estimation approach determines potential heterogeneity in treatment effects across subpopulations. Aggregation. Once the trees are built, the causal effect for an observation in the estimation set is predicted by averaging the estimates from all trees where the observation falls into the corresponding leaf. This aggregation reduces the variance of the estimated treatment effects by leveraging the ensemble learning approach. Aggregation. Once the trees are built, the causal effect for an observation in the estimation set is predicted by averaging the estimates from all trees where the observation falls into the corresponding leaf. This aggregation reduces the variance of the estimated treatment effects by leveraging the ensemble learning approach. Validation. The treatment effects estimated from the estimation data are validated or cross-validated using various statistical measures to evaluate their accuracy and reliability. This step is essential for ensuring that the model generalizes well to new data. Validation. The treatment effects estimated from the estimation data are validated or cross-validated using various statistical measures to evaluate their accuracy and reliability. This step is essential for ensuring that the model generalizes well to new data. Refinement. Based on the validation results, models such as the number of trees, tree depth, or the minimum number of observations per leaf may be adjusted to optimize model performance. Refinement. Based on the validation results, models such as the number of trees, tree depth, or the minimum number of observations per leaf may be adjusted to optimize model performance. A choice of text representation. This involves converting unstructured text into structured feature vectors using techniques such as topic modeling and word embedding. Choice of text representation. This involves converting unstructured text into structured feature vectors using techniques such as topic modeling and word embedding. Choice of distance metric. Appropriate distance functions must be designed to evaluate semantic similarity between texts. Al. 2020. For example, Roberts al. 2020 proposed a text matching strategy called topic inverse regression matching, which employs a suitable topic model to represent text and then matches texts into control and treatment groups based on these features. This allows researchers to effectively and transparently address confounding factors present in the text. Roberts al. 2020. Choice of distance metric. Appropriate distance functions must be designed to evaluate semantic similarity between texts. Al. 2020. For example, Roberts al. 2020 proposed a text matching strategy called topic inverse regression matching, which employs a suitable topic model to represent text and then matches texts into control and treatment groups based on these features. This allows researchers to effectively and transparently address confounding factors present in the text. Roberts al. 2020. 3.2 Machine Learning plus Instrumental Variables. 1. Nonlinear estimation of instrumental variables. Nonlinear estimation of instrumental variables. A common method for estimating IVs is two-stage least squares, 2SLS. This method comprises two stages. In the first stage, a regression analysis is conducted with the endogenous variable x1 as the dependent variable and the IVZ as the independent variable to obtain the predicted value of x1, denoted as x1 in the second stage. A second regression analysis is performed with y as the dependent variable and the predicted value of x1 from the first stage, x1, as the independent variable. The first stage effectively assesses the predictive power of the exogenous IV on the endogenous variable. Typically, the first stage is analyzed using a parametric regression model. However, if the relationship between the IV and the intervention variable is not entirely linear, this traditional approach may not yield accurate results. In such cases, machine learning can be advantageous. In addition, when multiple endogenous variables are present in a model, an equal number of valid IVs is needed, which poses practical challenges. To address these issues, researchers have introduced a deep learning-based estimation method known as DeepIV. This approach can be regarded as an extension of the 2SLS method for nonlinear models. In the first stage, both IVs and other exogenous variables are used as inputs, with a deep network employed to predict the conditional distribution of the endogenous variable. In the second stage, the predicted distribution from the first stage, along with other exogenous variables, is input into another deep network to predict the dependent variable, Hartford al. 2017. DeepIV uses deep neural networks to model the relationship between the endogenous variable and IVs, as well as the relationship between the endogenous variable and dependent variables. This enables effective causal inference even in complex nonlinear scenarios. 2. Identifying potential instrumental variables. Identifying potential instrumental variables. 3.3 Machine learning plus quasi-experiments. Machine learning can also enhance quasi-experimental methods, such as DID, synthetic control and regression discontinuity design, RDD, by aiding in the identification of suitable control groups. In executing DID, the crucial task is to find a control group that displays a trend similar to that of the treatment group before the intervention. Machine learning can analyze large datasets using clustering analysis, matching algorithms, and dimensionality reduction techniques to identify control groups with pre- and post-intervention trends that closely resemble those of the treatment group, thus improving the accuracy of causal effect estimation. For synthetic control methods, a synthetic control group is created by selecting a set of untreated units and combining them using a weighted method. The aim is to make this synthetic group as similar as possible to the treatment group across several key variables, predicting the intervention effect before the intervention. Al. 2010. The challenge in synthetic control is how to assign weights to each potential control unit so that the linear combination of these weights most accurately reproduces the characteristics of the treatment group before the intervention. When the relationship between treatment and control groups is complex, or when the dimensionality of pre-intervention data is very high, the allocation and calculation of weights become constrained by the number of variables and the model structure. By combining machine learning techniques, researchers can apply non-parametric or semi-parametric methods to flexibly model the relationship between treatment and control groups. Machine learning can also play a significant role in RDD, which involves identifying a precise cutoff or threshold beyond which a unit receives treatment when a continuous variable exceeds this threshold. Traditionally, the selection of this cutoff is based on theory or prior experience, which can introduce selection bias. In addition, in cases in which high-dimensional covariates exist before and after the cutoff, determining the cutoff position through mere observation can be challenging. To address this, Al. 2018 proposed a data-driven machine learning approach that automatically identifies and verifies potential cutoff points, offering a more objective and accurate method for cutoff selection. 4 causal machine learning use cases. A new perspective on causal inference based on machine learning. Note the blue in the figure represents commonly used traditional methods of causal inference, while the yellow represents how machine learning can complement causal inference. 1. Can potential confounding variables be observed? Can potential confounding variables be observed? 2. Is the relationship between variables linear? Are confounding variables low-dimensional? Is the relationship between variables linear? Are confounding variables low-dimensional? 3. Should average heterogeneity or individual heterogeneity be estimated? Should average heterogeneity or individual heterogeneity be estimated? 4. Is it necessary to estimate the confidence interval? Is it necessary to estimate the confidence interval? Considering these 4 questions helps researchers better understand the role of machine learning in causal inference and assists them in selecting the most suitable method based on their research context and objectives. However, emphasizing that each method has its own assumptions and issues is important. No one can be 100% certain that all confounding variables can be observed. Similarly, no one can prove the strict of an IV. Accordingly, researchers cannot guarantee that assumptions, such as the similarity of or parallel trends, will always hold. No universally best or applicable method exists. The value of understanding and comparing methods lies in enabling researchers to carefully weigh the pros and cons. The best method is the one most suited to the current context. 5. Conclusion. The combination of machine learning and causal inference has opened new avenues for social science research, providing effective tools to address the challenges of complex data environments and identify causal relationships. Traditional causal inference methods, such as regression analysis, PSM, IVs, and DID methods, have been widely applied in theory and practice. However, their application is limited by strict model assumptions, incomplete variable selection, difficulties in fitting nonlinear relationships, and challenges in determining heterogeneous effects. The introduction of machine learning, with its unique nonparametric modeling capabilities, high-dimensional data processing capacity, and data-driven analysis approach, has effectively expanded the applicability and analytical depth of causal inference. Machine learning demonstrates significant advantages in controlling for confounding variables, handling nonlinear relationships, identifying heterogeneous causal effects, and optimizing counterfactual construction. However, the combination of machine learning and causal inference cannot completely replace traditional methods. Rather, it supplements and extends them. While machine learning improves prediction accuracy, it also faces challenges such as insufficient data, limited model interpretability, and unstable confidence interval estimates. Therefore, researchers must balance the suitability of traditional methods with machine learning approaches based on specific research contexts, while focusing on combining theoretical assumptions with data-driven analysis. In the future, the development of causal inference methods must drive innovative applications of machine learning while deepening its integration with social science theories. Researchers must focus on individualized effects and heterogeneous analysis when exploring causal relationships, promoting the widespread application of causal inference in areas such as policy evaluation, intervention effectiveness testing, and social mechanism discovery. This interdisciplinary integration can inject momentum into causal inference research and offer valuable insights for both practical and theoretical advancements in social science. In summary, the intersection of machine learning and causal inference is a field rich with potential, and its evolution will yield more flexible, precise, and comprehensive analytical tools and methods for social science research, aiding in resolving more complex social problems and policy issues. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by END40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. And the source. Provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Alexis Diamond and Jens. 2010. Synthetic Control Methods for Comparative Case Studies, Estimating the Effect of California's Tobacco Control Program. Journal of the American Statistical Association, 105 490, 493 505 MathNet. Joshua D. and 2014. Mastering Metrics, The Path from Cause to Effect. Princeton, Princeton University Press. Susan and Wager. 2019. Generalized Random Forests. The Annals of Statistics 47, 2, 1148-1178 MathNet. ADVNC. 2012. Sparse Models and Methods for Optimal Instruments with an Application to Eminent Domain. 86, 2369-2429 MathNet. Brand E. Xiangzhou and 2023. Recent Developments in Causal Inference and Machine Learning. Annual Review of Sociology 49, 1, 80-110. Elio. 2001. Statistical Modeling, The Two Cultures with Comments and a Rejoinder by the author. Statistical Science 16, 3, 199-231. 2012. Logic, Imagination, and Interpretation, The Application of Instrumental Variables for Causal Inference in the Social Sciences. Sociological Studies 6, 192-216 plus 245-246, in Chinese. 2012b. Do Networks Pay Off Among Internal Migrants in China? An Instrumental Variable Analysis. Chinese Sociological Review 45, 1, 2854. 2011. The Causal Effect of Social Capital in the Labor Market, Identification Challenges and Strategies. Chinese Sociological Review 44, 2, 76 100. 2022. Causal Effects of Social Capital, Labor Markets and Beyond. London's Gland. 2016. Social Capital and Homophily Both Matter for Labor Market Outcomes Evidence from Replication and Extension. Social Networks 45, 1831. Gland. 2018. International Visibility as Determinants of Foreign Direct Investment, an Empirical Study of Chinese Provinces. Social Science Research 76, 2339. He and Wei. 2020. The Effect Revisited. Do Suicides in Books Predict Actual Suicides? Poetics 81, 101,441. He and 2021. Understanding China Through Big Data, Applications of Theory-Oriented Quantitative Approaches. New York. Gland. 2024. Computing Grounded Theory, a Quantitative Method to Develop Theories. The Journal of Chinese Sociology 11-1, 17. Peng and Susan. 2022. Stable Learning Establishes Some Common Ground Between Causal Inference and Machine Learning. Nature Machine Intelligence 4-2, 110-115. Marcel and 2017. Using Split Samples to Improve Inference on Causal Effects. Political Analysis 25-4, 465-482. Yiwen Ma and 2024. Instrumental Guanxi Culture and Inbound Urban Migration in China, a prefecture-level analysis using online search data. The China Quarterly 260, 1041-058. L. 2021. Propensity Score Synthetic Augmentation Matching Using Generative Adversarial Networks, PSSAMGN. Computer Methods and Programs in Biomedicine, Update 1, 100,020. Hartford Jason, Lewis Greg Brown and 2017. Deep IV, a flexible approach for counterfactual prediction. In International Conference on Machine Learning, 1414-1423. PMLR. Peter. 2005. Dissecting the Social, on the Principles of Analytical Sociology. Cambridge University Press. Peter. 2008. Studying Mechanisms to Strengthen Causal Inferences in Quantitative Research. In the Oxford Handbook of Political Methodology, ed. J. M. Box, H. E. and D. Collier. New York, Oxford University Press. William Al. 2018. Automated Local Regression Discontinuity Design Discovery. In proceedings of the 24th ACM SIGKDD International Conference on Knowledge Discovery and Data Mining, 15-12-1520. Hill, Jennifer and Sung. 2013. Assessing Lack of Common Support in Causal Inference Using Bayesian Nonparametrics. Implications for Evaluating the Effect of Breastfeeding on Children's Cognitive Outcomes. The Annals of Applied Statistics, 1386-1420. Anning. 2012. Propensity Score Matching and Causal Inference, a Review. Sociological Studies 27-1, 221-242 plus 246 in Chinese. Annings Wu and 2021. Analysis of Heterogeneous Treatment Effect, New Opportunities and Challenges with Machine Learning Techniques. Sociological Studies 36-1, 91-114 plus 228 in Chinese. Lee, K. Justin and Elizabeth A. Stewart. 2010. Improving Propensity Score Weighting Using Machine Learning. Statistics in Medicine 29, 3, 337-346 MathNet. E. Brand and Gian. 2022. Researcher Reasoning Meets Computational Capacity, Machine Learning for Social Science. Social Science, Research 108, 102,807. Morgan, Stephen L. and Christopher. 2007. Counterfactuals and Causal Inference, Methods and Principles for Social Research, 1531. New York, Cambridge University Press. Al. Matching with Text Data, an experimental evaluation of methods for matching documents and of measuring match quality. Political Analysis 28-4, 445-468. Land. 2017. Machine Learning, an Applied Econometric Approach. Journal of Economic Perspectives 31-2, 87106. Roberts, E. Brandon M. Stewart and Richard A. 2020. Adjusting for Confounding with Text Matching. American Journal of Political Science, 64-4, 887-903. R and B. 1983. The Central Role of the Propensity Score in Observational Studies for Causal Effects. 71, 4155 MathNet. And Yi. 2023. Knowledge Discovery, Methods from Data Mining and Machine Learning. Social Science, Research 110, 102,817. Hal R. 2016. Causal Inference in Economics and Marketing. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 113, 27, 7310-7315. Wager and Susan. 2018. Estimation and Inference of Heterogeneous Treatment, Effects Using Random Forests. Journal of the American Statistical Association, 113, 523, 1228-1242 MathNet. Daniel, Justin, and Funk. 2010. Propensity Score Estimation, Neural Networks, Support Vector Machines, Decision Trees, CART, and metaclassifiers as alternatives to logistic regression. Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, 63-8, 826-833. And Wu. 2005. Reply to Market Premium Social Process and American Sociological Review 7.